421 Chapter 421 The child is an accident. One of the pirate Empress Boya Hancock, one of the 7 seas under the king. At this moment, with the appearance of Hancock, she has undoubtedly become the only focus of the entire naval port, and all the navies can hardly help staring straight at the most beautiful woman in the sea. The long G-style hair that fell like a waterfall, the incomparably beautiful face, and Ying Ying's waist, highlighted by the unique costumes of Nine Snake Island, made the perfect figure even more shocking. Every round trembling of the body, every step of the slender and beautiful legs, is obviously just an unconscious behavior, but the charm and temptation it exudes is unparalleled. Compared with the past when he won the Pirate Empress at the age of 17 or 18, Hancock is now even more beautiful and dazzling. At this time, the pride and domineering Hancock showed in Gupen was obviously walking on the naval port of Marine Vando as a pirate, but it was like walking on the conquered land. It's just that the countless navy who stared at Hancock didn't feel anything wrong. Instead, they wanted to give everything they had to the beautiful queen in front of them. So beautiful. The tenacity that a large number of navies have exercised in the past seems to be vulnerable at this moment under the impact of Hancock's charm. What an exaggerated woman. Looking at Hancock really closely, even Lieutenant General Crane couldn't help but sigh. This level of charm is indeed quite scary. Lieutenant General Garb, who was on the side, buttoned his nostrils and said heartlessly, "Well, but I still think Ziahe, you were more reliable when you were young." Lieutenant General hearing this, Lieutenant General Garp couldn't help but give Lieutenant General Garp a blank look. In the eyes of this guy, there is no way to tell the difference between beauty and ugliness. What is more reliable? At this moment, Ying, who was held in the arms of the Marshal of the Warring States period, excitedly waved and shouted in the direction of Hancock, "Mother, here, here." However, Hancock's eyes turned to look at Ying Hao, but he walked towards Ion without hesitation, and naturally wanted to hold Ion's arm. Cough cough. Ion coughed twice. His eyes quickly escaped Jun's gaze, and he reminded in a low voice, "Hancock, watch the impact, watch the impact." Hancock's voice suddenly became a little low and lost. "Yes, Lord Ion." After a pause, Hancock turned around to take the drink handed over by his subordinates, and put it to Ion's mouth, saying, "Master Yan, you are thirsty. This is a drink made by my concubine." "Hancock, have you forgotten? I told you to pay attention to the influence in Marin Fando, and not be too intimate." Ion reminded again in a low voice. Hancock didn't have the domineering attitude just now, but replied weakly, "This can't be considered intimacy, Lord Ion. Intimacy is not." Looking at the scene in front of him, Jun's fists can be said to be clenched and relaxed, and his expression is even more complicated. As for Ying Ying, who was waving at Hancock just now, he couldn't help but froze and said weakly, "I knew it was like this." The Warring States Marshal, who was still hesitating as a naval marshal to say hello to Hancock, found Ying's expression a little disappointed, and couldn't help but care. "Ying, what's wrong with you? Are you uncomfortable with the environment?" "No, it was just ignored by mother again." Ying pouted and said dissatisfiedly, "How could it be? Ying is so cute. Who would dare to ignore Ying?" said the Warring States Marshal comfortingly. "No, I'm used to it. My mother is often like this. As long as my father is present, no one else exists in my mother's eyes." For a time, Ying, who was young and cute in appearance, showed an appearance of being fed up with the sufferings of the world, which made the Marshal of the Warring States period feel a little dumbfounded and comforted. "Maybe it's just an illusion." Sora shook his head and explained, "Grandpa, what Ying said is actually true. In her eyes, there are only 2 types of people. One is the father, and the other is the other people. Even Ying is no exception." Hearing Sora's words, Ying even sighed again and again. Perhaps, as the mother said, the child is an accident, and the father is the true love. It's really blinding love. Obviously Ying Ying is much cuter than the father. It's okay, it's okay. The 2 of you are the cutest in Grandpa's eyes. Your father is sloppy and doesn't seek to make progress. It's the one that makes people disgusting. Immediately, the Warring States Marshal ignored Ion, and walked towards his courtyard with Sora and Ying in his arms, saying, "Grandpa will take you home to recognize the place first, and later, you can stay in Malinfando." "Ah, Grandpa, that Mr. Father always said that we like to make trouble, and staying here all the time, will it affect you?" Ying asked in a low voice. No, this is impossible." The Warring States Marshal replied kindly, "Hey, there are a lot of adults here. These adults look so strong. Can't they fight? I think who would dare?" "Kong, Ying, you can rest assured to treat Malinfando as your own home, and you will take care of any grandfather." "Thank you, Grandpa." Hearing what Marshal of Warring States said to Kong and Ying, who was drifting away, Yan opened his mouth slightly and subconsciously wanted to remind Marshal of Warring States, but it was obviously too late. As far as physical fitness is concerned, Sora is indeed a bit like Ion in the past. He is not an outstanding type at all, and he has a relatively stable personality and is a reliable child. But Ying is completely different. In addition to having a body structure similar to the blood factor modified body. She also perfectly inherits the characteristics of Hancock. Therefore, don't look at Ying's appearance like a cute and easy to push little princess, but in her bones she perfectly inherits Hancock's proud, willful, and belligerent character. And Ying also has a 9-snake family for domineering, unusual talent. And after Ying's physique was innately raised from the starting point, with age Ying's physique has not reached the extreme strength of Charlotte Lingling, who is called Steel Balloon, but it has also reached an extremely terrifying level. At least Ying, who is only 6 years old in Ming Dynasty, has already left Yan several streets behind in his practice of armed domineering, and the Ruscana Island, which was filled with many powerful beasts that once made the 9 snakes terrified, has now been almost destroyed by Ying's adventure. There were even several times when Ying jumped into the windless waters to try to capture supergiant sea kings without Ion noticing. In short, after the Warring States Marshal boasted about this kind of seaport, even if Marin Fando was really torn down by Ying, Ian would not be surprised. 422 Chapter 422 Major Meeting. Seeing the Warring States Marshal holding Sara and Ying laughing and walking away, General Crane shook his head helplessly, but he understood the state of the Warring States Marshal and didn't say anything. Over the past 6 years, thinking about Sara and Ying has almost become the only fun and concern of the Warring States Marshal after work. Although the Warring States Marshal did not really accompany Sara and Ying to grow up, but the Warring States Marshal also used the phone bug to talk to Kong and Ying countless times, caring about the growth of Kong and Ying. Therefore, after meeting Sara and Ying this time, Admiral Crane understood the excitement and joy of the Warring States Marshal. It is precisely because of this that the Warring States Marshal, who began to understand this feeling, allowed Lieutenant General Garp to take a full 6-year vacation and let Lieutenant General Garp stay in Windmill Village to accompany his grandson. The Warring States Marshal probably didn't want his regrets to happen to Lieutenant General Garp, and also wanted his old friend's grandson to have a beautiful and warm childhood. At the same time, Ace and Luffy, who stayed in the Windmill Village and stole a barrel of wine, were in a state of drunkenness. Ace: cheers, woohoo, grandpa is finally gone. It's great. Luffy, who was crying with joy, stammered while crying. 6 years of hell, Luffy. Ace also had a lingering expression on his face. After the Warring States Marshal left, Lieutenant General Crane coughed and said, "Cough. Major General Ion Hancock, let's go in too. Staying here in the military port all the time will affect the normal order." When Ian heard the words, he turned his eyes and noticed that the eyes of the entire naval port navy were still staring at Hancock, and the operation of the entire naval port was almost stagnant. "Sorry, I forgot about that." Ian scratched his head. After living with Hancock and Robin on Ruscana Island for 6 years, he really forgot the terrible destructive power of Hancock's charm to ordinary people. Immediately, Ion and Hancock followed Lieutenant General Crane and Lieutenant General Garp out of the military port and walked towards Marin Vando. "Major General Yan, then you should go down and rest for a day. After General Paulsolino and General Kuzan return to Marin Vando tomorrow, please be sure to participate in the meeting." After Lieutenant General Crane led Ion and Hancock to a residential area temporarily divided to house Shivyukai, he said, "Can't I not participate? My current rank is only Major General, so I should still be unqualified." However, looking at the gentle smile on Lieutenant General Crane's face, Ion couldn't help sighing and said, "I see. Then I'll trouble you. It just so happens that your position will be reappointed tomorrow. Let's take a good rest today." Immediately, Admiral Tsuru left the area with Admiral Garp and Jun Tisk. Watching Lieutenant General Crane and the others leave, Ion shook his head helplessly, but he also understood that Lieutenant General Garp and himself were asked to return to Marin Vando in a hurry just for the meeting tomorrow. Even for this reason, the 3 major naval admirals who shouldered different responsibilities were all called back and gathered again at Marin Vando. "It seems that the movement of the New World has indeed reached a point that cannot be ignored," Ian murmured, and then he did not return to the courtyard of the Warring States Marshal at all, but directly stayed with Hancock at the residence prepared for the 7 Wuhei. The next day, the entire Navy headquarters, Marine Fando, entered a state of high alert, and the chilling atmosphere made people feel fearful. In the conference room of Marin Fando, the Marshal of the Warring States period, with a bit of spring breeze left in the corner of his eyes, entered the conference room first with a solemn expression. Immediately, the 3 major naval admirals, Admiral Akainu Sakaski, Admiral Aokiji Kuzan, and Admiral Kazuna Paulsolino, stepped in one after another and sat down, followed by, there are also many vice admirals who hold the power in the Navy. Surprisingly, this is a major meeting of the Navy's top management. Except for a very small number of vice admirals, almost most of the vice admirals appeared in the conference room, and the entire conference room was soon filled. Most of them, just as the Warring States Marshal's gaze swept away and was about to announce the start of the meeting, he suddenly noticed that a seat reserved by Lieutenant General Garp was still empty. "Where's Major General Yen?" asked the Warring States Marshal, his tone full of dissatisfaction. Admiral Crane looked around at the senior naval officers present and was about to say something when a gentle and magnetic voice sounded from the door. "Sorry, I haven't been back for a long time. I asked the way a little bit. Shouldn't I be late yet?" And as the voice fell, Yan, who has now changed into a suit, strode into it and then formally gave a military salute to the Marshal of the Warring States period and said, "Rear Admiral Tefimur Yan of the Navy Headquarters has completed the task of recruiting Boya Hancock to join the King's 7 Wilhe. Hereby report." The Warring States Marshal nodded, responding to the reason for the mission recorded by Ion when he left Marin Vando 6 years ago, and then said, "Take a seat, Major General Ion." "Yes." Ian gave a military salute again, glanced at him, and suddenly found that there was only one vacant seat next to Lieutenant General Garp, who was very conspicuous. Moreover, Lieutenant General Garp was still waving at Ion. Yan. In desperation, Ian could only bite the bullet and sit next to Lieutenant General Garp, who he didn't want to contact the most, and put on a serious expression, trying to avoid communication with Lieutenant General Garp. Only just as Ion took his seat, he felt his shoulders being touched, and then Lieutenant General Garp quietly shoved something in the direction of Ion from below. Yan. As soon as he lowered his head, Ion found that it was a small bag of senbei. As for Lieutenant General Garp, he whispered with a wink, "This is still the senbei treasured by your old man. I just borrowed it this morning. Try it." "Borrow? Are you sure it's not stealing?" Ian immediately put on a squinting gesture to avoid invisibly sharing the stolen goods, but instead shared the wrath of the Warring States Marshal for Lieutenant General Garp. However, as soon as Ian looked up, he found that General Palsalino, who was sitting in front of him, was also reclining and turned around, completely ignoring the Sengoku Marshal in front of him, and greeted Yen in a small way. At this moment, Ian felt as if he was being fooled by Lieutenant General Crane. He should not put on a formal suit on purpose, just come here as he feels comfortable. 423 Chapter 423 A Forced Show. Anyway, Ian glanced at him, except for Lieutenant General Garp beside him, who kept eating. General Kuzan seemed to have fallen asleep. General Palsalino had already started trimming his nails, and even Lieutenant General Crane was drinking tea with his eyes closed while holding a teacup in both hands. On the contrary, General Akainu Sakaski looked like he was sitting upright, meticulously waiting for the start of the meeting. Inexplicably, Yen felt a little heartache from the Warring States Marshal, and it must be very hard to spread such a group of subordinates. Crack. Ian picked up a senbei and stuffed it into his mouth. His eyes lit up slightly and praised, "Tasty." "Right." Lieutenant General Garp looked like he had found a confidant and took out a bag from his arms and handed it to Ion, saying, "I just don't know where the senbei were bought in the Warring States period. I've been looking for them for more than 10 years, but I can't find the source." Lieutenant General Garp, you don't know?" Ian asked in surprise. "Don't know what?" "Crack." Lieutenant General Garp asked. 218. How to say, Ian said in a low voice. "Most of the books in the old man's house are all about desserts." Quiet. The next moment, the Warring States Marshal in front of the conference room suddenly shouted, exuding a majestic aura that made people dare not look directly, "Now that the situation in the sea has reached an urgent point, are you still so slack?" Immediately, the meeting room, whose atmosphere was gradually tilted towards the tea party, was stunned. "There are 3 more sea emperors on the sea today. Isn't the situation bad enough?" the Warring States Marshal asked angrily. "Edward Whitebeard, Kaido Beasts, Charlotte Lingling, Big Mom, these 3 guys who have brought disaster to the sea and brought disasters to countless civilians have openly called themselves the Emperor of the Sea, which is ironic about the peace and justice the Navy wants to preserve." The next moment, the Warring States Marshal angrily picked up the report in his hand and smashed it in front of him, saying, "You can go to the intelligence department to find out to what extent the number of pirates pouring into the Great Route has surged after the name of the Sea Emperor spread twice, more than twice. This momentum must be curbed, otherwise the ever-increasing number of pirates will bring countless disasters to the sea." However, the Marshal of the Warring States period kept talking on the top, and many high-ranking naval officers below showed an attitude of righteous indignation on the surface, but the various small actions in private did not stop at all. Around the conference room, there were several reporters holding camera phones and looking for photos from various angles. "Sure enough, this is a show," Ian murmured, affirming the previous speculation in his heart and realizing that the seemingly grand meeting was actually a show facing the whole world. The reason is exactly as the Warring States Marshal just said. After the emergence of 3 sea emperors in the New World Sea area in response to the increasingly fierce wave of pirates. After all, in the world government and the Navy's established strategy of abandoning the New World Sea area, the Navy simply does not have the conditions to eliminate the 3 sea emperors. Moreover, even if the Navy really prepared a plan to deal with the 3 sea emperors, it would not be directly exposed in front of many vice admirals. The great pirates dispatching undercover submarines to the Navy has happened many times over the centuries. In layman's terms, this is the Marshal of the Warring States period deliberately showing the muscles of the Navy, warning those sea emperors who have become more and more arrogant in the New World waters in recent years not to make any unwise choices. After all, in the past 6 years, after the Navy's power has almost completely withdrawn from the New World waters, the big pirates have been rapidly expanding and developing almost in the way of swallowing. The Whitebeard Pirates has formed a real big fleet. In addition to dividing the elite of the group into 16 divisions, it has also gathered a total of 43 powerful pirates with impressive strength. Whitebeard Pirates. The pirates' flag was even inserted into the Fishman Island below the Red Earth continent, while the IG Mom Pirates are connected with the various forces of the sea in the form of family marriages. In addition to receiving a large amount of combat power, they have also become a behemoth with a network of relationships and influence all over the sea. As for the 100 Beasts Pirates, the Navy headquarters was furious, except that they themselves were constantly gathering a large number of animal-type devil fruit abilities, and their combat power was becoming stronger and stronger. 100 Beasts Kaido takes pleasure in attacking the Navy, and has fought head-to-head with the Navy many times. Method. All these factors eventually led to the emergence of 3 sea emperors who vaguely divided the sea areas of the New World with each other. Even the status and prestige of the 3 sea emperors have reached the point where they are on a par with the Navy, causing the situation in the sea to become more and more turbulent to the point where the Navy has to make a statement in this way. Then, after the statement of the Marshal of the Warring States that lasted for half an hour without repetition, the 3 admirals of the Navy also made speeches in turn, indicating that the just position of maintaining the sea will not be shaken, and that they have the confidence, ability, and conditions to maintain the peace and justice of the sea. Just when Ion thought that this show meeting to deter the pirates in the New World from afar was about to end, the Warring States Marshal turned his eyes and said, "Next, let's give the floor to the naval hero Rear Admiral Ion Yan." Ion, who was sharing the delicious senbei with Garp, was stunned, and the sound of biting the senbei became a little louder. Crack. At this moment, Ion was watched by countless eyes, and the only half of the senbei left in his hand was even more conspicuous. However, while Ian cursed in his heart, he was extremely calm on the surface. Without showing the slightest embarrassment, he just stood up and walked towards the conference room podium. Looking around, Ion simply lifted the half of the fairy shell in his hand and said, "The trend of the times will eventually rush forward, unstoppable. Some people say the emergence of the Emperor of the Sea is a historical inevitability, the choice of the sea, and the direction of the future. But don't forget, they are pirates after all. For the Navy, they are just one of the mere pirates that need to be subjugated. In the past 800 years, the so-called pirate emperors that have appeared in the sea are not the only ones, but the trend of the times has taken away all the pirate emperors. Only Marin Vando, who represents immortal justice, still stands above the sea and remains unshakable." 424 Chapter 424 Promotion to Lieutenant General. Only Marin Vando, who represents immortal justice, still stands above the sea and remains unshakable. At this moment, the reporters present overturned the original title of the press release and planned to directly set the sentence as a new title. Really, a shocking speech. Not only the vice admirals who were constantly making small movements below were stunned, but even the expression of the Sengoku Marshal, who originally just wanted to see Ion's joke, was completely moved. This sentence completely spoke to the heart of the Warring States Marshal. Pirates will eventually be passers-by and die in the rolling historical trend. Only Marin Vando, who represents the justice of the Navy, stands here from beginning to end. As long as Marin Vando does not fall, justice will always endure. For a time, the flash of the camera phone bug kept flashing, freezing the impassioned appearance of Ion on the podium. But soon, some reporters discovered the eye-catching half-senbei in the composition of the camera phone bug. "Major General Yan, may I ask, what does the senbei you hold in your hand mean?" An excited reporter said boldly. "What does it mean? How do I know what it means?" Ion, who was caught on the spot and secretly eating senbei and was forced to take the stage for business, did not change his expression in the slightest. "Have you noticed this half of the fairy shell?" Reporter: "But why did you notice the inconspicuous half senbei? Is it because it is special in itself?" Ion's eyes turned, paused, and then replied, "No, I just lifted it up." And the same is true for those so-called sea emperors. It's not that they have any deeds worth remembering in history, or that they have made an indelible contribution to the sea. It's just that they were temporarily swept up by the tide of the times. Only the next moment, Ion quietly glanced at the expression of the Warring States Marshal, table and shoved the half of the senbei directly into the mouth. Crack. No matter how high the senbei is lifted, the ending will only be eaten, and no matter how high those sea emperors are, they will only be defeated by the navy. With the atmosphere here, Ian turned his eyes and found that the eyes of the reporters and naval officers in the conference room were full of passion, and he simply swallowed the senbei in his mouth. Bang! Ian pulled out the soul-chopping knife from his waist, and the tip of the knife pointed straight into the sky. Masters, the tide of the times is rolling forward irresistibly, but you should not focus on the emperors of the sea. They are only the remnants of the sea, the foam of the waves, the passers-by of the times. Of course, only true justice is what we are waiting for. And what is justice? Smashing injustice with the blade in the hand, guarding peace with the blade in the hand, and implementing the will of the heart with the blade in the hand. This is justice. In the end, Ion almost instinctively began to carry private goods, and cryptically interpreted the ideas that were allied with the Revolutionary Army from the Navy's justice standpoint. In the eyes of the rest, this was a perfect speech that even sublimated this meeting. From the beginning of the Warring States Marshal expressing anger and crusade for the appearance of the 3 sea emperors, to the 3 generals declaring that the Navy has the ability and confidence to destroy the 3 sea emperors. In the end, Major General Ion, who was famous in the sea 6 years ago, believed that the 3 sea emperors were just passers-by, and thoroughly demonstrated the spirit of the Navy, as well as their belief in upholding, and pursuing justice. The thunderous applause lasts for a long time. Ian waved his cloak. The word Buddha on his back was particularly conspicuous, and his expression was that he strode away from the podium calmly and returned to the seat next to Lieutenant General Garp to sit down. Crack. Ian unabashedly took out a senbei and took a bite again, as if he was biting the Marshal of the Warring States period. And just when Ian thought that Zhuoxiu's statement was almost over and the meeting was about to end, the Warring States Marshal, who was on the stage again to summarize, suddenly changed his words and said, "Here, I also need to announce a promotion news." Ian's movements were abrupt, and a not-so-good feeling emerged spontaneously. No way is the old man going to announce his promotion on this occasion. However, as soon as Ian's eyes turned, the admirals present had almost no chance of promotion except for the generals and vice-admirals. Only Ian, and many more. The old man planned this from the beginning, and this show also included trumpeting himself as a new Navy hero to boost the momentum of the whole army and to deter the 3 sea emperors. It's just that it's okay to let Yen cooperate and talk about the scene. It really makes Yen stand under the tide of the times and become a front-line figure against the 3 sea emperors. Yen completely rejects it in his heart. Yen understood that it was almost impossible to be promoted to Lieutenant Admiral based on his own situation, but being pushed by the Warring States Marshal like this, Yen doubted that he would not use much, and he could even passively accumulate enough prestige and merit to be promoted to Admiral of the Navy. Thinking of this, Ion almost subconsciously had the idea of running away. However, before Ion could actually take action, he suddenly felt a big hand on his shoulder, firmly pressing Ion on the seat. When Ion's eyes turned, he found that it was Lieutenant General Garp's face with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and said in a low voice with a heartless smile, "Major General Yan, come, continue to eat senbei. Be cheated." In an instant, Yan reacted, and he was completely fooled by the old bastard Garp. At this time, the Marshal of the Warring States period had already begun to summarize Yan's past exploits on the podium. So far, after many discussions, it has been confirmed that Tefamer Yan will be promoted to Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, awarded the title of Navy Hero, and enjoy the special treatment of Navy Hero. Next, Lieutenant General Garp is asked to award the title to Tefamer Ion. This time, the thunderous applause was even more enthusiastic. Under the subtle control of Lieutenant General Garp's power, Ian followed Lieutenant General Garp towards the podium almost uncontrollably. Lieutenant General Garp patted Ion's shoulder with his hand, which was still stained with senbei. "Congratulations, Lieutenant General Ion." Yan. If possible, Ion would now fill the mouth of this old bastard with a senbei and choke this guy completely. 425 Chapter 425 The Turbulent Sea. But Lieutenant General Garp turned a blind eye to Yan's murderous gaze, and instead took the Navy Hero medal from the Sengoku Marshal and buckled it on Yan's chest, saying, "Lieutenant General Yan, please bear the name of Navy Hero in the future and maintain the justice of the Navy." "Thank you." Yan's mouth twitched slightly and replied. Immediately, Lieutenant General Garp, who grinned widely, stood side by side with Ion, allowing the reporters below to take pictures from all angles. At this point, Ian had already thought about what the next newspaper headlines about these photos would be. Navy Hero and Navy Hero. The strength of the Navy is still strong. The times are changing, and the name of Navy Hero is being passed down. Shock. Emperor of the Sea. Dangerous. The appearance of the new Navy Hero. Ion's expression was a little stiff, but he could only maintain a kind smile smile in front of a lot of camera phone bugs, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. It turns out that in this show, I was the protagonist who was specially promoted. No wonder Lieutenant General Crane asked me to be there. A bunch of old things put together count me. 219. I'm careless, watching the old man indulge in the sweet offensive of Kong and Ying. I didn't expect him to start digging a hole for me the next day. Subsequently, the vice admirals and generals present expressed their congratulations and support to Ian, which fully demonstrated the unity and fraternity within the Navy. In the end, Lieutenant Admiral Ian, the hero of the Navy, also reviewed and delivered a speech to the soldiers of the Navy headquarters, fully affirming the contributions made by the Navy soldiers to the peace and justice of the sea, and said, the next day, in a brand new office just renovated in Malinfando, Ian looked at a series of photos and texts about himself on the newspaper in front of him, only to feel his temples twitching. Obviously, I was only forced to open the business. Didn't I see the hand of that old bastard Carp who never let go? Ian slumped down on the seat, only to feel that everything happened so fast that Ian didn't even react perfectly. Special treatments like independent offices, independent courtyards, adjutants, etc. were all assigned to Ian's hands at the speed of light, giving Ian no chance to react at all. Tisk, it seems that Admiral he directly arranged me in the temporary residence area of Kaiwohe yesterday and did not allow me to return to the residence area of the Admiral, probably because he was worried that I would be suspicious when I saw the brand new independent courtyard. Dong dong dong. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. The next moment, a very familiar face appeared in front of Yan. Snap. Rear Admiral Hope reports to the sir. As Hope's incomparably excited voice sounded, Ian's eyes could not help but widen, and then he was shaken by Hope's bald head again. Earlier, when Hope followed Ian to Nine Snakes Island, the entire navy of the warship was petrified by Hancock. Later, after Ian and Hancock's wedding was completed, when Lieutenant General Carp left, he would also bring back the Marine Vando with the navy of the entire warship that had been petrified by Hancock. So far, Ian hadn't heard about Major General Hope for more than 6 years. He didn't expect that after 6 years, he was still barren. So, is the adjutant that Lieutenant General Crane referred to as you? Major General Hope? Ian asked while holding his forehead, blocking some of his dazzled eyes. Yes, Lord Ian. Major General Hope answered with his head held high, then took out a notepad from behind and said, Master Yan, next is your itinerary for today. There will be a meeting of generals in half an hour. The meeting time is expected to be 2 hours. 10 minutes after the meeting, a new batch of elite naval recruits will arrive at Marinvando. According to the requirements of the Warring States Marshal, you need to attend the meeting to give a speech to motivate the recruits. Regarding the speech, the staff has already prepared it for you. You can read and modify first. Afterwards, there is a pirate bounty adjustment seminar at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Before Hope could finish speaking, Ian raised his hand to interrupt, and many more. Lord Yan, do you have any questions? Hope blinked, and those little doubtful eyes seemed to be worried that he didn't express clearly. I just sat down in this office, and the chairs are not hot yet. Where did so much work come from? Ian asked. That's right, these are some of the tasks that were separated from the offices of the Warring States Marshal and Lieutenant General Garp, and now I have taken them all over for Lord Ion. Hope replied loudly. In an instant, Yan's brows were slightly wrinkled, and he felt that the matter was not simple, and asked, so, some of this work can be pushed aside? That's right, but in order to let Lord Yan get into shape as soon as possible and establish personal prestige in the Navy, I have handed over all the appropriate tasks as much as possible. Yan, at this time, looking at Hope's proud face, as if he was contributing to the Navy, Ion could not wait to pull out the soul-chopping blade to flatten his bald egg. Is this guy afraid that his prestige in the Navy will not be enough, and that he will not be able to take the position of the Admiral of the Navy? Bullshit. Ion slapped the table suddenly and shouted sharply, Major General Hope, do you know what you are doing? Seen by Ion's furious appearance, Hope trembled almost subconsciously and said tremblingly, Me, you are hurting me. Ian said solemnly, the Navy is not a place to fight for power and profit. Once your behavior is interpreted by someone who has a heart as me, Tefimer Yan, who can't wait to grab power just after I was promoted, what a bad influence it will be. Even, it is not impossible that the sea will be turbulent because of this. All of a sudden, Hope his face turned pale, and he clearly understood that there might be this possibility. Push back all the tasks that have been received. After a pause, Ion sat down again and continued, in order to show humility and unity, let's hand over the tasks that should belong to us to Lieutenant General Garp and Marshal Sengoku. After all, as a newcomer, it's more important to slowly learn from seniors and gain experience, rather than hurriedly dealing with various situations. Hope saluted subconsciously, responding with guilt and sudden realization. Yes, I have been taught, Lord Ion. However, after a few breaths, Ion looked up and found that Hope was standing still with an embarrassed expression. However, Lord Yan, when the Warring States Marshal told me before that if you don't handle these tasks the sea will become more turbulent. 426 Chapter 426 Why are you so skilled? Yan, dare to be honest, Major General Hope has already been fooled and lame at the Warring States Marshal's place. Now I have fooled him with a lame foot. Now, is the pestle unable to walk here? Ugh. Ian sighed helplessly. Then what to do? Lord Ion, Hope asked in a dilemma. What else can I do? You are unreliable, so I can only go face to face with the old things of the Warring States period myself and throw these tasks back. Ion glanced at Hope then turned to speak. Come here and tell me what are the additional tasks assigned. Yes, Lord Ion. Immediately, Major General Hope walked up to Ion and gave a detailed explanation to Ion's assignment for the next week, and many more. Suddenly, Yan realized something, narrowed his eyes slightly, and asked, Not quite right, Major General Hope, why are you so skilled? Hope looked at Ion puzzled. Although you were also an adjutant on my battleship before, these things are more related to civilian work. How can you handle and explain so well? Ian asked suspiciously. That's right, Lord Yan. After Lord Yan penetrated the ancient weapon Pluto 6 years ago and was initially established as a naval hero by the world government, I was arranged as your adjutant and I have been in the card for the next 6 years. Lieutenant General PU's office exercise ability. Hope replied. The corners of Yan's mouth twitched slightly and he asked after realizing that the Warring States Marshal had dug it for himself 6 years ago. Lieutenant General Garp, didn't Lieutenant General Garp stay in the East China Sea on vacation for the past 6 years? Hope answered with his head held high. Yes, Lieutenant General Garp has always been on vacation, but Lieutenant General Garp's office has always been run normally by his adjutant handling various affairs. I have also learned a lot in the past 6 years and I believe I will definitely be able to help Asia. Lord N provided assistance. Hearing this, Ian subconsciously rubbed his chin with a little stubble and his smile gradually appeared. Really? If so, let me see what you have learned. Major General Hope. G. Lord Ion, what do you mean? Hope asked. Ion patted Hope on the shoulder and asked with a smile. You can handle these tasks by yourself. It should be fine, right? Immediately, Ion gave Hope no chance to refuse, turned around and walked outside the office. Seeing this, Hope asked, This, Lord Yan, do you have other things to deal with? Well, it's a very important matter, so unless those sea emperors hit Malin Vatican, don't harass me. Ian waved his hand and disappeared directly from the door of the office. On the way out of the office building with an architectural style similar to the castle tower, Marin Fando, Ion finally experienced what a high authority is. Almost all the navies close to Ion subconsciously made way for Ion and then saluted and dared not move until Ion was far away. Really, makes me look like some kind of warlord. After walking out of the office building, Ion couldn't help pulling the tie around his neck and muttered, I shouldn't be curious about the location of the office and the decoration today, and I came here specially. Little Jin. As Ion shouted in a low voice, a canary thump thumped across the air and then landed on Ion's shoulder. Let's go. Is everything ready? Chirp chirp. Is the location set in advance? Chirp. Sara and Ying stayed in the courtyard and didn't come out. Wouldn't it affect the plan? Chirp chirp. Very good. The biggest obstacle has been eliminated. Today it seems that we can break through the limits of the past and reach a new height. Ion took a deep breath and in his eyes totally expect. The next moment, Ion's footsteps moved and the figure disappeared in place in an instant and quickly walked in the direction indicated by Zyajin. After Ion's figure left, a lieutenant colonel who just pretended to pass by not far from Ion looked at Ion's direction, pressed his hat lightly and muttered, Things, locations, plans. Is there really something wrong with this new Navy hero? I didn't expect to see the harvest on the first day. Would you like to inform the above? No, this is a good opportunity to make meritorious deeds if you can really discover anything substantive. Immediately, the lieutenant colonel swept his eyes left and right and after confirming that no one else noticed him, he turned and walked slowly in the direction of Ion. Along the way, the lieutenant colonel quietly used the devil fruit ability to follow the smell left in the air without rushing. Strange, it's the coast further ahead, the lieutenant colonel murmured, growing more and more suspicious. What is the purpose of a new Navy hero who suddenly leaves the office area and goes to the remote coast alone? Especially at this juncture, it will soon be the time for the King's Kaiwahei to gather at Marin Fando for a meeting. Could it be that you are in private contact with someone, or are you secretly plotting something? The lieutenant colonel flashed several guesses in his mind, and while his expression became more solemn, he moved forward slowly and carefully. One step further, after this corner, is the coast. The lieutenant colonel's eyes moved out a little bit and he looked carefully towards the coast and then his expression completely froze. What is this? Umbrellas, beach chairs, tables, drinks, fruits, fishing rods, and that Navy hero had already put on a beach style dress and was staring at the float on the sea. Fishing, fishing. No, not possible. Absolutely impossible. This should be a cover-up, a cover-up. Immediately, the lieutenant colonel secretly changed to a more concealed position and took out more professional surveillance equipment to observe Ion's every move. Then, Ion maintained a motionless fishing posture and the lieutenant colonel also kept watch until 6 hours later. The lieutenant colonel left slowly with a stiff expression. While Ion glanced in the direction where the lieutenant colonel left, there was obvious anger in his eyes. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 220 heck. 6 hours. For 6 full hours. Why did the fish not move for a while? Even with the patience Ion had cultivated on Ruskina Island, he couldn't help but feel his anger rising. It must be the guy who affected the fish's bite just now, and it has nothing to do with my technique. 2 more hours. Boiled. Little Jin, what place did you choose? Where's the fish? 427 Chapter 427 Where did the fish come from? Obviously, I have already returned to Marin Fando to continue working in the Navy, so do I still have to continue the Air Force on the way to fishing? Not agree. This kind of thing is absolutely unacceptable. Ian held the fishing rod in his hands tightly, staring at any movement of the fish float. In the past 6 years, life on Ruskina Island has not been interesting. In addition to practicing every day, Ian can only focus on fishing, a sport to exercise his mood. It's just that before Kong and Ying have grown up, almost all the fish near Ruskina Island are in a state of coma all the year round. When Sara and Ying grew up a little, they gradually learned how to control the domineering arrogance of the overlord. At least they would not release their emotions if they were a little excited. Every time Ion was fishing, they were always frolicking around, which seriously affected the fish's bait. I thought after returning to Marin Vando, the situation would change. No, as long as you have enough patience and absolute confidence. Ion murmured, becoming more and more focused, so focused that he didn't even feel the passage of time. Time passed quietly, little by little, until dusk approached. Ion, who was watching the fish float all the time, his eyes went from bloodshot to gradually numb. No fish was hooked at all. At this moment, Ion seriously doubted that there were no fish in the sea at all. Tisk, it has nothing to do with my technology. I will continue in another place tomorrow. Ion slowly retracted the line and said calmly to Xiaojin, who was standing on the table pecking fruit as a snack. Today failed to break past records. You need to. It's the primary responsibility. After all, this is where you're looking. Understand? Little gold. Sure. Go back. If Sara and Ying ask about the harvest, remember to admit your mistake first. Yan reminded Xiaojin by handing the stowed fishing rod to Xiaojin. After Xiaojin took the fishing rod back to the castle, he called out with a gesture he was used to. Sure. Today is another fruitful day, and I have accumulated enough experience for the next success. Ion stood up and stretched, speaking confidently. Then after a brief packing, he set foot on the road home with brisk steps. As long as I'm not embarrassed, who knows that I haven't caught a fish today? And after Xiaojin put everything back into the castle in his body, plop plop landed on Ian's shoulders and stood firm, and also stretched his waist like Ian's movements just now. Another leisurely day of fishing with the master. Birdie, it's always so fulfilling and boring. Xiaojin slapped his mouth and narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing the light of wisdom. However, when Ian was halfway through, he suddenly remembered something, and his footsteps stopped, almost planting Xiaojin, who had not been able to stand firm. Immediately, Ion turned around and walked around the naval town behind Meivandu. In addition to bringing together the vast majority of the elite officers and men of the entire Navy, the Marine headquarters Marine Fando also has many family members of the Navy who also live on this island. Of course, they did not live in the military area of Marin Vando, but in a small town on a remote corner of the island. In addition, this town also shoulders the functions of commercial entertainment, leisure, and recreation of Marin Vando. Except for some commercial exchanges that are not allowed by the Navy, it has almost everything that should be there. So, Ion successfully dragged a big fish back to his courtyard. Hancock, Sara, Ying, I'm back, Ion shouted confidently. The next moment, the big fish that was full of one person was thrown into the courtyard by Yan, who said to Hancock, Sara, and Ying with his head held high, today's harvest is not bad, but I released all those half-human high little fish. Seeing that this one looks good, I brought it back by the way. Looking at the big fish jumping around on the lawn in front of her, Ying's eyes showed an incredible look, as if she suddenly discovered that one day her father had turned into light. She muttered incredulously, liar, right? Father has broken the terrible curse of absolutely no fish. Hancock didn't have the slightest doubt and expressed his admiration for Ion without hesitation. Master Yan, you did it. You caught a real fish other than sea kings. And Sara was observing the big fish on the lawn that still looked very fresh, and there was a bit of thought in his eyes, and he muttered, dink horsefish habitually live in the upper layers of the shallow shallow sea and are generally found in the waters near the red soil continent of the Great Shipping Route. It is indeed a fish that can be caught by fishing. There are also traces of the hook pulling and struggling at the mouth of the fish. Ion, who listened to Sarah's muttering to himself, had a hint of pride in the corner of his mouth. Demo, are you the only one who still want to see through your father's shrewdness? How could I have made such a low-level mistake? You are 100 years too early. Hancock, this fish is fresh. Let's make some fish soup tonight, Ian said calmly, as if he was talking about some commonplace things. Hearing this, Hancock couldn't help but hesitate and said, "This, Mr. Yan, something so precious and remembered to commemorate. Why not make it into a specimen and hang it? Wouldn't it be too wasteful to eat it directly?" "Need not." Ion waved his hand and said disapprovingly, "With my fishing skills, this level of prey is not worth mentioning. Just boil some fish soup for Kong and Ying to taste." "Okay then." Hancock nodded and immediately picked up the tall big fish and walked into the kitchen. Soon, a large pot of fragrant fish soup was presented by Hancock and various dishes filled a table. However, just as Ion was about to announce the opening, the courtyard gate suddenly kicked open. Bang! "Bastard, where did you go today? Major General Hope attended all these important meetings on your behalf." Zhang Kuyuan's handsome and rushing voice approached quickly from far to near and broke in directly. "Grandpa." However, with Ying's sweet cry, the Warring States Marshal's face turned cloudy and clear, and he hugged Ying, who had trot over, and said kindly, "Ying, are you ready for dinner?" "Well, my father caught a big fish today. It's delicious. Would you like to taste it, Grandpa?" Ying asked. When the Warring States Marshal heard the words, he was slightly taken aback and said inexplicably, "Fishing? How is it possible? Didn't the scientific troops just set up a special device to drive away fish and sea kings around Marine Fando a few years ago? Did it fail so quickly?" Dang bang! In an instant after the appearance of Marshal of the Warring States period, Ion, whose expression was always calm, suddenly slipped the tableware in his hand. 428 Chapter 428 Buddhism is good. Which bastard is that? Why such important information is not placed on Lao Tzu's desktop? Facing the slightly suspicious eyes of his wife and children, Ion picked up the cutlery that had fallen on the table as if nothing had happened, rubbed his beard, and said, "Really? It seems that the things of the scientific troop are also defective to some extent. I have informed Major General Hope to convey this matter to the scientific troop and let them send someone to check it." The Warring States Marshal heard the words, nodded, and did not ask any further. After all, the Marshal of the Warring States period did not value those technological products that were said to emit some kind of special sound wave to drive away fish and sea kings. In the past, even if there were occasional Neptune-like brains that dared to make a fuss near Marin Vando, they would just add extra meals to the Marines of Marin Vando. Immediately, Ion, who was afraid that the Warring States Marshal would delve deeper into this topic, turned to Sarah, who was sitting beside him. "Why don't you go get your grandpa some cutlery?" "Yes." Sarah quickly got up and walked towards the kitchen. No need." The Marshal of the Warring States period verbally refused, but in fact he sat half push and half seat between Kong and Ying, enjoying the food and teasing Kong and Ying from time to time. Over the next few days, Ion began a hard 9-to-5 career in the Navy. Every day he wakes up from the bed with the smell of Hancock's body, and after having breakfast he walks the bird and walks to the Marin Vando office building to show his card, and then shows his face in front of Major General Hope. "I commend him for his work yesterday and look forward to his efforts today." As for the office, Ion usually doesn't go in unless it is necessary, to avoid being blocked by those old things. After that, Ion basically started to wander and go fishing after 10 minutes of work. After Ian checked the internal information of the Navy, he confirmed that the range of special devices that drove fish and sea kings was within 10 kilometers, and Ian ran to the sea 10 kilometers away from Marin Vado for fishing. As for malfeasance, as a naval hero, the real duty is to be a good mascot, to give the sea civilians enough confidence in the Navy, and to give enough deterrence to the pirates. As for other things, Marin Vando was not short of a clerical job like Ion, and the pirate turmoil in the entire sea could not be solved by one person. So as long as Ion doesn't defect to the Navy and die suddenly, then it's not a big problem. For example, Lieutenant General Garp, the old bastard, even went straight back to the East China Sea to take a 6-year vacation to take care of his grandson. Isn't there no problem at all? And now Ion is doing a little extra stuff which basically pushes himself to the position of Admiral. After all, Ion is not the same as Lieutenant General Garp. Lieutenant General Garp shows his disdain for Tianlong people, and he is also a D family. So even if Lieutenant General Garp is willing, the world government will not give Lieutenant General Garp a chance to be promoted. However, as a lineage of marshals of the Warring States period with roots, Ian has been seriously investigated and even passed down the line with the current commander-in-chief of the world government, Cyborg Sara. And on the surface Preface: Ion has never confronted the will of the world government and is the most obedient and honest navy. For these things, Ion can't see it more clearly now. A little bit of Buddhism is good. Lie down when you need to lie down. You can push the tasks that you can push away. Let's just mess around slowly. It's impossible to work harder. While Ian muttered, he continued fishing, a healthy sport that is beneficial to the body and mind. After all, the development of the Revolutionary Army takes time. The reconstruction of the ancient weapon Pluto takes time. The research of Ludo and Baby 5 takes time. The search for historical texts also takes time. And the accumulation of Ryotsu also takes time. The fish is floating. Yen, who has always been in a half-empty state, saw the movement of the fish float and suddenly lifted the fishing rod almost subconsciously. Boom! Under the pain, the sea suddenly seemed to arch a hill, and with the waves rising into the sky, an octopus-shaped sea king immediately drilled out of the sea. Why is this kind of thing again? Ion's anticipation turned into disappointment and anger. Let's scatter, Senbon Sakura. I'm going to cut you into shredded squid. Bastard, did you know that after you made such a big noise, the fish in a radius of 3 kilometers must have disappeared? The next moment, as the cherry blossoms fell, the octopus-shaped sea king almost melted and decomposed like flying snow. It was enough to roll up the tsunami and lift the terrifying body of the mountain top in the sakura color with black and red lightning sandwiched between the obscure strands, and it failed to produce the slightest blocking effect. As countless cherry blossoms converged into the soul-chopping blade in Yan's hands again, with a slight wave of the blade, he took dozens of slices of meat that were so thin that they could float in the air and brought them to his mouth. Thin as a cicada's wings, it melts in the mouth. My knife skills are good, but the fish is lacking in flavor after all. After a pause, Ian said to Xiaojin, who was beside him, there should be seasonings such as mustard. Take some out and use it as an afternoon meal. In addition, the place has changed. The bastard sea king is so troubled here. There must be no fish in this area in the short term. Pull the boat. 221. Xiaojin called out, put a lot of seasonings in front of Ion, and then grabbed the rope on the bow of the boat that Ion was sitting on, speeding all the way on the sea. Only, cloaked in the afterglow of the dusk, Ion once again had a brisk expression and set foot on the land of Maran Vando with a breeze. Another day to gain experience, but it's okay. The fish shop should have prepared today's loot for me. Xiaojin will go and pick it up. Remember to keep it secret. As a naval hero, I will never return empty-handed when fishing. But when Ion saw Lieutenant General Tsuru, who was standing in front of him with Jun smiling again, his brows twitched and he felt that trouble was coming. Now, in dealing with the warring states marshal, Ion is already in a state of fearlessness. As long as Kong and Ying are used, the warring states marshal will immediately become a kind grandfather no matter how angry he is. But Lieutenant General Crane is very difficult to fool, and a black-bellied old man with a bad stomach can't die. It's such a coincidence. Ian smirked, avoiding Jun's gaze unnaturally, then looked at the empty wrist and said politely, hey, it's time to get off work before you know it. Come to my house when you're free. Okay, Lieutenant General Crane. Suddenly, Yan's expression froze slightly. 429 Chapter 429 The Kaiwohei that will be assembled. Lieutenant General Tsuru is no problem. The problem is that she is still with Jun behind her. Once Jun and Hancock come into contact, they will run on each other at light level, and at worst the bad incident of Vice Admiral and Shichibukai War will break out. And for Jun, Ian has an inexplicable feeling that he doesn't dare to face it. Back then, the two of them lied on the same bed, held hands, and got to know each other deeply. This refers to the personalities and past of both parties. After all, Ion and Jun were tortured with each other for more than half a year at that time, facing each other every day. Except for what they couldn't do, they did everything they could basically do. Except for the secrets they couldn't tell, they said all the secrets they could tell. For example, Ion knew very well that when Jun was a child, he was curious about the taste of devil fruits, but he could not get them and almost tried them. In the end, after all kinds of accidents, Ion failed to make a real break with Jun, and the fake marriage with Hancock became a real marriage, and now even children can play soy sauce. At this time, boom, a rumbling sound suddenly came from a small town not far away, and it spread all the way in the direction of Ion, and the faint voice of Milk came into Ion's ears. Xiaojin, don't run, wait for me. The next moment, under Ion's blank gaze, in a puff of smoke rising not far away, Xiaojin rushed out with a whoosh and came quickly towards Ion's direction, and behind Xiaojin, Ying was chasing after him almost like a cannonball, and the speed of that petite and exquisite body burst out with pure brute force, almost instantly surpassing Xiaojin. Bullshit. Seeing that Xiaojin was about to be caught by Ying, Yan suddenly shouted. Listening to the familiar voice, Ying's movements were almost subconscious, which gave Xiaojin a chance to escape, and landed on Yan's shoulders panting. My father. Looking at Yan standing in front of her, Ying was stunned stunned for a moment, then subconsciously poked her chest with 2 fingers as if she didn't dare to look up. Looking at Ying's pitiful and lovely appearance, Yan couldn't help softening his voice and ask, "What are you doing?" Help Grandpa make soy sauce." Hearing this answer, Ian couldn't help crying and laughing. Immediately, Ian turned his head to look around and asked, "What about empty?" Ying heard the words and turned her head to look at the town behind. At this time, as the smoke in the town dissipated, I saw several houses collapsed in a mess, and Sara kept bowing and apologizing with an apologetic face. "What are you doing? Have you demolished the soy sauce shop with soy sauce?" "Father, I just saw Xiaojin flying by, and I subconsciously wanted to stop it. Who knew it was flying faster and faster, so I followed in a subconscious anxiety." As she spoke, Ying's mouth flattened unconsciously, and her eyes filled with tears, as if she had already suffered various harsh punishments from her father. However, before Yan could teach Ying a lesson deliberately, Ying, who almost perfectly inherited Ying's and Hancock's beauty, timid and helpless appearance, attracted solidarity. I saw that Jun directly blocked Ying behind and persuaded, "Okay, Ion, it was just an accident, and you can't do it with a 6 or 7-year-old kid. Be gentle." Seeing this, Lieutenant General He also stepped forward and said, "That's right, Lieutenant General Yan. There were no casualties this time, just some houses were damaged. I'll inform the logistics department to come over and repair it." After a pause, General Crane turned his head to look at Ying's eyes and could not help but light up slightly, and said, "At this age, with this physique, Ying's talent is much better than yours." "Not bad." Ian shook his head helplessly, but he knew how powerful Ying really was when he made a fuss without restraint. "I'm afraid that Golden Lion Shiji failed to destroy the great cause of Malinfando, and was achieved by Ying." However, in front of outsiders, Yan couldn't speak ill of Ying, so he could only turn to Ying and speak. "Ying, go and apologize to Sara first. I'll take care of the property compensation and so on, and then you can go home to me immediately." Ying's eyes blinked, and after casting a grateful look at Admiral Tsuru and Jun, she responded quickly, "Yes, my father." Immediately, watching Ying go away, Ian said, "Lieutenant General Crane, if you have any requirements, just say it directly. For the sake of justice, I try my best to be obliged." Lieutenant General Crane raised his eyelids and said, "Lieutenant General Ian misunderstood. What can I ask for? I just want to invite Lieutenant General Ian with me to meet some troublesome people in the naval port tomorrow. Otherwise, I am worried that my old bones will not be able to hold the scene." Military port. When Ian heard the words, he immediately reacted and asked, "Are the other 6 Kaiwilhei coming tomorrow?" Lieutenant General Crane said with a slightly surprised expression. "It seems that Lieutenant General Ion is not completely addicted to fishing and cannot extricate himself. He is still very familiar with the arrangement of naval affairs." However, Ion was almost immune to these words, but instinctively shied away. "As a member of the Navy, I am naturally willing to contribute, but Khorasan will arrive tomorrow. Logically speaking, I need to evade and avoid conflicts." "It's okay." Lieutenant General Crane shook his head and said, "Because of this, Lieutenant General Yan must be present. The Kaiwilhei is an organization set up to suppress the pirate forces. Therefore, Lieutenant General Yan, as a Navy hero, cannot convey the signal of fear to the outside world." Ion sighed helplessly and replied, "I see. I'll be there tomorrow." Lieutenant General Crane nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at Ion's dress of a fisherman and a cape, and reminded him, "Major General Ion, don't forget your image tomorrow." Yan. Watching Admiral Tsuru and Jun leave, Ion turned his head and asked Kim, who was standing on his shoulders, "Am I in a bad image now?" Undoubtedly. Ion heard praise and admiration from Xiaojin's cry, "Double snacks in the next half-month." Suddenly, Xiaojin's voice became more and more vigorous. Ion, on the other hand, was rubbing the stubble of his beard, thinking about the troubles of tomorrow. After all, what Admiral Crane and the Navy wanted was to use the power generated by the gathering of the Shivyukai to further show that the sea was still under the control of the world government and the Navy, and they didn't want the power of the Navy to be affected by the 7 seas. "It's too difficult. How many dramas do I have to temporarily play with Kaiwilhei?" 430 Chapter 430 The Collision of Domineering and Domineering. The next day, wearing a suit and looking like a gentle and decadent uncle, Ion stood beside Lieutenant General Crane, yawning from time to time. Lieutenant General Yan, did you sleep last night?" Lieutenant General Crane asked. Naturally, he wouldn't admit that Ian, who secretly made a phone call in the middle of the night yesterday, shook his head and answered listlessly, "No, I was just a little nervous about today's big event, so I lost sleep." At this moment, Navy Admiral Paul Salino walked over with a wretched expression and said, No, Lieutenant General Crane, young brother Yan is obviously overexhausting his energy, right?" Immediately, Bolsalino patted Ion's shoulder and said, "Brother Yan, you have to be restrained like this, otherwise what will you do when you are old?" Yan. Regarding this unprovoked slander, Ion cast a glance glance at Polisalino and said, "A purely theoretical speech." Polisalino's face suddenly stiffened. "Okay, General Polisalino, Lieutenant General Ion, the guests are here." Lieutenant General Crane interrupted. "Lieutenant General Ion, please come with me to welcome the guests. General Polisalino should also pay attention to possible unexpected events." "Do not worry." Polisalino sat down with a bum and naturally raised Erlang's legs, resting his chin in one hand. "But I believe Lieutenant General Ion alone can definitely solve the problem. It's too flattering. Those are big monsters, and General Polisalino remembers to save me at the critical moment." No, Lieutenant General Ion is also a real monster now, and penetrating Hades is simply unimaginable monster behavior. It's so terrifying that I can't believe it. If you really compare combat power, General Borsalino is the fastest man in the sea. Hearing the constant praise between Ion and Polisalino, Lieutenant General Crane could not help coughing heavily, and then walked towards the military port, and Ian reluctantly waved his hand towards Polisalino, and then he reluctantly cheered up and followed. Boom! A ferocious pirate ship with a shape similar to a mantis. The sharp ramming angle makes people feel chill subconsciously. The captain of the Don Quixote pirates, King Dressrosa, the holy crying mantis of the Virtual Circle organization, the King's Kaiwahe, Corazon. As Corazon, wearing a black feather coat, set foot on the land of the military port, he was followed by a group of terrifying family members. "It's such a nostalgic place, Marin Fando." Corazon took off his sunglasses and looked at the incomparably conspicuous Tianshao pavilion-shaped office building in the distance, and said with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Immediately, the trace of nostalgia disappeared quickly, and Corazon's eyes passed in the direction of Ion fiercely, and said meaningfully, "And this guy I remember very well, Ion." The next moment, Corazon's figure disappeared almost instantly. So fast. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 222. The speed that exploded at that moment, even Lieutenant General Crane, who had a peaceful expression on his face, was moved by it, and General Polisalino, who was clipping his nails with Erlang's legs crossed, also paused. "And cherry blossoms, I do not know when to float." A cold light that seemed to be able to cut through all obstacles suddenly bloomed in the military port. Boom! Under Lieutenant General Crane's eyes, he found that Corazon was holding an exaggerated huge sickle and slashing towards Ion with a grin. However, the scythe was blocked in mid-air by the tree cover formed by a large number of cherry blossoms. On the surface, he didn't seem to make any movements, just a little footsteps. Ion raised his eyes and glanced at Corazon, and said lightly, "I haven't seen you for so many years. Are you going to say hello in this way? It seems that you really forgot where this place is." The next moment, as Ion's voice fell, the large number of navies above the naval port who had been standing guard raised their guns and aimed at the Don Quixote family, and even several terrifyingly powerful cannons were aimed directly at Corazon's sea ship. "It seems that in just a moment the entire Don Quixote pirates can be buried here." Corazon glanced at the situation around him and asked in disdain, "What, is the Navy going to wipe out the world's allied nations?" Ion watched Corazon for a few breaths, then raised his hand. Immediately, the Navy who were on the defensive put their guns down one after another, and those terrifyingly powerful cannons also drooped down. Seeing this, Corazon laughed and mocked, "Ha ha ha, you have really grown after being held captive for almost a year, Ian, and I heard that you became a naval hero. Did you grow up after suffering humiliation?" For a while, Ion seemed to remember something, and while his face looked a little ugly, he asked word by word, "Are you going to provoke me, Corazon?" As the voice fell, a large swathe of cherry blossoms rose behind Ion like a wave, as if to drown the mocking clown in front of him at any time. "Ha ha ha ha." Seeing the change in Ion's expression, Corazon first laughed proudly. His voice suddenly stopped, and he said with a bit of grim expression, "That's right, let's fight, Ion. When I let you go, I just wanted to beat you upright and step on your feet and wash the Don Quixote family blood stained on your body. I don't mind the blood on my hands being a little richer." The next moment, two completely different terrifying auras erupted from Ion and Corazon. Boom! What? Domineering? Invisible fluctuations enveloped the entire naval port almost instantly, and a large number of Navy who lacked will only felt that their heads suffered a dull hammer. Their eyes turned white, and they fainted directly to the ground. But between Ion and Corazon, the black and red lightning generated by the domineering collision of the tyrannical colors is more and more exaggerated, and even faintly resembles Ion and Corazon. The two are used as the dividing line, and the entire military port is dyed in different colors. At this time, the collision between Ion and Corazon also attracted the attention of the entire Marinfondo powerhouse. Domineering? Corazon. Ian. The existence of domineering and domineering has a great relationship with the individual's will. Although not every strong person has domineering, it is not an unusually rare existence in the sea. But what many people people did not expect was that both Ion and Khorasan had the qualifications of king. However, Khorasan's older brother Doflamingo awakened the domineering at the age of 6 or 7, so it does not seem to be a strange thing for Khorasan to possess the domineering. As for ION 431 Chapter 431 conflict that breaks out at any time. In the high-rise residential area of the Navy within the Marin Fando, there was a flash of Itachi with a strange shape, and he looked in the direction of the military port. Null, huh? Ying, do you feel it too? Sara, who was sitting and flipping through a book called Introduction to Ocean Currents, turned his eyes and said. Ying pouted and said dissatisfiedly, my father lied to others while not allowing us to use the domineering arrogance while secretly using it. Sara said calmly, no way, adults don't keep their promises. Then I'll use it too. Before Ying could finish speaking, Hancock walked out of the room, glared at Ying, and shouted fine. Suddenly, Ying didn't dare to speak and continued to play with the new toys in her hands. Well, I found 2 new toys from Zyajin's castle that are similar in shape to the soul chopping blade on Ion's waist. And Hancock looked at Sara and Ying in front of him and said, Kong, Ying, don't forget that you promised your father's promise, and your father took the initiative to use this ability to pave the way for you to avoid too much unnecessary coveting and attention in the future. Understand? I see, mother. Ying said with a well-behaved look. Yes, and Hancock. Sara nodded. Hancock glanced at the heir and reminded, since the concubine agreed to Robin, then the concubine allows you to call you mother. Sara hesitated for a moment, then said, yes, mother. Hancock nodded, then glanced at it and went back to the house to start preparing. After all, Hancock is also one of the 7 Seas. At this time, the domineering arrogance of the overlord in the military port was still violently colliding, as if 2 kings with completely different positions and wills were fighting each other. The collision, it's still going on. What a terrifying aura. This level is definitely not as simple as just awakening the tyrannical domineering. Quick, I can't hold it anymore. Some of the admirals who were still clenching their teeth under the impact of the 2 domineering arrogance almost instinctively retreated and stayed away. Just like the battle between kings, the mere soldiers are not qualified to approach. Seeing that the battle between Ion and Khorasan was about to break out, a huge figure suddenly fell from the sky and landed in the center where Ion and Khorasan collided violently. King Salbei, Tyrant Shisabukai, Bartholomew Bear. In the shocked eyes of the admirals, the man with the elusive appearance stretched out his hands and patted in the direction of Khorasan and Ion respectively. Bang, bang. Obviously it was just the contact between the bear's paw-like flesh pad on the palm of the hand and the domineering look of the overlord, but it made a dull sound. Immediately after, the 2 fiercely colliding domineering arrogances were shot directly above by Bartholomew Bear. Seeing this, Khorasan said angrily with several blue veins on his forehead, Hey, Bear, what do you want to do, you bastard? This time is a meeting of Kaiwilhe, which involves the future direction of the sea. Please put peace first, Seong said slowly in a calm voice. Peace. Khorasan turned his eyes, swept around the already messy military port, spat, and said, it's none of my business. He. At this moment, a piercing bat-like laughter sounded, and the appearance of the ship was somewhat terrifying. No, it should be said that the whole ship was full of cute and terrifying Gothic-style ships. Moria's huge body turned into a black shadow and fell on the naval port, but the most eye-catching is the one holding a pink umbrella, holding a bear puppet in both hands, dressed like a Gothic princess, floating quietly on the shoulders of Mariah. Position girl, Shisabukai Moonlight Mariah, and his partner, the cute-looking Gothic Loli, whose virtual circle organization is codenamed Wolves. The girl also appeared. Khorasan, do you need my help? Mariah's sharp voice sounded unabashedly. Although I had the experience of fighting side by side with the Sakura Dragon, if it is to repay your kindness back then, I would be happy to make Sakura Dragon a zombie. Got it? In an instant, the expression of the admiral who was still awake in the naval port became a little stiff, and even Lieutenant General he frowned slightly, and his expression became solemn. For the first time, the meeting of all Kaiwilhe was called, and the situation was still developing in the worst direction. If Moonlight Mariah and Khorasan, the 2 members of the Virtual Circle organization, join forces, the terrifying combat power will be enough to cause trouble in Marin Vando. If they can't be suppressed as soon as possible, then not only will the Navy lose face, but this so-called Kaiwilhe meeting will become a joke of the sea. It's ridiculous. Who allowed you to show hostility to your concubine's husband? At this moment, with the sound of a series of high-heeled shoes colliding with the ground, Hancock's beautiful figure appeared on the other edge of the naval port, and without hesitation, he walked to Ion's side and stood firm, with a contemptuous attitude, said, the number of people in Kaiwilhe is obviously too many. It's better to turn mere men into stones. Ha ha ha, isn't it? Are you the so-called pirate queen? Khorasan's mouth full of clown makeup turned up contemptuously and said disdainfully, I also think that there are women in an organization organization like Kaiwilhe. It's too cheap. It's better to kill them before the first official meeting. Suddenly, Hancock's expression changed, and his body also revealed a domineering arrogance, and he said word by word, "What did you say, ugly guy?" For a time, the situation above the military port became more and more acute, and a real collision could occur at any time. In the top floor office of the Marin Van Do office building, the Warring States Marshal and Lieutenant General Garp were watching the situation from a distance. Warring States, it seems that Lieutenant General Yen may not be able to hold the scene. Lieutenant General Garp said carelessly, "That guy Paul Salino is not very reliable either, or let me go personally." "Need not." The Warring States Marshal's expression did not change in the slightest, and he said, "Ion, this bastard can penetrate the ancient weapon, Hades. It's definitely not that simple." After a pause, the Warring States Marshal couldn't help but bared his teeth and said dissatisfiedly, "I want to see how much this bastard hides in addition to the domineering he has never shown." Lieutenant General Garp pondered for a moment and asked, "If Lieutenant General Yen gets serious and accidentally kills one or two Shichibukai, will the meeting continue?" 432 Chapter 432 People who should not appear. The Warring States Marshal looked at Lieutenant General Garp with a surprised look, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly, and said, "No, not really." But when it came to the end, the voice of the Warring States Marshal gradually lost his confidence. "If it was rumored to have penetrated the terrifying destructive power of the ancient weapon Pluto, no matter how strong the Shichibukai were, if they were hit in the front, it would be perfectly reasonable to kill one or two on the spot. At that time, is the 7 Wilhei Conference still going to be held? After all, the original intention of the Navy was to use the huge prestige of the 7 pirates at the 7 Wilhei Conference to further suppress the wave of sea emperors in the New World Sea area. Or, if Yan directly kills one or two Kai Wilhei in Marin Vando, maybe the outside world will reinterpret the position of Kai Wilhei, but it will have the opposite effect. Well, you don't have to worry so much." Lieutenant General Garp looked at the rapidly changing expression of the Warring States Marshal and said with a big grin, "Those Kai Wilhei seem to be quite strong, and they are not members of the Virtual Circle organization, so it shouldn't be so easy to kill them, right? And even if they are killed, as long as they don't draw out that manipulative flame that can evaporate the sea monster, it's not a big deal." Suddenly, the expression of the Warring States Marshal became even more ugly. However, before the Warring States Marshal made an urgent decision, a deafening sound of thunder echoed in the sky, and the blue thunder light swept across the sky and exploded in an open space in the military port in an instant. At this moment, the arc in the air quickly spreads around in a circular arc, and some of the Navy's hair that had previously been unconscious under the impact of the domineering overlord turned into a weird explosive head almost instantly. In the dust mist, a dead fish-eyed man with a white turban on his upper body walked out step by step. The Thor pirates, the man who calls himself God, the Sea of Kibu, Anilu. Anilu's arrogant eyes swept across in front of him and then muttered something. Then, as usual, first test which human beings are qualified to look directly at the God and talk to the God. 223. With Anilu's finger pointing upwards, at the same time as the terrifying thunder sounded, a large electric current rose up in the blink of an eye, covering the entire military port in an instant. At this moment, it was as if from Anilu's finger, a thunder tree with a tree cover so huge that it could envelope the entire naval port in it grew. That the sound of electric current that made people tingle in the scalp continued to reverberate within the range of Marin Fando. Crackling. "Welcome to the test from God, fruit of thunder." Next moment, a large number of thunderbolts fell from the tree cover to everyone who was still standing above the naval port, and hundreds of admirals who were still awake bore the brunt. "Be careful," a major general who responded the fastest reminded loudly, but his face was slightly pale. "God ai Nilu, this guy is notoriously moody, and more importantly, his strength is simply beyond imagination. This is a man who controls the most terrifying thunder force of nature. I don't know, can I stand it?" Watching the lightning flashes that swept in quickly, the major general instinctively used the Navy 6 type iron nugget, and his armed arrogance was also entangled. However, just as the rear admiral was still waiting for the thunderous blow, a large sea of cherry blossoms suddenly rose into the sky from within the entire military port. Hundreds of terrifyingly powerful thunders were instantly engulfed by this endless sea of cherry blossoms, and even the dreaded thunder tree cover was blown away in the next moment. Are you too arrogant?" Yan's angry voice sounded immediately. He was usually gentle and lazy, and his face with a little stubble showed a terrible expression that people dared not look directly at. "This is Marin Fando, representing the place where justice stands in the sea. How can you allow you pirates to destroy wantonly?" The next moment, the countless cherry blossoms that rose up from the military port suddenly turned around, gathered behind Ion, and turned into a sea of cherry blossoms. It seems that it is just a piece of fragile and dreamy beautiful cherry blossoms, but the terrifying and desperate number seems to be able to bury everything in the world. The farce, it's almost time to end. If you don't even know your own status, then in the name of Tefemer Ion, perhaps this time the Kaiwilhe meeting can be announced at the military port. After a pause, Ion took off the glasses on his face, and the gentle and harmless eyes under the glasses suddenly seemed to make people tremble instinctively, and announced, "After all, it seems that compared to the seats in the Marin Vando conference room, the underwater prison is more suitable for you." The debris of the sea. The atmosphere above the military port suddenly tightened, and Lieutenant General Crane's brows were tightly wrinkled, and he wanted to say something, but he forcibly endured it. After all, the situation is so ION. There is no room to back down. With Ion's position as a Navy hero, he has no other choice on behalf of the Navy. Instead, each of these Kaiwilhe is too arrogant. I really think that the Navy must rely on their strength. Yet, on the contrary, Ion's performance was better than Lieutenant General Crane imagined, and he was much tougher. He didn't flinch at all, and he fully shouldered the responsibility of being a naval hero with the face of the Navy. At this point, Admiral Crane slowly took a few steps back, and his eyes gestured to the other admirals, as well as General Paul Salino, who stood up slowly not far away. "If necessary, assist Lieutenant General Yan to deal with these Shishibukai who ignore the majesty of the Navy." And just when the situation in the naval port gradually reached an extremely dangerous level, when all the navies were psychologically prepared for battle. Is it so lively? It seems that this so-called meeting is not as boring as I thought. A somewhat cold and arrogant voice, accompanied by a burst of sharp eyes, entered the ears of everyone in the military port. A very simple-looking raft also slowly floated to the edge of the naval port, carrying the world's strongest black sword. Yeah, and a man dressed in an aristocratic British style set foot on the land of Marin Vando. The world's greatest swordsman, Shishibukai, Eagle-Eye Mihawk. However, Mihawk's eyes swept towards everyone in front of him, but found that the other Kaiwilhe looked at him with a bit of surprise, as if he saw someone who shouldn't appear. 433 Chapter 433 My own people fuck their own people. Yan Mihawk, how could it be him? According to the accurate information, wasn't this guy the latest to set off in the Kaiwilhe? And he set off on a simple raft. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have arrived at Marin Vando so quickly. It's troublesome. For a while, Ion's originally terrifying eyes also became faintly dull. According to the original script, no plan, at this moment another Kaiwilhe should appear, and that Kaiwilhe will also be tasked with adjusting the atmosphere. After Seong's cooperation, the conflict was dissolved in a dangerous state, which prompted the 7 Wilhe conference to be held normally. In this way, it can not only perfectly show the vitality of the King Sia Kaiwilhe organization, but also fully reveal their rebelliousness as a big pirate. Let the King Sia Kaiwilhe organization act as a relatively independent third party, not completely inclined to the Navy to deal with pirates, but also to oppose the position of other pirates, so as to maintain the relatively stable situation of the sea today. After all, triangles are known to be relatively strong relationships. After all, with the growing power of the sea emperors in the waters of the New World, if they continue to develop the Navy, and the conflict between these sea emperors will become more and more acute, and it is likely that it will not be long before those sea emperors and the Navy will fight. In this case, the existence of the 7 Wilhe is just enough to avoid the occurrence of such a wave of conflict that may sweep the entire sea to a considerable extent. And this is what Ian wants to see, to keep the sea relatively peaceful, to continue to buy time for the Revolutionary Army and himself to develop, and to delay the arrival of the time when the war and conflict fully erupt. Besides, Ion thinks that he has fulfilled the request of Lieutenant General Crane by simply showing it like this. It's just, Mihawk's appearance completely disrupted all the original plans. Now that the atmosphere above the military port has reached a point where it is about to explode, the last Kaiwilhe who is in urgent need of a calm atmosphere has not appeared, but has scrambled into the world's largest swordsman. So, what's next? The eyes of the other 5 Kaiwilhe, while maintaining their original ferocity, vaguely contacted each other, subconsciously suspecting whether they had forgotten the script. So, what to do next? Are you going to fight my own people? Fuck my own people? Anilu secretly glanced at his most respected high priest, Lord Ion. Khorasan secretly glanced at his younger brother and sister Hancock, and Moria showed it to the bear, who was not much different in size from himself. A little troubled look. For a time, with the appearance of Mihawk, the atmosphere in the military port gradually solidified. Noticing the subtle change in the atmosphere, Admiral Crane couldn't help but cast his gaze towards Mihawk, murmuring with a hint of clarity on his face, "Is it jealous of the prestige of the world's largest swordsman?" So at the same time aroused jealousy on both sides, causing the situation to have such a subtle change that they dare not take action. And Mihawk Hawk has slowly removed the black knight from his back and stepped forward step by step with a fighting attitude. If you can enjoy the battle, this trip can be regarded as a grand event. My Hawk's fighting spirit gradually increased, especially when he looked in the direction of Ion. His eyes were particularly sharp. Yan disappeared in the sea in a low-key manner for 6 years, but my Hawk never forgot the gesture of Yan when he entered the final scene. White Emperor sword and the wonderful one knife is a billion knife strike. This chaotic battle that is about to start seems to be a good opportunity to see that blow. However, after my Hawk approached a certain distance, inexplicably felt something was wrong. As my Hawk kept approaching, it seemed to arouse the hostility of the 5 Shishibukai and Ion in front of him at the same time, and the faint gesture of shooting was aimed at my Hawk. This time, it was my Hawk's turn to look stiff. As a great swordsman, my Hawk has the purest fighting spirit, but that doesn't mean he is a reckless guy. One hit 6. Even if my Hawk bears the prestige of the world's greatest swordsman, he is not so arrogant. My Hawk, whose smile gradually disappeared, narrowed his eyes, stepped back half a step in the air, put on a defensive posture, and muttered, "Do these guys invariably want to solve me first? As a strong subconscious, do they feel my threat invisibly?" And just as the situation in the military port shifted in an increasingly unpredictable direction, a full-bodied voice suddenly sounded, "It's almost time for the pointless fussing to end, little ones." The next moment, Lieutenant General Garp smashed his steel-like body heavily beside Ion, folded his arms around his chest, and his eyes like copper bells showed his might. Lieutenant General Garp, who once hunted down One Piece Gol Roger all over the world, was carrying the strongest Navy and Navy hero at the same time. For a time, 2 Navy heroes, one old and one young, stood side by side as if they represented 2 completely different eras of the Navy and put pressure on the Kaiwilhei. Softened directly, still struggling. In addition to my Hawk's sharp eyes, the rest of Kibukai turned their attention to Lieutenant General Garp, Yen beside him, and Ion. At this moment he could hardly bear to pick up the scabbard and knock all the heads of these idiots in front of him. "So what are you looking at me neatly for? What to do? Will you be acting? Keep your eyes a little more rebellious, a little more fierce and irritable, and a little more evil and terrifying. Especially you, Mariah, a guy like you who looks like a villain at first glance. Can you look at me with a less confused expression? Moreover, you all look at me like this, under the eyes of all the people. How can I hint you? Is it to let me, in front of the entire Navy, make it clear what your next choice should be?" Humph. The next moment, Ion snorted coldly. Immediately, Yan turned his back to all the Kaiwilhei with a proud turn, and said with a bit of unwillingness, "For Lieutenant General Garp's sake, I'll let you go today, and next time you dare to be rude, you won't be so lucky. I will bury all of you in the endless cherry blossoms in the name of justice." After that, Ian moved his footsteps, and the Buddha cloak behind him slowly flew up, striding go outside the military port. 434 Chapter 434 7 Wilhei Conference. At this time, in the photos taken by the reporters from a distance through the camera phone bug, Ian's eyes were vaguely showing helplessness and forbearance, as if it was for the sake of the Navy and the sea. So during this conflict it was as if he had chosen to give in first. Coupled with Ion's middle-aged appearance with a little stubble, a feeling of sacrificing personal emotions for the overall situation can be said to arise spontaneously. With a glance out of the corner of his eyes, Ian also found the reporters who were excitedly taking pictures, and suddenly realized something. No, you can't create an overly positive image of a Navy hero. You have to feel a little discouraged by being beaten, so that I can be perfectly justified by indulging in fishing irrespective of my business in the future." Thinking of this, Ion's figure bowed slightly, and a feeling of helplessness was revealed, but his demeanor gradually showed a sense of gentleness, which made the word Buddha behind him a little bit more. Interpretation means, if there is no appearance of Lieutenant General Gar, perhaps Lieutenant General Ion has already done a thorough job with those Shishibukai. In this way, Lieutenant General Ion chooses to back down for the sake of the overall situation. I am afraid it will have a serious sense of defeat for Lieutenant General Ion. The reporters, who were arranged far away to ensure their safety, muttered in a low voice, but the filming action at hand did not stop at all, recording every detail of this major event of the 7 Wilhei Conference. At this time, the Kaiwilhei looked at the back of Yan's disappearing, and except for my Hawk, the other Kaiwilhei also reacted. First, Hancock glanced proudly at the other men. His eyes were full of contempt and disdain, and then he stepped forward with his slender legs, and his graceful waist quickly followed Ion's body. Beside Bear, on the other hand, put on his gloves in a taciturn manner, took the book in his hand, and walked in towards Maran Vando. As for Khorasan, he sneered a few words in the direction of Ion disdainfully and angrily, and then put away the scythe in his hand as if smug. While chatting with Moria next to him, he also moved towards Malinfan, went in many directions. "It's boring." Analu restrained restrain the thunder and lightning, took out an apple from nowhere and followed from a distance. Instead, Mihawk, this is the end. Mihawk was holding the strongest black sword, yeah, and inexplicably felt a sense of astonishment that a sword was slashed into the air. In the situation just now, haven't the two sides reached a stage where a big melee is about to break out? Why, it disappeared all of a sudden, until Analu's back disappeared into the military port. Mihawk still maintained the movement of holding the black knife, yeah. His sharp eyes were full of incomprehension. As a strong man who follows his own path, how can he give up his determination to fight so much? Bang! At this moment, Mihawk heard a violent explosion of water behind him. A wave of dozens of meters high suddenly exploded on the surface of the sea, and a crimson figure rode the wave out of it. The captain of the Sun Pirates, a member of the Virtual Circle organization, Shichibukai, the great hero Fisher Tiger. 224. For the harmony between man and nature, for the future of the Murlocs and the Mermen. Fisher Tiger, here I come. However, when Tiger's eyes turned, he found that the scene above the military port was a little different from what he expected. The great lord of the Void Circle did not predict that a brutal battle between the Navy and the Kaiwilhe would break out on the Marinfondo military port, but it was likely to become the fuse that detonated the total chaos of the sea. At that time, let alone human beings completely plunged into endless chaos and gunpowder smoke, even the Murlocs and Mermen will be seriously implicated. So let Tiger be sure to prevent the discovery of the source of all disasters in time at key nodes. It's just in the military port. What about people? Tiger's bold and cheerful expression froze, and as a hero who rode the waves, he almost slipped his feet and fell directly from the waves in the air. Boom! In the end, Tiger set foot on the military port of Marinfondo with a somewhat embarrassed attitude. Is this the big hero who was rumored to challenge Marinfondo and duel with the Kiabun 2 years ago? It seems a little disappointing. Mihawk murmured a comment, and while the sharp eyes were withdrawn from Tiger behind him, the black knife yet also put it back on his back and turned towards the direction where the rest of Kibukai left. What's the situation? At this point, Tiger still had a dazed expression, wondering if he had missed something. One day later, the latest newspapers were delivered to countless people under the transmission of countless newsbirds, and the news that the 7 Wilhei conference was going on as scheduled in Marinfondo also spread all over the sea. Holy Crying Mantis, Khorasan, Big Hero Tiger, Pirate Queen Hancock, Tyrant Bear, Hawkeye Mihawk, Thor Analu and Big Pirate Moonlight. The photo of Mariah was also typesetting and published board on it. The reputation of the King's 7 martial seas has been pushed to the top of the sea under the original reputation of these 7 people, so that the situation of the whole sea has also undergone invisible changes. Of course, as for the specific content of the 7 Wilhei conference, the newspaper did not record it in detail, only a brief summary. Shibukai had a cordial and friendly conversation at the meeting, fully exchanged opinions, and enhanced the understanding of all parties. The overall outcome of the meeting was beneficial. In fact, the 7 big pirates with completely different personalities and devious positions on the surface were gathered together, and the Navy did not dare to expect them to discuss things calmly. Moreover, if it wasn't for the presence of Lieutenant General Garp and the occasional presence of the Warring States Marshal during the meeting, the fight might have already started again. In particular, Khorasan, Mariah, and Tiger, 3 small groups that all belong to the Virtual Circle organization on the bright side, aroused the hostility of Hancock, Seong, and Analu, and there was a faint confrontation between them with the Virtual Circle organization's small group. As for the arrogant Mihawk, it's not that he doesn't want to choose one party to join in, but both sides seem to be rejecting him. In the end, the 7 Wilhei conference, which lasted for 3 days with difficulty, broke up unhappily. It's over, these guys, the Warring States Marshal said with a slight sigh of relief as he watched the direction of the Kaiwilhe's departure. 435 Chapter 435 Father and Son. These big pirates are more rebellious and tyrannical than imagined, and they also have a serious antagonistic relationship with each other. And Lieutenant General Crane on the side was holding fragrant tea and talking. There is good news and bad news. Good news, the Warring States Marshal asked casually. That is, these guys don't have the conditions to truly unite, and they won't really shake the foundation of peace in the sea like those sea emperors. After taking a sip of tea, Lieutenant General Crane said, even now, the Kaiwilhe has been split into 3 small groups. Conflicts are frequent, and there is no position of interests that can unite them, so the threat is not great. The Warring States Marshal nodded somewhat absent-mindedly, and then asked, what's the bad news? That is, it is almost impossible to really use the power of these Kaiwilhe to fight against those sea emperors in the New World Sea area. Admiral Crane commented slowly. They each have their own selfish goals, and it is impossible for them to go all out because of the justice of the sea and the orders of the world government. Therefore, they can only count on on their reputations to calm the situation in the sea. But power basically can't have any expectations. The Warring States Marshal pondered for a while, nodded slowly in agreement, and let out a helpless sigh. Now the clear-minded Marshal of the Warring States period even understands that it is the same with his daughter-in-law Pirate Queen Boya Hancock. During the few days that Hancock was temporarily living in Marin Vando, during the brief contact and communication with Hancock, the Warring States Marshal was able to clearly judge that Hancock had a strong influence on the world government under the subtle temptation, malice. Moreover, Hancock's arrogant, willful, domineering and other characters are prone to various accidents once he participates in naval operations. But fortunately, the Warring States Marshal can still judge one thing, that is, Hancock's love for the bastard Ion is really to the point of obedience, even disregarding his position. So, as long as Ion's stance doesn't change, Hancock won't be completely on the opposite side of the Navy. In addition to this, what made Marshal the Warring States period especially uncomfortable these days was his other adopted son, Khorasan. Khorasan is really completely different from the past. Have you been completely submerged in the power of the Virtual Circle organization? Khorasan, in the eyes of the Warring States Marshal, flashed a few complexities, and his eyes could not help but stare at the pirate ship of Khorasan, who was about to disappear in the sea and the sky. In the past few days, the Warring States Marshal did not have direct communication with Khorasan, and in the occasional eye contact, Khorasan's eyes did not change in the slightest. "I'm sorry, my father." On the Don Quixote pirate ship, which looks like a praying mantis, Khorasan, who is actually very soft in his heart, has already cried into a tearful man, rubbing his eyes with tears as he looks at the soon-to-be invisible Marine headquarters Marine Fando. "I'm really sorry for going in a direction that is inconsistent with the path you expected. I can't repay your kindness in my life. It's just for the future of the sea, for true justice. Forgive me, my father. After everything is over, I will definitely apologize to you, ask for your forgiveness and repay your kindness." However, under the power of Silence Fruit, all the voices made by Khorasan were cut off, and all the officials of the Don Quixote family could see was Khorasan's domineering and reliable back in a black feather coat. "Khorasan, that idiot. It's probably going to be hard now, right?" On the sea on the other side of Marin Fando, Ya is sitting quietly on a boat and fishing, and sensed the departure of Khorasan and the others through seeing the domineering, and couldn't help but feel a little sigh. Choo choo choo. Listening to Ion's self-talk, the little blonde made a few doubtful voices. Ian touched Zyajin's head and said, "You're just a bird. Don't understand some things too deeply, or you will have more troubles." In the past few days, Yan did not appear in the so-called Shivyukai conference. Instead, it seemed that he had been hit to a certain extent. As soon as he went to work, he went out to fish on time. No, fishing. Beauty calls its name, avoid conflict. Of course, the actual reason is naturally because Yen, an upright gentleman, doesn't want to act, and Yen doesn't want to see parting scenes. As soon as the 7 Wuhei conference ends, the short reunion will also usher in parting. See you next time. Maybe you need to use years as the unit of measurement, and even Hancock has already set off to return to Nine Snake Island. After all, Hancock also bears the responsibility of the Nine Snakes Emperor, and with Hancock's position as a pirate, Marin Vando is not suitable for Hancock to live for a long time. To this end, Ian sucked in a breath of cold air, only to feel a dull pain in his lower back. It's probably just fishing and sitting for too long during this time, Ian murmured, guessing. However, in the days to come, it will probably be pure-hearted. Hancock needs to return to Nine Snake Island to fulfill his responsibilities as the Emperor, and Robin has re-engaged in the study of history in Nine Snake Island. Even Baby 5 it has also begun to step into the right track of weapon and material development. No, I have few desires. Why am I mentioning Baby 5? I should just be a little regretful that I don't have the company of the little maid. Baby 5, right, that's it. It's just that with my current situation, it doesn't make much sense to let Baby 5 continue as the last protection as in the past. And now Baby 5 has gradually become obsessed with weapons research. I hope she can really find her own interests and dreams from it, instead of just hoping that she can be needed as in the past so as to feel the meaning of her existence. Speaking of this, Ian couldn't help feeling a little sigh, touched the stubble of his beard, and muttered. Unconsciously, both Sarah and Ying and Baby 5 seem to have grown up a lot, especially Sarah and Ying's age. It's time for them to receive serious education. Ion was catching fish while planning the future little by little. However, what Ion didn't know was that after Hancock left Marine Fando, Ying, who was temporarily unattended, took out 2 new toys that he usually hid from the room. Empty. Come, you have one. I have one. Ying handed one of the new toys to Sarah's hands, and then imitated Hancock's posture, with one hand on his hips and his little head raised slightly, and said, "Lord, Mother has finally left. Let's go on an adventure." 436 Chapter 436 The Great Adventure of Marin Vando. Not so good. It's time to come back soon, father. Sara tried hard to persuade Ying to give up her original idea. And if you really need to pay compensation for any damage to a building, Hancock's mother is not there, and his father does not have much Bailey. This. Ying bit her thumb lightly, obviously thinking of this question too. Father, poor. After all, my mother still has a kingdom, but my father, as a poor navvy who likes to fish, has only a bird like Xiao Jin besides his two mothers. Other than that, there's really nothing left. According to my father's self-description, he is just a part-time worker in the Navy, and his monthly salary is fixed just a little bit. So far, Ying has not forgotten what Robin's mother told about the past. In the past, when he and Sara were just born, they had been unintentionally releasing overlords, domineering, destroying many buildings and causing a large number of civilians to fall into a coma. Astronomical compensation. For this reason, the father, who was unable to repay, could only temporarily leave his naval duties and take them to hide in a deserted island in the windless belt to avoid debts for 6 years. And it seems to be to avoid unnecessary compensation. In Ying and Sara's memory, the most common warning father gave to them was, do not use overlords domineering easily and do not disclose to anyone the relationship between you and your family during the evacuation period. Any information. This is also the reason why Ying suddenly panicked when he saw Ying when he destroyed several buildings in order to chase Xiao Jin in the town. After all, his fishing father is so poor, and if he needs to pay compensation for the destruction of those buildings, the fixed salary of his father is probably not enough, right? Thinking of this, Ying's eyes showed a bit of poverty and bitterness, and she felt a bit helpless for her family. Although Grandpa said that he could tell him anything within Malinfando, but my father is only a laborer in the Navy, so is my grandfather probably the same. I just don't know how much my grandfather's marshal position can get. Is it enough to compensate a few small buildings? But so boring, Sara. Ying looked unnerved, and even her shiny hair seemed to have dimmed. Father and grandfather have to go to work and can't stay at home. Mother also needs to return to Nine Snake Island to deal with things. No one will play with us, not even interesting little animals. Seeing Ying's dejected appearance, Sara hesitated for a moment, then sighed, put the book in his hand aside and said, well, let's go out for a walk, but you can't be willful, you must follow me. Ying suddenly let out a cheer, and her beautiful eyes narrowed into a slit. Okay, thank you bro. After a pause, Ying did not forget to stuff the new toy that was taller than Kong Yuing's height into Kong's arms and said, Sara, let's take this with us too. Sara said with some difficulty, picking up the heavy sword that was a hindrance to him. Ying, don't take these things out, right? I don't think it's too much of a hindrance, and we won't be able to use them. Ying dragged the knife easily with one hand and walked 2 steps with one hand on her waist and said, but Sara, don't you think it looks very handsome? Also, my father doesn't usually use it, but he always carries a knife by his side. Sara shook his head helplessly and could only wrap his arms around the knife with difficulty and lead Ying out of the house. Although Sara and Ying had also gone out to make soy sauce in a nearby town before, and were also led by the warring states for a walk nearby, it was clear that the adventure Ying was looking forward to was not such a close-up outing. Over there, Kong, go faster. Wow, a lot of navy, and looks much stronger than my father. Ying easily dragged the knife with one hand and dragged Sara with the other to explore the unfamiliar area. Her big eyes were full of novelties, and she didn't notice Sara's breathlessness. Sweat profusely. 225. After all, Sara is only a 6-year-old child. Apart from being relatively outstanding in terms of self-healing ability and immunity, Sara is not too far behind ordinary peers, far from the exaggerated degree of Ying. In particular, Sara had to hold the knife that was quite heavy for him in one hand, which made Sara exhausted in just a few moments. It's just that Kong didn't dare to let go at all, for fear that if he let go, his younger sister wouldn't know where to go. Slow down, Ying, Sara said with difficulty. Naturally, the surrounding navy has long noticed the outstanding appearance of Sara and Ying, but those two are the children of Lieutenant General Ying Long, the rumored Navy hero. Right. Looks so cute. I heard that the Marshal of the Warring States period is also quite fond of them. Recently, I take time to go back to look after them every day. While the Navy talked in a low voice, naturally they would not be ignorant to block Sara and Ying, who had a rather terrifying background. This also leads to, wow, what are these uncles standing neatly for? Ying pulled Kong to the front of a group of navies who were training their military postures and looked at the motionless uncle in front of him doubtfully. Is it a sculpture? Then, Ying picked up the scabbard in his hand and stabbed the uncle navy in front of him. Ow! A slightly sharp cry of pain subconsciously emanated from the mouth of the naval uncle, who was suddenly attacked. Frightened, Ying quickly pulled Sara to flee the scene. Next to a group of navy who were training their arms and kept lifting the barbell back and forth, they pulled Ying Ying, who was passing by, to a stop, full of doubts in their eyes. What are they doing? The Navy, who was training Armstrong, found that Sarah and Ying's attention became even more diligent for a while, trying to get the little eyes that were admired by the children of Navy hero Lieutenant General Ying Long, especially Ying, who tilted her head slightly and had a princess-cut hairstyle. Her slightly puzzled and confused eyes captured the eyes of these navies in an instant. So cute, hoo-ha. But seeing the scene in front of the Navy, who are constantly sweating passionately against the piece of barbell that is several times larger than himself, Ying's eyes are even more puzzled. Then, with small steps, Ying walked to a place where a bunch of barbells were scattered on one side and reached out to touch the barbells that were several times larger than her own. Be careful. The Navy closest to Ying saw this and subconsciously reminded him. 437 Chapter 437 Peaceful Marin Vando. The next moment the remaining voice of the Navy was completely stuck in his throat, and the rest of the Navy, who secretly cast their eyes towards Ying, also froze. Their eyes straightened, watching in disbelief the scene in front of you. I saw Ying's incomparably white and tender little hand move to the edge of the barbell, and then the barbell, which was extremely heavy for these muscular Navy, was picked up like a green onion. Even Ying's palm shook, and the extremely exaggerated weight of the barbell also swayed. It's not heavy at all, Ying murmured in a low voice, her big eyes filled with small doubts, and then she asked in a milky voice towards the muscular Navy who had completely froze in front of her. So, did you guys just play Gia over the house? Boom. A muscular Navy's knees went weak, and he fell to his knees weakly under the weight of the barbell, thumping the ground in pain, muttering, I'm not even better than a 6-year-old girl. What the hell am I doing? I've been training my physique for more than 10 years. Is it just a joke? I still want to maintain justice like this. No. Impossible. Ho ho ho. A series of hoarse laughter that was played badly came from the throat of the Navy, and even tears continued to overflow from the corners of his eyes. While the rest of the Navy were not so exaggerated, their dejected faces were full of autism, and they only felt that the barbell in their hands was getting heavier and more ironic. Ying noticed the change in the atmosphere and asked Sarah, who was leaning over panting in a puzzled way, what happened to them? After a pause, before waiting to think about how to explain, Ying seemed to have reacted and said, I understand. They should be like Sarah. They have been frail and sick since childhood, so they are not suitable for sports. Tisk, what a pity. In the end, Ying's milky voice with a hint of pity passed into the ears of these Navy, as if it was the last blow that completely destroyed their self-esteem. Actually, to be despised by a little girl. It turns out that our muscles are not suitable for exercise. Woo woo woo. After waiting for Kong to quickly pull Ying to flee the scene to avoid causing damage to these navies 3 times, the officer who left temporarily to go to the toilet and came back suddenly found the scene. Something was not right. Those subordinates who were brave and sturdy in the past advocated muscular strength and always exercised their physique to maintain justice. At this moment he was either squatting on the ground and sluggishly drawing circles, or he was hugging each other and crying. Sir, for a time the huge Marin Fando almost caused chaos after chaos wherever Ying, who was full of curiosity and relatively lacking common sense, passed by, and the Navy, who knew the background of Kong and Ying, either dared to be angry and did not dare to speak, or fell into complete autism. This also led to the successful conclusion of the 7 Wuhei Conference, and the senior naval officers who were gathering in the Warring States office for tea and chatting for a short period of laziness had no idea that half of Marin Fando had fallen into chaos. The next sea probably will be able to calm down for some days, right? The Warring States Marshal said with a rare look of comfort on his face. Shut up, Lieutenant General Crane, drinking tea. Kaza. Lieutenant General Garb, who was eating senbei. General Paul Salino trimmed his nails. Snoring General Kuzan. When the Warring States Marshal saw this, he did not reprimand these lazy behaviors as in the past. Instead, he leaned back on the chair, shifted his gaze, looked at the large number of seagulls circling in the air outside the window, and muttered, Marin Fando, who represents justice, will always stand above the sea. But how come there seem to be so many seagulls hovering in the air today? A trace of doubt flashed in the mind of the Warring States Marshal, but he did not go deep into the seemingly trivial matter. At the same time, Ying Zheng pouted and shouted at the seagulls in the sky dissatisfied. Hey, you idiots, come down. I can't fly yet. Damn, come and play together. Shiratori, I promise I won't bake you guys. Come down quickly. Looking at Ying's angry and cute expression, Sarah reluctantly reminded Ying, that's not called Shiratori. The correct name is seagull. Seagulls. No wonder you owe so much beating. Ying stomped her little feet and said unwillingly, it's all my father's fault for not allowing me to use Overlord's arrogance. Otherwise, why would there be animals who wouldn't want to play with me? Sarah explained patiently. Ying, those animals in the past didn't run away when they saw you, not because they were willing, but because they were determined. deterred by the overlord's arrogance, so they didn't dare to move. Is it different? Ying asked. Is it the same? Sara was also a little puzzled. Ying pouted her mouth and said in a milky voice, the reason why they dare not move under the deterrence of overlord's domineering arrogance, doesn't it mean that they are surrendering? Since they surrender, it naturally means they are willing. Sara's mouth twitched slightly, and he didn't know how to refute for a while. And Ying's interest in seagulls came and went quickly. Before a moment's effort, Ying's eyes in the other direction lit up slightly. It's that ant. And hearing Ying's voice, Sara also turned to look in that direction, and a somewhat familiar figure came into view. It was that person, the Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit Jun, who had followed his grandfather in the military port to welcome his father back to Marinfondo. Let's go, Sara. That ant is a good person. Let's go say hello. Immediately, Ying hurriedly pulled Sara and ran towards Lieutenant General Jun, who was explaining kendo at the Naval Academy training ground not far away. As one of the few great swordsmen in the Navy, Vice Admiral Jun was invited to teach kendo to the latest generation of students at the Naval Academy today. What is kendo? Jun, who was both heroic and charming, swept his eyes sharply and said, this question, I can't answer you directly unless it reaches a height where you can see the whole picture of kendo from a bird's eye view. Otherwise this is a question that will never have a standard answer. The reason why I came here today is not to give you some useless theoretical knowledge. There are many ways to have the power to maintain justice, and kendo is one of them. So what I want to do is to let you see the scenery of kendo. 438 Chapter 438 The Knife of Milk Fragrance. Hearing these words, Ying, who had just dragged Sara into the Naval Academy and approached the periphery of the training ground, stopped and looked at Jun's Jin Chen Yubeo with curiosity in his eyes. Kendo, what is that? However, this ant also holds a toy in her hand. Is it the usage of this handsome toy in her hand? At this time, Jun also noticed the appearance of Sara and Ying, but did not stop for it. After all, what Jun intends to show next is not some naval secret skills similar to the 6th naval style, so even if there are two unexpected small audiences, Jun does not care too much. Not to mention, Sara and Ying are still Ion's children. Slowly, Jun did not draw the knife from his waist as in the past, but put the golden Chen Hui pen in front of him so that all the naval school cadets could clearly see every movement and detail. This is the ultimate knife. One knife flow. Chen Ao is extremely windy. The next moment, with a flash of golden light in Jun's hand, Jin Chen smashed his heart out from above the sky. A huge golden slash that seemed to be formed by countless flying slashes swept across the sky above the naval school, and even briefly reflected the entire training ground into a bright golden color. All the students only felt that their eyes were blurred, and when they regained their sight and looked towards the sky, they suddenly found that the sky was split. Is this the kendo according to Lieutenant General Peach Rabbit? What a shock. As expected of the strongest female swordsman in the Navy who once participated in the crusade against the ancient weapon Hades, the students of the Naval Academy in this issue looked at Jun, who was slowly closing the sword in the center of the training ground, and their eyes could not help showing full of reverence and yearning. And Jun's eyes swept the circle below and said slowly, you have probably seen my sword just now, right? Generally speaking, one of the criteria for being a swordsman in the sea is to cut out a flying slash. The knife just now is the simplest but also the purest way to cut the flying slash. If any of you plan to walk on the road of kendo, then I hope the knife just now can give you some help. Jun opened his mouth to teach the students of this naval school, and Ying's eyes in the corner were shining brightly. How handsome. So, is this the way of kendo? Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 226. Just now, how did this ant hold the knife? However, the knife that Ying was dragging on the ground was almost taller than her entire body, far exceeding the length of Ying's own arm. Seeing this, Sara asked, Fluorescent, what are you going to do? No, nothing, Ying replied in a milky voice, while simply poking the entire knife and the scabbard towards the ground. Boom! A loud noise spread throughout the training ground, and the surrounding naval school students and Jun in the center of the training ground subconsciously looked in that direction. But soon, some students at the Naval Academy couldn't help but secretly laugh. After all, now Yingna poked most of the whole knife into the ground, and then stood on tiptoe and drew the knife awkwardly, which is both cute and ridiculous. This little girl is too cute, right? Where did you get a toy knife and ran to the training ground? Can her little arm really draw that kind of long knife? SHH. Those two seem to be the children of Lieutenant General Ying Long. Jun, who was standing in the center of the training ground, hesitated for a moment and was about to go down to take Sara and Ying away first. When he just lifted his footsteps, he looked in Ying's direction for a moment, and the rest of the Naval Academy students were also stunned. Eyes have been. At this time, Ying, who pulled out the knife with difficulty, recalled every detail of Jun's actions just now, and inexplicably caught that wonderful feeling. This is Ying's milky voice sounded. milky knife. Boom. As the tip of the knife swiped through the air, a surging white flying slash drowned towards the group of naval school students in front of him with a turbulent momentum. Naval school students. At that moment, the faces of the Naval Academy students who had no time to react turned completely pale with a swoosh, and they didn't have time to hide. Perhaps, to be more precise, with the strength of these naval school students, this exaggerated flying slash cannot be avoided at all. Oops. Shocked by Yu Ying's sudden blow, Jun's beautiful eyes trembled, and when her figure suddenly swept forward, it was a little too late. Ying. It's not too far from those Naval Academy students. No matter how good Jun is at speed, there's going to be a big accident. Just as Jun's heart was burning with impatience and seeing the imminent casualties, a tall figure suddenly blocked in front of those students. Boom. The white flying slash exploded, and the aftermath spread in all directions, causing a huge strong wind in the training ground. Ha 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 ha. The next moment, a hearty voice came out, and the tall figure blocking all the students gradually became clear. The former Admiral of the Navy and the current Chief Instructor of the Naval Academy. Black wrist, Zifa, eye-catching short purple hair, revealing strong facial features, bronze skin, and muscles like steel. The word justice on the cloak on the back keeps flying against the aftermath. However, even this man who was just standing like an iron wall did not feel that daunting oppression. Instead, there was a unique kind of gentleness and cheerfulness in his expression, which made people subconsciously approach Teacher Zifa. Seeing this, Jun couldn't help sighing in relief, walked to Zifa's side and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Zifa, there was such an accident." "It's okay, since as a reserve in the Navy, accidents are always unavoidable, and this kind of tempering effect is even better." After a pause, Zifa looked in Ying's direction and said, "However, I don't recall such a young student being recruited to the Naval Academy." Hug. "I'm sorry, Teacher Zifa," Jun quickly explained. "They are called Sara and Ying. They are Lieutenant General Ion's two children. They may have accidentally broken into the Naval Academy because of their playfulness." "The child of Lieutenant General Ion? Is that the grandson of the Warring States period?" Hearing this, Zifa couldn't help showing a smile on his face. He was about to turn his head to praise the wonderful blow of Ying's just now, but his eyes were instantly attracted by the knife in Ying's hand. That is, Zifa's smile gradually disappeared, and he muttered, "Famous sword, Sakura 10. 439 Chapter 439 Chase." And also, Zifa's eyes immediately fell on Sara standing beside Ying, staring at the knife that Sara was holding in his arms with some difficulty. Even though the scabbard was only the most common standard scabbard, Zifa instantly recognized its name from the exposed hilt. Famous sword Deadwood. Jun, who was standing beside Zifa, was stunned for a moment. "What? Famous sword? Withered wood? Famous sword? Sakuraju? Isn't that the two famous swords held by the great pirate Golden Lion Shiki?" After a pause, Jun asked in disbelief. "The Golden Lion Shiki, after escaping from the undersea prison, he took those two famous knives with him, right? Mr. Zifa, do you admit your mistake?" Zifa shook his head and said with certainty, "Maybe I'll admit the mistake of other famous knives, but I have a deep memory of these two famous knives that cut into my body back then." Immediately, Zifa strode in front of Sara and Ying and asked seriously, "Little guy, where did you get the famous sword Deadwood and famous sword Sakuraju? Who are you?" "Why should I tell you?" Ying Nui asked in a milky voice. Zifa rubbed his face vigorously and said with difficulty, pulling out a smile, "My name is Zifa, the current chief instructor of this naval school and a good friend of your grandfather." At this time, Sara also realized that the toy in his and Ying's hands might have caused some trouble. Immediately, Sara tugged Ying's hand obscurely and then said actively, "You can ask Grandpa about this question." "Huh? Is the Warring States clear?" Zifa asked. "That's right." Ying also quickly reacted, sticking out his tongue lightly, and then said, "Grandpa knows it best. Let's go. Ask Grandpa to go." Immediately afterwards, Ying aimed at the scabbard of the famous sword Sakura 10 for a while. After finally retracting the famous sword Sakura 10 back into the scabbard, she tore off her empty clothes and said in a milky voice, "Brother, Wu, I'm a little sleepy. Let's go home first." "Well, let's go, Ying." Sara nodded and naturally pulled Ying to go outside the Naval Academy. However, before Sara and Ying took a few steps, Zifa's sturdy body stood in front of them, said, "Kong, Ying, why don't I take you to find Grandpa?" In an instant, Sara Ying's expression froze. Immediately, just when Zifa thought that these two children, who seemed to be only 6 or 7 years old, would be obedient, boom! Along with a small crack in the ground, Ying hugged Sara with both hands and skillfully fled the scene at a fast speed. So fast. No, this is pure physical brute force. Both Zifa and Jun were stunned for a moment, and then they turned their eyes to see Sara and Ying, who had already run to the edge of the Naval Academy in a short period of time. Interesting. The next moment, Zifa's figure moved, and his footsteps stepped on the spot almost 100 times in an instant. Navy 6 shave. Zifa's sturdy figure disappeared almost almost instantly and chased in the direction of Sara and Ying at a very fast speed. Teacher Zifa, be careful not to hurt them. Seeing this, Jun couldn't help but reminded loudly, do not worry. At the same time that Zifa's voice faintly came back, the figure had disappeared at the edge of the naval school, swept away towards Kong and Ying. Sara, who was hugged by Ying in his arms and ran all the way, turned his head and saw Zifa's fast approaching figure and couldn't help reminding him, Ying, that guy is catching up. What? Ying turned her head and glanced at it, and the speed suddenly accelerated again, almost swept forward like an afterimage. Are these two little guys going to play hide and seek? Seeing this, Zifa muttered playfully, and the speed quickly accelerated again, bringing the textbook-style Navy 6 shave speed to the limit. However, to Zifa's surprise, Ying Mingming did not use any skills, but in addition to the fast speed, the petite body was extremely flexible, especially when entering the street area. Ying, holding Sara, is almost like a swimming fish, constantly turning back and forth in the house. Several times, when Zifa was about to be able to touch Ying, all of them were shaken by Ying. As the chasing battle continued, Zifa, who had a bit of an entertainment mentality, felt that his face was gradually lost. In particular, this chase has been noticed and puzzled by a large number of navies. As the chief instructor of the Naval Academy, he has trained countless naval officers, and even the man who is currently the three major generals. Zifa can't help but feel a little embarrassed and angry, seeing that Ying once again took advantage of her petite height and got into a house through the window to avoid Zifa's pursuit. This time, Zifa didn't choose to go around the front of the house, but directly crashed into the house with that steel-like body. Ying, stop for me. Listening to the roar behind her, Ying not only did not slow down, but instead Sayazi got into the window of another house. Boom boom boom. For a while, the sound of the house collapsing sounded from time to time in Marin Fando, and it was getting louder and louder. In the Admiral's office on the top floor of the Naval Office building, there is still a laid-back atmosphere. Lieutenant General Crane, add another cup of tea. Zayahi, I want to. In the voice of General Paul Salino trimming his nails and humming a little tune, the Sengoku Marshal and General Tsuru were discussing the tea ceremony in a low voice. As for Lieutenant General Garb, he directly drank the small cup of tea cow and moistened his dry throat after eating the senbei. He suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, Warring States, you don't make all of your senbei yourself, do you? The Marshal of the Warring States period, who was still discussing the tea ceremony with Admiral Crane in a dignified manner, froze slightly and said with a hint of panic, nonsense, this is a slander. As a naval marshal, how could I have time to study such meaningless things? Lieutenant General Garp put a senbei into his mouth again and said, really? Of course, where did the rumors come from? The Warring States Marshal asked decisively. Lieutenant General Garp replied with a relaxed expression, oh, Lieutenant General Ion told me. Suddenly, the expression of the Warring States Marshal couldn't help but twitch slightly. Just when he was about to say something, he suddenly heard some noisy voices. Huh? Did you hear something? What sound? Lieutenant General Garp asked vaguely while biting the senbei and making a click. It's like the sound of a house collapsing. While muttering, the Marshal of the Warring States walked in the direction of the vague voice. The next moment, Marshal Warring States looked at the picture outside the soundproof window. His mouth slowly opened, and the teacup in his hand fell directly to the ground. 440 Chapter 440 These two knives are familiar. Marin Fando was captured. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction all rights reserved. 227 This is the first reaction of the Warring States Marshal. Looking out of the office window in the past, all you can see are neatly arranged houses, an orderly navy and a solemn and mighty atmosphere. This is the headquarters of the Navy, representing Marine Fando, where the Justice of the Sea is located. However, now, the houses collapsed in pieces, wisps of black smoke rose, and there were already faint signs of ruins. 2. What happened? The Warring States Marshal's eyes were slightly dull, and he muttered. The next moment, another house collapsed, and two figures came out one after the other. Sara and Ying, and Zifa. As dusk gradually fell, Ion, who had returned with a full load, got off the boat humming a tune and headed back towards the courtyard. It was another day of paid fishing, and Ion was in a pretty good mood. But soon, Ion's footsteps could not help but stop, and his eyes were turned to the side of the collapsed houses. What happened? Was there a pirate attack? Ion's eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and his movements became more cautious. It's just that even if Ion was out fishing, the phone bug was always with him. Now that there is a pirate attack, it is impossible to receive support orders. Immediately, Ion's eyes swept away towards the landmark building that was being dealt with in the center of Marin Vandu, still intact. In this way, the problem should not be big, not an enemy attack. Since it wasn't a pirate attack, then there must be some accident. It wasn't the explosion of the entire base. It's not a big problem. I'll get off work as usual. After all, I've been tired for a day today. Go back and rest. Ian murmured, his hands in the pockets of his beach pants, and he continued to walk leisurely towards the home. After all, among the Marin Fando who just ended the 7 Wilhei conference, the high-end combat power is simply terrifying, except for the most dedicated Admiral Akainu Sakaski, who hurriedly returned to the G1 base in the waters of the New World. The other 2 admirals stayed in Marin Vando and did not go out, let alone Karp will also be among the Marin Vando. Even if something really happened, Ian reckoned that he would have little chance to take action. Kong, Ying, I'm back. As Ian spoke, he opened the door, and his movements froze suddenly. The Warring States Marshal, Lieutenant General Crane, Lieutenant General Garp, General Kuzan, General Palsolino, and even the Chief Instructor Zifa, who had not been involved in affairs for a long time, all sat in the living room and brushed together. Shudi glanced at Yan. Well, sorry, I went to the wrong house, Ian said, a little stunned, then took a few steps back and looked at the surrounding environment. Yes, this is my garden. Squeak. The door was slowly pushed open, and Ian walked in with a twitchy expression on his face, asking in an unnatural tone, when did you guys agree to hold a banquet here with me? Yan, don't get me wrong, I just know there's a good show to watch here, so come and take a look. Palsolino, with Erlang's legs crossed, said with a half smile. Immediately, Kuzan also raised his hand and said lazily, me too. Go to a play. Immediately, as Palsolino and Kuzan made their first statement, Yan's heart became a little wary, and he quickly passed through the possible flaws in his mind. Shouldn't be. What went wrong? It should have been arranged. Just at this moment, the Warring States Marshal, who was sitting in the middle of the living room, suddenly slapped the table and shouted, Yan, are you still hiding from me now? Yan's heart sank and he sighed slightly. It seems, has something really been discovered? Obviously, I want to do as much as possible as the old man wants, and wait for him to retire in the position and identity of the Navy. However, even if this extreme situation is completely out of Ion's plan, Ion is not unprepared for the worst. After all, the reason why Ion dared to return to Marin Vando was because he was already confident that he could escape from Marin Vando. Ion today is not as frail as he was when he was 16 years old. The next moment, Yan's expression completely calmed down and asked, Kong, what about Ying? The Warring States Marshal still said with a furious expression, they have been temporarily locked up. After all, they are still young, and they are not responsible for this kind of thing. So that's what you think, old man? Ian nodded and said immediately, but I'm sorry, Sara and Ying, I won't let them continue to stay in Malin Fanduo. In this case, it's too dangerous after all. Suddenly, the expression of the Warring States Marshal became more and more ugly, and even the whole person suddenly stood up from the sofa and glared at Yan. Do you think I'll allow you to do this? Oh, Ian chuckled and said, old man, do you think you can stop me? Right at this moment, General Crane stood up quickly, circling the field. No, Lieutenant General Ion, Ying didn't do it on purpose. Even if hundreds of houses collapsed because of her, it's enough to educate her slowly in the future. There's no need to send her directly away from Marin Fando. Yan. Hearing this, Ion's hand that was secretly placed on the soul chopping blade froze slightly, but his expression did not change in the slightest. And many more. Fire caused hundreds of houses to collapse. That is to say, the ruins that I just saw when I passed by Marin Fando were Yingan. That's it. Almost in an instant, Ion reacted. His calm expression slowly moved, and he followed the path with a tone of hatred for iron. Lieutenant General Crane, this kind of thing cannot be tolerated. Ying must be punished properly. It is no longer suitable for them to stay in Marin Fando, otherwise it is likely to cause other dangers. Bastard, I will never agree to this matter. Regarding Yan's statement, the Warring States Marshal rejected it almost immediately, and immediately narrowed his eyes and stared at Yan and said, what you bastard should really do is to explain the origin of those 2 knives and why they are in Kong Yuiying's hands. Yan looked at the coffee table in the eyes of Marshal of the Warring States period and saw famous sword Deadwood and famous sword Sakura 10 lying quietly on it. These 2 knives look familiar. Ion always felt as if he had seen these 2 knives when, but he couldn't remember. What's wrong with these 2 knives? Ion asked suspiciously. How dare you pretend to be stupid, said the Warring States Marshal dissatisfied. 441 Chapter 441 I did it when I was 16. Just when there was a little doubt in Yan's heart, the Warring States Marshal said a name that Yan was quite familiar with. Don't say you don't know the famous sword Deadwood and the famous sword Sakurashi. When Shiji escaped from the underwater prison, he obviously brought these 2 famous swords. Hearing this, Yan finally recalled Golden Lion Shiki, that man like a golden lion. Ion naturally did not forget, but the encounter with the Golden Lion Shiji was 15 or 16 years ago. At that time, the Golden Lion Shiji escaped from the underwater prison at the cost of serious injuries, and then in the battle with Ion, the proud Golden Lion was finally consumed to death. Afterwards, as the saber of the Golden Lion Shiki, the famous sword the Deadwood and the famous sword Sakuraja became Ion's trophy. trophy and threw it into the warehouse of Zyajin's body castle. This time, more than 10 years have passed, and even Ion has completely forgotten the existence of the famous sword Deadwood and famous sword Sakuraju. Only, how could these two famous knives be placed here? Ian pushed his glasses and glanced at Xiaojin, who was standing huddled on his shoulders. Immediately, Yan understood that the two little bastards, Sara and Ying, were definitely more than just sabotaging Marin Vando while he was out fishing. The Warring States Marshal folded his arms across his chest, staring at Ion, and continued to speak. Since Shiji escaped from the underwater prison, the Navy has been tracking his whereabouts, but in the past 10 years, he has not been able to find any traces. You were the last person who had contact with Shiki back then. Yan, don't you think it's necessary for you to explain? Yan appropriately showed an unexplained expression, and secretly he was madly recalling the reason why he fooled the Marshal of the Warring States period. However, just like people can't remember how many meals they have eaten, Ian can't remember how he casually fooled the Marshal of the Warring States period. In the end, Ion could only reply somewhat dryly, maybe he died somewhere. Then why is his saber in your hand? Lieutenant General Crane asked with a half smile. Did the Golden Lion Shiki die by your hands back then? That, Lieutenant General Crane, we are familiar with each other. It is not appropriate to put the credit on my head like this. Ian replied. Then, explain. The Warring States Marshal asked again, pointing to the two famous knives. The corners of Yan's mouth suddenly twitched slightly. The hardest thing about this problem is not that Yan can't weave any suitable excuses, but whether the two little bastards Sara and Ying have leaked anything that shouldn't be leaked. Or, let me ask Sara and Ying first, maybe they know something. Yan suggested. Are you going to make a confession? Don't waste your time, or why do you think we are waiting for you in your courtyard just to prevent you from getting ready in advance? After a pause, the Warring States Marshal took a step forward towards Yan and shouted, answer right away. Ion, facing the pressing questions from Marshal of the Warring States period and Lieutenant General Crane, General Paulsolino, General Kuzin, and Lieutenant General Garp were sitting on the side watching the play. For a time, Ion couldn't help feeling a rare embarrassment, as if he was being forced to slap himself in the face. Ugh. Ion let out a long sigh and said, I confess that these two famous knives were indeed obtained by me from the Golden Lion Shiki. Hearing this, Zifa, who had been silent for a while, finally couldn't help standing up and ask, so, the Golden Lion Shiji died at your hands back then? Just like the three most outstanding navies in the Navy at that time, Sengoku, Carp, and Zifa, the most terrifying pirates in the same era were One Piece Roger, Golden Lion Shiki, and Whitebeard Edward. Among them, General Zifa and the Golden Lion Shiki have played against each other countless times. Facing the many gazes in front of him, Ion nodded slowly. In fact, in terms of Ion's current status, there is nothing to hide about this kind of thing. The reason why Ion hid this fact back then was just because he didn't want to attract the attention of the world government and get promoted suddenly. Now, Ion already has the status of Navy hero, and even his rank is Vice Admiral. Even if he has more credit, he will not be promoted to General. Right? With Ion's nodding, the expressions of the high-ranking Navy officers present almost changed indistinctly, and even Kuzin, who was dozing off, couldn't help but open his eyes in shock. Even through the comparison of famous sword Deadwood and famous sword Sakura 10 compared with the reports recorded in those years, these Navy executives already have some guesses. However, after Ion's affirmation, I still couldn't help being shocked. That's Golden Lion Shiki, the captain of the Flying Sky Pirates who traversed the sea and the sky back then, almost wiped out the Pirate King's pirate group in the Aet Wall Sea battle, and was a legendary man who dared to monopolize the Marine headquarters. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 228. Porosalino pressed down the brown sunglasses on his face and looked at Ian as if he was reacquainting with Ian, and said with emotion, it's amazing. Brother Yan was only 16 years old, right? A man like a monster. This sentence, and also completely expressed the voice of everyone present. Killing the Golden Lion Shiki at the age of 16 is enough to make any man instantly famous, and compared to the ancient weapon Pluto, which only appeared in legends, the fame and strength of the Golden Lion Shiki is more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The Warring States Marshal's chest rose and fell slightly, and asked, Yan, why did you hide this thing back then? Because my strength back then couldn't bear this level of fame. Ian spread his hands and said truthfully, I was too weak at that time. Weak physique, superficial domineering, and lack of combat experience. That's not a reputation that my 16-year-old age group can afford. Listening to Ion's words, the expressions of the senior Navy officers present became strange. Weak, superficial, scarcity. So, kill the Golden Lion Shiki. In the end, Lieutenant General he was the first to think of a possibility and ask, at that time, wasn't the Golden Lion Shiki you killed alone? So far, Ion has simply simply admitted it. That's not true. I did it alone. Navy High. 442 Chapter 442 Arrangements for Kong and Ying. Cough cough. Lieutenant General Crane, who was almost choked by Ion's answer, made up his mind and guessed again. Then, is it a sneak attack? Ion shook his head again in denial. As an outstanding young man and an outstanding hero of the new generation of the Navy, Ion will never do something that doesn't talk about hide like a sneak attack. To be more precise, Ion is the one who is most afraid of being attacked. Lieutenant General Yan, since you killed Shiki with your own strength, it is a matter of course to get the corresponding reputation. Why do you say that you can't afford that reputation? You even say that you are weak. At the end of the day, Zifa, who had little contact with Ion in the past, couldn't help but look a little weird. After all, according to the habit of the sea, they have always touted each other. The logic is very simple. I can't beat you, it's not my fault, but I appreciate the opponent's strength, and it can also set off my own strength. Therefore, the sea is full of various strongest nicknames, such as the strongest man in the world, the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, the strongest sea soldier. In short, you are the strongest, I am the strongest, everyone is the strongest, and no one is ashamed. And after killing a famous pirate like Ion, he honestly thinks he is weak. This kind of behavior is rare. In the end, Zifa can only be described as rare. Ugh. Ian let out a helpless sigh. Immediately, Ion vividly told the story of the battle that year. Of course, it is after a certain degree of artistic processing. Ian first focused on describing his life in the battle, and frankly admitted that the Golden Lion Chiki died because he heard that One Piece Roger was dead, and he fought to the last drop of blood. So, that guy Shiki is a martyr. Speaking of the last word, Lieutenant General Crane also reacted as if it was a bit inappropriate to describe it. After all, Shiki and Roger, these two big men, have nothing to do with vigorous love no matter how you look at them. But Ion ignored Lieutenant General Crane's strange expression and said straight, so I think that I am far from qualified to carry the reputation of killing the Golden Lion, and I can only be regarded as barely surviving the counterattack of a mad lion. Zifa looked at Yan's complex expression with a trace of lingering fears, and he subconsciously believed everything Yan said and comforted him with a mild personality. Lieutenant General Ion, even if that's the case, it's already amazing. On the contrary, the Warring States Marshal, who was Yen's adoptive father, stared at Yen with suspicion, always feeling that this little bastard didn't seem to have the character to tell the truth. It's just that the Marshal of the Warring States just sorted out every detail of what Ion described. It's too detailed. In any event, it would be impossible to concoct these details in such a short period of time without personal experience. So, Shiki is that bastard who dreamed of dominating the sea completely dead. The Warring States Marshal confirmed. Ion nodded, but that alone was beyond doubt. After all, Ian was still afraid that the Navy or civilians would find the Golden Lion Chiki's body, and directly let the Golden Lion Chiki's body return to the sea with souvenirs such as big iron balls. Well, no matter what, Shiji, who has been worried all these years, will no longer threaten the sea, which is a good thing. General Crane summed up. Well, come down and find the right time to announce this fact to the sea. Obviously, as a naval marshal, the Warring States period would not have mistaken his position, and naturally he would not miss such a good news that can inspire the hearts of the Navy. However, Yan only thought it was too troublesome for Marshal of the Warring States to do this. Obviously, Ian was about to forget about this kind of thing, but he was forcibly dug out the credit. Really, you can make such a trick even with a single fish? Ion couldn't help but pouted, and then said, expelling guests. Have you all had dinner? Need something for you. The Warring States Marshal heard the words and said it as a matter of course. Not yet, bastard, prepare one for me. I hurriedly arranged people to start dealing with the ruins caused by Ying, but I really didn't eat it. If Lieutenant General Yan doesn't mind, I will stay and dine. Lieutenant General Crane said gently and kindly. Boy Ion, then I'll trouble you. Lieutenant General Garp didn't even look for a reason. Lieutenant General Ion, don't you mind having me alone? Paul Salino asked with a smile. Thank you. Kuzan was still cherishing words like gold. When the only remaining Zifa saw this, he naturally did not leave alone, and simply stayed behind. Yan, I'll be polite. Why are you so cheeky? Looking at the uncle-like bastards in front of him, Ian's mouth twitched slightly, turned around and walked into the kitchen. In fact, Ian's cooking is pretty good. After all, the Warring States Marshal had no time to take care of Khorasan and Ion when they were young. The two brothers could only take care of each other, and cooking naturally became one of the skills that needed to be mastered. Soon, in Ion's somewhat worried face, a large table of dishes with all kinds of flavors and aromas was brought to the table, and Sara Yuing, who was previously said to be locked up by the Warring States Marshal, was also released from the upstairs room to eat. Father. During the whole process, Sara and Ying didn't dare to look up at Yan at all, with a timid look that knew that he had done something wrong. For for fear of being punished. Seeing this, the Warring States Marshal comforted Sara and Yinghao in a loving way and said, Yan, after Hancock left Marin Vando, there is usually no one to take care of Kong and Ying. Ian thought for a while and said, it's okay, I'll take the two of them to fish together from tomorrow. No, work. For a time, the expressions of the senior Navy leaders above the dining table could not help but twitch slightly. Is this guy Ion ready to go fishing openly? You know, even General Kuzin, who is notoriously lazy, usually sits in the office every day, sleep. Now, compared with Yan, Kuzin is almost a model worker. However, the Sengoku Marshal did not scold Ion as usual, but continued, it's not very convenient either. Why don't you send Sara and Ying to the Naval Academy so that Zifa can teach them in his spare time? Immediately, Ian's movements stopped. His hand holding the cutlery stopped in mid-air, and his eyes slowly swept towards the Warring States Marshal. Are you so anxious? Have you noticed the potential of Ying? 443 Chapter 443 Enrollment. Just when the Warring States Marshal's eyes were a little nervous, and he had already organized several different rhetoric in his heart to convince Yan Kan, Ion nodded, answered very succinctly, and then said to Sara Ying, who was sitting beside Marshal Sengoku, Sara, Ying, you guys should start studying at the Naval Academy tomorrow. Just when he did something wrong, Sara and Ying had no confidence to refute, and responded neatly in a low voice, yes, my father. Seeing this scene, marshals of the Warring States period, the senior Navy executives who were very familiar with Yan, couldn't help but be a little surprised. After all, Ian expressed his desire not to join the Navy many times when he was a child, but now he has no objection to Sara and Ying entering the Naval Academy. It seems that Ion really fully agrees with the Navy and justice. In the past, the things that Marshal of the Warring States period and Lieutenant General Crane had been worrying about were completely proved at this time. However, the Warring States Marshal did not know that Yan had planned to arrange Sara and Ying to enter the naval school from the beginning. Since the Warring States Marshal took the initiative to propose it, Yan naturally would not object. After all, in this era of extreme scarcity of the education system, the Naval Academy has relatively complete systematic teaching. Furthermore, Sara and Ying have been staying on the deserted island before, and they also need to try to contact their peers more, otherwise their personalities may continue to deviate. Of course, what's more important is that this way, Ion doesn't need to worry about taking care of them at ordinary times, which saves a lot of effort directly. Unfortunately, if the naval school is a boarding system, it would be good to go home once a month. Ion secretly expressed pity. The next day, at the main entrance of the Naval Academy, Yan waved Sara and Ying to go in and said, go, study hard, and be careful not to tear down the school. And Ying said with tears in her eyes, Father, you must come and pick us up at night. Yan, listening to Ying's words, Ian almost thought that he was selling Ying abduction somewhere. Ion answered affirmatively, don't worry, I will definitely come to pick you up. After all, I don't want you to dismantle Marin Vando again. After a pause, Ion glanced at the famous sword Deadwood and famous sword Sakura 10 that Sara and Ying held in their hands respectively, and reminded again, remember not to mess around at the naval school during the day, respect the teacher, and don't cut the teacher with a knife. Do not worry. At this time, Zifa, who came to the gate of the naval school to wait on purpose, opened his mouth and said, Lieutenant General Ion, don't worry, I will take care of them. To be honest, Ion didn't have any expectations for Zifa's promise. After Ion's understanding, it was discovered that Zifa also had considerable credit for the demolition of Marin Vando yesterday. However, a courtesy is still a must. After all, these two hot potatoes have to trouble Zifa to take over. Then it's hard for you, Chief Instructor Zifa. Immediately, Zifa couldn't help showing a bright smile, and happily took Sara and Ying in. This is a good seedling with a physique that is enough to crush 99% of the Navy at the age of 6. If it is cultivated well, the future potential is definitely higher than that of Lieutenant General Garb. As the Chief Instructor of the Navy, Zifa could not hold back his expectation of cultivating the future of the latest generation of the Navy. Watching Ying take 2 steps and then turn back, she walked in as if she was about to go to jail, until she disappeared at the end of her sight. Ion, who originally showed some reluctance on his face, blew a small whistle in a relaxed mood, and then walked leisurely to the Navy building, showing his face briefly and encouraging Major General Hope. This is the habit of turning to the remote coastline to go fishing. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 229. On the sea 10 kilometers east of Marin Vando, a small boat floated on the sea, and as the sun gradually rose above his head under the wet sea breeze, Ion sitting in the boat couldn't help yawning, and then said, it's almost time. Xiaojin, take out the things. Sure. The next moment, a small red phone bug the size of a watch was placed in front of Ian by Xiaojin. It's just that this red phone bug doesn't have anything similar to a button or a walkie-talkie bulky. The whole thing looks like a sculpted artwork like a sleeping snail, and it looks extremely beautiful. This is one of the latest research results in Logo's biological laboratory. Because the phone bug is actually a kind of living thing. After Logo has evolved the existing phone bug for 10 generations through his own ability, he chose the most stabilized, the most suitable evolutionary route, thereby cultivating a special variety of phone bugs. In addition to integrating functions such as calls, anti-eavesdropping, video projection, photography, etc., this red phone bug can even control various functions directly through voice commands. If it is according to Yan's understanding, the difference between the common phone bugs in the sea and this red phone bug is probably the difference between a landline phone and a smartphone. In addition to various small functions, it also prevents the call from being eavesdropped. The risk of communication between the Revolutionary Army is guaranteed to the greatest extent. After waiting for a few minutes in Ion, he estimated that the scheduled time had come before he spoke. Xiaoju connect to the scheduled conference call marked 001. As Ion's voice sounded, the red phone bug codenamed Little Jew also woke up. Its eyes opened brightly, forming a clear image directly in the air. The image is divided into 9 different grids, and Ion's figure appears in one grid, and the other 8 grids already have clear portraits on them at this time. Leader of the Revolutionary Army and commander of the Paradise in the first half of the Great Route, Dura, commander of the New World in the second half of the Great Route, Khorasan, commander of the Eastern Army, Belo Beatty, commander of the Southern Army, Sabo, and Western Chief Nicole Robin, commander of the Union Army, Crow Callas, head of the Revolutionary Army Research Institute, Lindbergh, Sky Island, and Hades, Guardian, Enilu. As Ion was successfully connected, Drago, who was wearing a cloak, spoke slowly. Comrades, and thank you for your participation in the monthly meeting. After a pause, Drago didn't talk nonsense and went straight to the theme. First, to explain the development status of the Revolutionary Army in the Paradise waters of the Great Route. Immediately afterward, Khorasan and the commanders of the Southeast and Northwest Seas also reported separately, and each issue about the Revolutionary Army was also raised separately. Came out for an orderly discussion. During the whole process, Ion almost maintained the fishing action all the time, and did not speak but listened quietly. 444 Chapter 444 Not only want to be a teacher. In fact, after 6 years of development, the size of the Revolutionary Army is no longer comparable to what it was originally. Huge, and huge in every sense. Perhaps in terms of pure military power, the Revolutionary Army still has a considerable gap with the Navy, but in terms of the number of members, it far exceeds the Navy. Except for some deserted islands that have been confirmed many times, the traces of the Revolutionary Army have truly spread the flames of the Revolutionary Army on every island in the sea. Next, the main policy of the Revolutionary Army, in addition to accumulating strength continuously, is to spread the thoughts of the Revolutionary Army in a silent and moisturizing way with the flames that spread to every corner as the core, until the seeds of those thoughts slowly turned into flower buds, and finally bloomed the most beautiful flowers under the nourishment of the times. Therefore, this monthly meeting is more for the commanders of the various armies to communicate and allocate various resources to each other. Of course, there's also Belo Beatty, the commander of the Eastern Army, who likes to bare his chest with a cigarette in his mouth, said Lord Darag. In addition to the upcoming riot in the East China Sea Melos Kingdom, in order to ensure that the organization can quickly quell the situation and fully take over the entire Melos Kingdom, it is necessary to cover and assist in the name of the other kingdoms. I understand. I will covertly in the name of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Drago replied. Is it the Kingdom of Alabasta? If that's the case, then there's no problem with this kind of support. Pretending to agree to the Melos royal family's support to quell the riots is enough to give them the illusion that they don't need the intervention of the world government. After a pause, Belo Beatty said, in addition, Donghai has collected 5 devil fruits in the last month, and they have been secretly sent to the predetermined location with the Chamber of Commerce. It was only then that Ion nodded and spoke for the first time. Thanks for your hard work. And this meeting continued until dusk was approaching, and it gradually came to an end. Then this meeting is over. With the announcement of Drago, the grid he was in the projected picture darkened first, and the connections of the other grids were also interrupted one after another. In the end, only Robin, who was holding his hair, showing an elegant and capable atmosphere, still kept his communication status. Seeing this, Yan couldn't help but tease. What, Robin, did you miss me so soon? Yeah, when will Lord Yan come to the West Sea to take a deep inspection? Robin's eyes were slightly white, and he said angrily, cough cough. Immediately, Ion almost choked and answered again and again, don't worry, don't worry. After a pause, Ion said with a slightly straight face, Robin, pay more attention to safety in the West Sea. If there is anything that can't be solved, remember to contact me. Don't worry. After all, Robin's green fingers gently lifted a few strands of hair behind his ears and said, "I'm not weak anymore, and I'm no longer the child of the devil who needs you to protect me at all times." Looking at Robin's graceful and capable demeanor on the screen, Ion felt a burning feeling inexplicably. As Robin gradually matured, her special royal sister temperament became more and more outstanding, and her charm, different from Hancock, was completely highlighted. If it wasn't for Robin, who had to go to the West Sea to collect and study some of the precious documents left by O'Hara, and the Revolutionary Army lacked a commander who could control the overall situation with sufficient combat power and skill in the West Sea, Ian would really be reluctant separate from Robin. "Anyway, be careful, Robin," Ion reminded gently again. "I will, after all." Robin smiled gracefully and said, "I also think that after everything is over, I can accompany you and grow old slowly in the new era that you are looking forward to." After Ian responded, Robin disconnected the communication with a hint of reluctance. "Growing old slowly in the new era." Ion murmured the last words Robin said, couldn't help laughing, then pulled up the fishing rod again and threw it hard into the distance. Plop! A small splash of water bloomed, and the empty hook fell into the sea again. "The wish of this idiot Robin is still as simple as that. The arrival of that new era, isn't it already visible to the naked eye?" Ion said helplessly, and continued to maintain his fishing posture. An hour later, until the last ray of sunlight disappeared on the sea level, Ion stretched and stood up, leisurely preparing to return. Suddenly, Ion's movements froze and he murmured, "By the way, when is the closing time for the naval school?" At the same time, at the main entrance of the naval school, Sara was constantly trying to arrange Ying, who was constantly accumulating anger beside him. "My father is a big idiot. I don't like him anymore." A milky voice in naval science, the school echoed around. Time passed so slowly. Sara and Ying started their happy naval school careers, while Ian went out fishing every day without a hitch. While killing time, he was constantly dealing with the Revolutionary Army through the red phone bug Little Jew. Various affairs. Taking the salary of the Navy, secretly doing business work. Ion, who has won the essence of fishing, feels that such a small life is quite good. The only thing that is a bit bad is, after getting used to the day-to-day life with Hancock and Robin by his side, suddenly the surroundings became completely quiet. For a while, Ion felt a little out of habit, and even sometimes fell insomnia after tossing and turning at night, and always felt a little empty around him. Same goes for tonight. Just when Ian was about to do something to divert his attention, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Dong dong dong. Huh? Who will it be at this time? Ian was stunned for a moment, put on a nightgown and went downstairs to open the door. Jun. Looking at the figure standing in front of him, Ion couldn't help being a little surprised. "Good evening, Ion." Jun Luoluo greeted Ion generously, and then asked, "I'm sorry, I came to visit late at night. I didn't disturb the time and Ying had a rest." "Right, it's alright. Yesterday, Teacher Zifa led the students out for an internship, and Sara and Ying also went to see them. They were not at home." Yan replied. "Really? That's fine." Hearing this, Jun immediately showed a reassured expression. However, in fact, as one of the kendo teachers at the naval school, how could Jun not know about the internship program arranged by Zifa? Even the reason why Sara and Ying, who were still young, would go out with Zifa for an internship was secretly suggested by Jun, who was a kendo teacher. After all, Jun's ambition is not just to be Sara and Ying's teacher. 445 Chapter 445 Draw your sword, Ian. Before, Ion went missing fishing on time during the day and was erratic at night. Ion stayed at home and took care of the children. Even if Jun wanted to contact Ion, there was no chance at all. After all, Jun couldn't do something inappropriate in front of Sara and Ying. Now, after finally arranging Sara and Ying to go out with Zifa, Jun, who originally wanted to wait a few more days to find a proper reason to come to the door, was sleepless tonight. So, Jun's eyes flickered slightly, staring at the man in front of him who had changed a lot from his previous appearance. When I first met him, he gave the impression of being gentle and frivolous, so frivolous that he even characterized the so-called dream as finding a strong wife. But now, this man doesn't seem to have that weak feeling anymore. Instead, he has a mature temperament of the vicissitudes of life, and his behavior is completely different. Immediately, Jun put one hand on the golden on his waist and asked, "Lieutenant General Ion, would you mind taking a walk with me?" Yan, who was also somewhat insomniac at first, hesitated for a moment but nodded and agreed to the invitation. After all, there are some things that Ion also needs to find a chance to have a good conversation with Jun. Immediately, Ion didn't change his nightgown and walked side by side with Jun towards the outside of the courtyard. Tonight's night seems to be particularly bright, and it falls softly on Marin Vando, making this island full of seriousness a little more tranquil. And Ion and Jun also walked slowly towards the coast, feeling the night wind blowing by and listening to the sound of the waves beating in their ears. "Lieutenant General Ion, we haven't walked together like this for a long time, haven't we? Jun's voice was not as strong as usual but rather softly. Ian couldn't help but recall and said, the last time I walked like this was 7 years ago in Dressrosa Kingdom. 7 years? Has it been so long? In my mind, it still feels like it was yesterday, Jun said. Ian's heart moved vaguely, feeling the emotion in Jun's words, and he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Jun beside him. It was only at this point that, under close inspection, Ian realized that Jun's makeup seemed to be deliberately dressed up, less heroic and powerful but more charming and beautiful than usual. Only, Ian suddenly realized something, withdrew his gaze, sighed secretly, and said, yeah, it's been 7 years. After all, Sara and Ying are already over 6 years old. Hearing this sentence, Jun's footsteps suddenly stopped. After Ian took 2 steps forward, he also stopped and turned his head to see that Jun was half-headed, and he couldn't see his expression at all in the night. Lieutenant General Ian, obviously. Yan heard the mosquito-like voice, but he couldn't hear it clearly. The next moment, Jun suddenly raised his head, looked directly at Ian and said, obviously I met you first. Facing Jun's hot and determined gaze, Ian couldn't help but look away and said helplessly, this is not a matter of first knowing. But what is that? Jun's facial expression full said firmly, my heart. Don't you understand? If you are worried about Sara and Ying, I will try my best to get along with them as best I can. Ian's eyes widened slightly, and he didn't expect Jun's determination to reach this level. Obviously, the two sides have not seen each other for nearly 6 years. Ian turned his gaze, reflected Jun's figure in his eyes, and said softly, your thoughts? I have already received. Just sorry, Jun. 230. Suddenly, Jun's expression, which had a hint of joy on his face, froze. Immediately afterwards, Ian said word by word, it's a pity that the object of your thoughts is not the real me. You didn't really see me clearly, so I still can't accept your thoughts otherwise. After a pause, Ian smiled helplessly and said, in that case, wouldn't I be a man to play with my mind? Jun, I don't want to hurt you. Jun's expression was full of complexity, and he muttered unwillingly, no, impossible. Jun, I'm sorry. After saying that, Ian pursed his lips tightly, moved his footsteps, crossed Jun in front of him, and walked back towards the courtyard, and many more. However, before Ian could go far, Jun's voice came from behind. Ian turned his face slightly and asked, what's wrong? Remember our meeting? Ion. The next moment, the voice of Jin Chen Ruan's Bakluan Shina sounded clearly behind Ian, and the unique sense of oppression belonging to the great swordsman followed, which made Ion's hair stand up. Jun, you can't express your failure, so you plan to kill me on the spot, right? Immediately, Ion's muscles subconsciously tensed up, ready to deal with the attack. I don't believe that the object of my thoughts is not you. Just like the encounter in the past, I believe that the truth recognized by the Inter of Swords and Swords will not be false. Do I end everything with you in the same way I started, or let me truly see myself, see you clearly, and start a new chapter? Draw your knife, Ion. In the end, Jun's voice can be described as sonorous and powerful, full of sharpness and oppression, and Ion slowly turned around and looked at the woman in front of him who was drawing a sword under the moon, and then slowly pulled out the soul-chopping sword from his waist. Jun, if this is your choice, then, as you wish. The night wind blew, and the eyes of Ion and Jun met, but they were full of collision, just like the first encounter. Next moment, blah blah, a series of rapid phone bug sirens suddenly sounded in the Zyajin's body on Yen's shoulders, which changed Yen's expression, and many more. Ion quickly raised his hand to stop Jun's plan to attack first, and quickly took the phone bug that Zyajin took out from the castle. Father, help! Sara's quick and clear voice rang from the phone bug. The trainee ship was attacked, and teacher Zifa was seriously injured. However, before Sara's voice could finish speaking, a series of chaotic voices came from it. Empty, run away. So there's a kid hiding here. Hey, watch me tear you apart. The next moment, the communication was completely interrupted. Snap! Under the fury, the phone bug in Ion's hand almost instantly turned into powder. His expression was like a ghost, and he exuded a terrifying aura that even made Jun subconsciously fear. 446 Chapter 446 Edward Vabel. But the next moment, Jun, who also heard the content of the phone bug, reacted and said quickly, Yan, calm down first. Teacher Zifa's combat power is extremely strong. No matter how strong the opponent is, it is impossible for him to be defeated directly. There will definitely be a distress message sent back to Malinfando. We are now preparing the battleship to set off and contacting the communications department to confirm the location of the distress information, and at the same time let the nearest naval base send reinforcements to Mr. Zifa, and it will definitely be too late. However, before Jun could finish speaking, Ion's figure suddenly flashed, shot straight into the sky, and swept away in one direction. Idiot! If the opponent is an existence that even teacher Zifa has no ability to resist, it won't help you to go alone. However, before Jun's words of dissuasion were finished, Ion's figure had completely disappeared appeared from the sky. Damn it, Jun scolded secretly, and while burning with anxiety she quickly swept in the direction of the naval building. Time, a little bit forward. The training ship led by Zifa was in at night. It still maintains a certain speed and sails towards the established sea area, and all the students on the training ship except Zifa are students of the naval school. Because the so-called internship program is not simply to let these students see blood and arrest pirates with their own hands. More, it is to cultivate students' ability to deal with various crises encountered while navigating the Great Route, including but not limited to severe weather, ocean currents with hidden dangers, pirate attacks, and sea king attacks, etc. Therefore, although Zifa personally followed the practice boat to ensure the safety of the students, unless the students encountered an irresistible crisis, Zifa would hardly take action, but tried his best to cultivate and train the students' ability. As the night shrouded the sea, most of the people on the training ship had already fallen asleep. However, the student who shouldered the responsibility of the watchman gradually fell into a drowsy state, unaware that a raft was approaching the training boat at an abnormal speed on the sea, until, boom, a slight roar sounded, and then the sound of a behemoth falling to the deck sounded. What's going on? Only then did the student at the watch station suddenly wake up, hurriedly stood up and looked towards the deck, only to see a huge black shadow 2 stories tall already standing on the deck. Hey hey hey! A series of idiot-like laughter echoed eerily across the deck. Immediately, before the student at Wang Gang could see what was going on, the huge black shadow suddenly jumped and appeared in front of Wang Gang more than 10 meters high. The faint moonlight shone down, and the students at Wang Gang could clearly see the face that suddenly appeared in front of them, and their pupils shrank subconsciously. A white beard with a crescent-shaped upward curve, ugly and ferocious facial features, a snot hanging from the nose that cannot be ignored, a huge knife scar running through the left side of the face from top to bottom, 2 long scattered golden hair randomly tied into 2 whips. However, before the student at the watch station reacted and raised the alarm, the next moment a cold beam occupied all the vision of the Wang Gang student. A long-handled broadsword cut him in half and even split the main mast made of steel into 2 pieces. Boom! The loud sound of the main mast smashing down on the deck also completely awakened most of the students and Zifa, who had fallen asleep on the training ship. What happened? Zifa quickly rushed out of the room, glanced around, and instantly noticed the huge figure and more than 10 students who had fallen in a pool of blood and breathless. In an instant, Zifa's pupils could not help shrinking, and he murmured in shock, "Whitebeard to Edward Vabel." Hey hey! Slowly withdrawing the long-handled broadsword from a corpse, Vabel looked at Zifa, who appeared with an angry expression on his face. "I found you, the bastard who hurt me back then. You bastard dare to attack Laozu's practice ship." The next moment Zifa, who knew Vabel's monster-like strength, made a bang. His arms were covered with a domineering aura that looked like a real weapon, and he brazenly greeted Vabel. Clang! The long-handled broadsword in Vabel's hand and Zifa's pitch-black fists slammed together, making a sound like a symphony of gold and iron, and the collision waves visible to the naked eye washed away in all directions. And Zifa glared at Vabel and shouted, "I arrested you back then, but I didn't expect that you were lucky enough to escape during the escort. You didn't change your mind, but you dared to take the initiative to send it to the door. Do you want me to arrest you again?" Facing the furious Zifa, Vabel, who had a dull expression, spoke word by word. "Hey hey, I'll tear up you bastard." Immediately, Vabel's legs were slender, but his body and arms were full of terrifying muscles. The body suddenly moved, and the long-handled sword that pressed against Zifa's fist suddenly burst out with extremely terrifying power, directly pushed Zifa back from the front. So strong, the expression of Zifa, whose body couldn't help but retreat, changed slightly. He didn't expect Vabel's strength to have grown to such a degree. In terms of pure strength, this guy who has always called himself Whitebeard too is no less weak than the Whitebeard Edward Newgate in his youth. The corner of Zifa's eyes swept over the students around, who seemed a little panicked, as well as those who had fallen in a pool of blood, and the once nightmarish memories resurfaced in his mind. In the past, his wife and children died tragically at the hands of pirates, but Zifa, a naval admiral, failed to protect them. This time, don't underestimate Laozu. Laozu is Zifa. The blue-veined Zifa's footsteps poured heavily into the steel. He stepped on Tsuki's deck and forcibly stopped his retreating body. Navy 6 shave. In the next moment, Zifa's figure flashed and appeared in front of Vabel in an instant, and his domineering fists covered with armament blasted the slightly slow-moving Vabel's chest with a strong wind. 6 types of Navy. Profound truth. Iron fist peak. Boom. The exaggerated air waves generated by the contact between the punch and Vabel suddenly appeared behind Vabel, swept away towards the sea with a bang, and even rolled up the sky. Is it done? Zifa, who punched Vabel with a heavy punch, just had such an idea in his heart, and an idiot-like laughter came into Zifa's ears. He 447 7 Chapter 447 Do not kill the general Zifa. Hey, it's the same blow from that year, but it's useless. Vabel's dull voice sounded, but what made Zifa unbelievable was that the blood port that had been blasted out on Vabel's chest was quickly stopping the bleeding. Return of life, Zifa exclaimed in disbelief, and even the whole person was stunned for a while. How can you possibly return your life? As an advanced technique of the sixth form of the Navy, return of life is only circulated within the world government except for the Navy. And Edward Vabel, as a pirate, how could he have this skill? This skill? Isn't that what you taught me in battle last time? Along with Vabel's voice, the fist that Zifa had slammed on Vabel was firmly clenched. A bad feeling breeds in Zifa's heart. With Vabel's physique comparable to that of Whitebeard Edward Newgate when he was young, once he masters return of life, the level of difficulty will undoubtedly skyrocket. Back off. Realizing that it is impossible to solve this former defeat in a short time, Zifa quickly turned his head and shouted at the students behind. At this time, Vabel, who firmly held Zifa's fist in one hand, suddenly spun the long-handled sword in the other hand several times, and fell towards Zifa with terrifying force. Die to death. 6 types of Navy iron block steel body. Clang. The long-handled broadsword slammed into Zifa's body, and the huge force instantly turned into a wave of air and blasted towards the surroundings. At the same time, the entire training ship sank several meters into the sea. It's just that even with this level of slashing, Zifa still looks unscathed. So hard, Vabel's slightly dull voice sounded, and then he grabbed Zifa's arm and suddenly burst into a huge force, and lifted Zifa, who was less than half his size, and threw it behind him. Boom. Another huge sound sounded. Immediately afterwards, Zifa, who was inferior to Vabel in pure brute force, was like a piece of rags, and was madly smashed to the deck by Vabel. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 231. Boom boom boom. A series of scalp-tingling noises sounded until the deck of the entire training ship had been destroyed, and Vabel stopped gasping for breath. This bastard, this is the way to die. Right, Vabel muttered to himself before looking down at his hands. In the next instant, a domineering fist covered with a jet-black armed color slammed into his cheek, sending Vabel's huge body flying for several meters. Boom. In the dust mist, under the nervous eyes of a large number of students, Zifa, who had been smashed dozens of times in a row, stood on the deck, his waist still tall and straight, and his broad shoulders seemed to block the mountain in front of the students. Sara and Ying, who were also awakened by the movement of the raid, witnessed the scene and couldn't help but admire the chief instructor Zifa a little more, and Ying even exclaimed in admiration, "So handsome. Is this the strength of teacher Zifa? If I was smashed back and forth like this dozens of times, I must have died of pain." Hearing the words, Kong couldn't help but said helplessly, "Ying, teacher Zifa used to be a man who was called do not kill generals." And through the study at the naval school, Ying, who had already understood the ranks of the Navy's internal ranks, couldn't help but said in shock, "Don't kill the general? Isn't the general the highest combat power of the Navy? Teacher Zifa's strength can actually be enough to defeat the general without killing the opponent." After a pause, Ying still found it unimaginable to say, "I couldn't see that teacher Zifa had this kind of strength before. I thought he was a little bit stronger than me." Sara explained helplessly, "Ying, that's not what don't kill the general means, but Zifa-sensei used to be a Navy general, and he fought countless pirates, but he didn't kill anyone, so he got this title." "I don't understand." Ying shook her head, and then her eyes turned to Zifa and Vabel, who were frantically confronting Zifa and Vabel on the deck again, and asked, "But Zifa-sensei should be able to beat that big guy, right?" Sara pondered for a while and analyzed. The pure brute force and physique of the big man seemed to be stronger than Mr. Zifa, but his movements are relatively slow, and Mr. Zifa seems to be proficient in some defensive skills and can withstand the attack of the big man, so it is likely to become a competition, a protracted battle of physical strength. At this time, on the training ship, there were not a few students with ideas similar to Sara. Do not kill the general. Zifa's reputation and reputation in the Navy are extremely high, and Vabel is just a little-known pirate. Even though the current situation seems to be that Vabel and Zephyr can compete evenly, the students firmly believe that Zephyr can win the final victory. Even Zifa embraces this firm belief. Even though Zifa has retired from the front line of the Navy and turned to be the chief instructor for training the Navy, he has not fought high-intensity battles for more than 20 years. Therefore, while the students on the training ship were treating some of the wounded while watching the battle of the top powerhouses in the sea, they did not immediately request support from the Marine headquarters, Marine Fando, and nearby naval bases. Boom! The long-handled broadsword in Vabel's hand slammed down again towards Zifa's fist, and a huge wave of air exploded in a circular shape around it. At this time, crack between Zifa and Vabel colliding back and forth like monsters. Even if this trainee ship was made of of steel. It couldn't stand such toss at all. I saw that the distorted and deformed deck under Zifa's feet was directly broken, and Zifa, who had lost his footing, was instantly slammed down by Vabel, and even smashed the bottom of the boat and fell into the sea. Vabel was also taken aback by this sudden change, completely unexpected that Zifa would be blasted directly into the sea. Immediately, Vabel's eyes slowly turned and landed on the students who were huddled behind the training boat. His mouth grinned slightly, and the slender, crescent-shaped beard suddenly looked particularly terrifying. The next moment, Vabel's huge body moved at his feet and charged towards the students like a monster, and the long-handled broadsword raised high seemed to be aimed at the fangs of a large group of chickens. Tear you apart, ahihi. As students who have not yet graduated from the Naval Academy, the gap between them and Vabel is simply immeasurable. Even just straight into Vabel's terrifying sense of oppression, many students have already appeared in a trance, and it is too late to escape. 448 Chapter 448 Heavy damage. The long-handled broadsword fell, and a student standing at the front was slashed on the spot. Under the huge force pouring out, his fragile body exploded in all directions almost instantaneously, and his flesh and blood splattered. These students can only be regarded as cultivated in the greenhouse and have not really experienced the tempering of the great air root storm. The pupils almost shrank in unison, and some timid students were directly paralyzed when their feet softened land. Even Sarah and Ying were a little stunned, staring blankly as a blasted arm flew in front of them. Sarah and Ying both knew the dead senior. His name is Ian. He is an annoying senior who always wants to touch his head. Every day, he often speaks some incoherent words, claiming that after he graduates, he will be able to change the sea full of pirates and shoulder the responsibility of justice. However, such a living person turned into blood almost instantly, and all ideals and life ended here. If the students were awakened by Vabel, even if they witnessed more than 10 students killed by Vabel, it was only a little shocking. But witnessing a familiar person being split into a ball of blood without any resistance in an instant, the fear and the impact on the spirit are unimaginable. This is not just a spectator battle that has nothing to do with me, but the most brutal killing and pirates in the sea. Hey hey. Vabel's sluggish smile continued to sound, but it was whispered like a devil in the ears of the rest of the students, making almost all the students' faces turn pale. What are you still doing? Scatter away. At the critical moment, instead, Sarah's tender voice, which was still quite calm, sounded. Immediately, the hundreds of students who were huddled together to watch the battle were in a mess. Most of them scattered quickly, and a very small number of students with courage took the initiative to try to contain Zifa to buy time. However, the level gap between the two sides is too big. Even though there are many talented students among the students of this naval academy, some even have the potential to be promoted to vice admiral in the future in Zifa's view and become the backbone of the new generation of the Navy. But too early. These Navy seedlings who haven't even graduated yet, but compared with Vabel, who is known as Whitebeard too and who is enough to fight Zifa, they are simply not the dimension they can touch today. Almost as soon as Vabel raised his knife or slapped it, most of the 10 or so courageous students were killed or injured. For Vabel, all of this is like the most interesting game, and he is not even in a hurry to hunt down the students who are running away, and instead he turns his attention to a man lying in a pool of blood. As student, just now, this student tried to use the sword skill to attack Vabel's eyes while taking advantage of the others to attract Vabel's attention, but even with seemingly weak eyelids, it is by no means able to break through a sword skill that cannot even slash. Then he was slapped by Vabel, directly smashing an arm and seriously injuring the fragile internal organs of the body. Now, the student was bleeding from his mouth limply on the ground and tried hard to move his body away from Vabel. It's just that the bold behavior of the student just now has completely attracted Vabel's attention. Not dead yet? What a fragile and tenacious reptile, Vabel said naively, and even his tongue was a little unclear when he spoke, as if his intelligence was defective. However, the long-handled broadsword he raised was not dull at all, and aimed directly at the student in front of him who was struggling to stay away. Look at me smashing you, In this scene, I saw a few students around who were still barely keeping their integrity, their eyes split open, trying hard to contain Vabel, but to no avail. And at the moment when the long-handled sword fell, a figure suddenly broke through the floor, and then raised his hand to resist the long-handled sword. Boom! A wave of air exploded with the long-handled broadsword at the center, blowing the surrounding students almost instantly. The few students who still maintained a certain level of mobility looked up and shouted in surprise, "Teacher Zifa!" But the next moment their faces turned pale. Zifa, who had just emerged from the cabin below and hurriedly resisted the long-handled broadsword, had no time to use his defensive skills, and resisted the sword purely with his own physique. This also caused Zifa's right arm to be almost cut off, leaving only a thin layer of flesh connected, and a large amount of blood spurted out almost instantly. The intense pain caused Zifa's iron-like face to faintly twist together, but he still instinctively covered Vabel with his left hand with a domineering armed look and shouted at the surrounding students, "Quick, run away, ask the headquarters for help, and everyone will leave this training ship immediately." Obviously, after his right arm suffered such a heavy blow in order to save the student, Zifa also realized that it was unrealistic to solve Vabel alone. Those students who were stunned by Zifa's injury immediately reacted, and while trying to bring the injured classmates who were unable to move, they hurriedly fled in the opposite direction. As a practice ship transformed from a standard naval warship, in addition to being equipped with a large number of weapons, this practice ship also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies and emergency boats. For a time, under Zifa's order, a large number of students hid in emergency boats to try to escape this practice boat that had become a battlefield. However, at this time Vabel looked at Zifa's expression of anger and heartache, but he also seemed to realize something. So those little reptiles are your treasures. Hearing this, Zifa, who had to slow down his offensive because of the injury to his right arm, secretly used Return of Life to stop the bleeding to avoid excessive bleeding and shouted, "What do you guys want to do?" Of course it's revenge. The next moment, as Vabel's voice fell, he suddenly retreated, and his huge body suddenly appeared on the edge of the training boat. The training boat's emergency boat is hacked. Don't want. Zifa tried to stop in horror, but before his fist hit Vabel, he heard a lot of blood shattering. "That's my own student." Feelings of powerlessness, remorse, anger, despair, etc. flooded into his heart, making the man with purple hair turn pale. 449 Chapter 449 Cat and Mouse. When he noticed the change in Zifa's expression, Vabel seemed to have seen something interesting, showing an expression of joy. "Hey, that's it, that's it." The next moment Vabel's oppressive body moved again. Instead of taking the initiative to attack Zifa, who was a little absent-minded at this time, he moved towards another emergency boat that was about to set sail. At this time, the students who were trying to escape from the training ship were like targets in the open sea. Seeing the turn, Zifa chased after Vabel without hesitation, trying to stop Vabel and buy time for his students to escape from the practice ship. Boom! Zifa slammed his left fist towards Vabel, and the power that erupted under his anger was terrifying. However, Vabel had a monster-like physique, and Zifa, who had only one arm left to use, couldn't do any substantial damage to Vabel. And Zifa's philosophy when he was a general in the past was don't kill. So compared to Cap's pair of iron fists that tended to take the initiative to attack, Zifa was better at defense. But at this moment, what Zifa can feel is powerlessness. There was no way to stop it. Facing Vabel, who only wanted to kill those students, he was physically inferior to the other party, and even Zifa, whose right arm was severely injured, couldn't even stop Vabel. "Vabel, you bastard, stop me and come at me if you have the ability." Zifa's desperate roar sounded on the trainee ship, but Vabel only responded to Zifa with a somewhat dull and sarcastic laughter. Hey. Boom! Another emergency boat was smashed to pieces by Vabel before it could get far from the practice boat, dyeing the sea a small patch of red. Under the shroud of despair, Zifa desperately blocked Vabel, roaring to remind the students, "Don't take the boat, hide on the training boat." After several emergency boats were smashed by Vabel, the students who were too late to get on the emergency boats also understood fleeing the trainee ship in a panic would be a dead end. Hide. For a time, the students scattered and hid in every corner of the practice ship. Seeing that the students who could make Zifa furious no longer leave the internship boat but instead hid in nowhere, Vabel's ugly face showed a trace of dissatisfaction. "What? How can I get revenge like this?" 232. Zifa gasped and shouted in front of Vabel. "Wait, Vabel, it was Laozi who arrested you back then. If you have the ability, you will kill Laozi." Vabel's eyes slowly turned and landed on Zifa's body. Just when Zifa thought that Vabel would focus on himself again and was ready to deal with it, boom! Vabel slashed towards the floor under his feet with a backhand knife. His huge body fell into the cabin, and a series of voices made Zifa's eyes crack. I seem to hear the sound of reptiles happening. Asshole! Zifa roared, and his figure quickly chased after Vabel. However, it was only dull for a moment, and by the time Zifa arrived, there was already a pool of blood under Vabel's knife. Vabel turned his head and glanced at Zifa's expression. The ugly mouth opened an arc, and then the huge body rushed quickly in the cabin. At this point, the trainee ship played a game of cat and mouse. Vabel, who didn't know what to see, was domineering, rummaged through the corners to find the students. Zifa was trying to cover the students as much as possible with his right arm that he couldn't lift at all. For a time, Zifa's desperate roar was intertwined with Vabel's sluggish laughter, while the rest of the students tried to hide, trembling and daring not to make a sound. At the same time, Sara and Ying were also hiding in the corner of a room, listening to teacher Zifa's weak and angry angry voice. For the first time in his life he truly felt the cruelty. Null. Ying, who used to be lawless in the past, hugged Sara tightly at this time and said in a low voice with a flustered expression and a bewildered expression, "Are we going to die?" "Sara, it's all right, Ying." Sara forcibly calmed down and comforted his sister in a low voice. But no matter how mature, Sara is only over 6 years old now, and his slightly pale face also shows his panic. Under the serious injury of Teacher Zifa, the combat power was greatly affected, and there was no way to effectively contain the monster. On the trainee ship, except for Teacher Zifa, the rest of the students were no match for Babel at all, even if it's fluorescent. Kong lowered his head and glanced at Ying's pale face, and realized that Ying, who was slightly smaller than himself, might take several months to come out of those bloody images. After all, Ying, this idiot sister, looks rambunctious and willful, but she is actually kind at heart. Even when playing on Ruskana Island, Ying never really hurt the lives of those beasts, but kept pranking them as if they were playmates. Just listening to the terrifying hee laughter on the trainee ship and the screams of the seniors from time to time, Sara knew very well that if things went on like this, everyone on the trainee ship might die. At this moment of crisis, what Sara subconsciously recalled in his mind was his seemingly lazy father. Correct. Sara suddenly remembered something and quickly took out a small phone bug from his arms. A small piece of memory was also recalled. "What is this, father?" Sara Ying asked, looking at the phone bug in his hand. "It's nothing, just remember to take it with you at all times. If you have nothing to do, don't use this phone bug to contact me." After a pause, Ian, who was still fishing off the coast of Ruskana Island, said casually, "But if you really encounter any danger, just crush the phone bug so I will know." When Ying heard the words, she asked coquettishly, "Then, will the father come to rescue Ying?" Ian scratched Ying's little nose lightly with his index finger and said mockingly, "You can look forward to it, but don't expect too much." Thinking of this, Sara subconsciously wanted to crush the phone bug but held back. After all, his father seems to be too unreliable at ordinary times, especially after attending naval school. Sara feels that his father is a little too unprofessional except for fishing. Immediately, Sara chose a more secure method and directly dialed the phone bug to contact Ian. Under Sara's nervous gaze, the phone worm was connected in almost 2 breaths. Immediately, Sara hurriedly opened his mouth to explain the situation. "Father, help. The trainee ship was attacked and Teacher Zifa was seriously injured." 450 Chapter 450 Terrible Qualifications. However, before he could finish speaking, Zifa's hoarse voice came over. "Empty. Run away." Suddenly, Sara's body froze involuntarily, and a voice that made Sara's scalp numb then rang outside the door, causing Sara to unconsciously crush the phone bug in his hand under tension. So there's a kid hiding here. Hey, watch me tear you apart." Almost accompanied by Babel's voice, the door made of steel was torn to shreds like tissue paper, and a long-handled large knife stained with a lot of blood slashed directly at the corner of the room where he was hiding. "Come over." Boom. The whole room was cut in half almost instantly, and the cool sea breeze poured into the room, making Sara and Ying feel a chill on their scalps. That knife, according to the height of a normal person, would have been cut in the middle, but Sara and Ying's petite bodies just happened to cut the knife from the top of their heads. The whole room was torn apart, and Babel could see the pictures in the room clearly, and couldn't help being a little surprised by Sara and Ying's age. It's just that Babel didn't have any sympathy. He turned his slightly dull eyes, raised the long-handled sword in his hand again, and muttered, "Forget it, another knife." Boom. This time, Zifa, whose half-body was still covered in blood, arrived in time, raised his only remaining left arm, and forcibly blocked the knife with Navy 6 iron block steel body. Zifa's forehead bulged with blue veins, and while he was struggling with Babel's terrifying power with one arm, he shouted, "Kong, Ying, let's go." However, before Sara and Ying could escape from the gap in the room, Babel suddenly kicked Zifa aside. "Don't get in the way." Boom. Zifa slammed into the steel hull of the training ship heavily, and had not had time to completely stop the blood wound on his right arm, and a lot of blood poured out instantly. Teacher Zifa. Seeing this scene, Sara Ying couldn't help exclaiming, "Two little devils, do you still have time to care about others at this time?" Babel's voice suddenly sounded right in front of Sara and Ying, causing Sara and Ying's pupils, who turned to look at Zifa, to shrink subconsciously. "Get out of the way, Ying." In the next moment, Ying only felt that the shoulder was pushed by some force, and the whole person rolled over to the side. In mid-air, Ying saw Babel lift his foot and swept away, kicked from where he was just now, and then hit Kong. At this moment, in Ying's eyes, the time of the whole world seemed to stop. The images of those seniors' bodies being easily shattered in Babel's hands just kept flashing in Ying's mind, and they finally became empty. Between the blurred vision, Ying seemed to see the scene of Sara's body being smashed to pieces. "Are you about to lose your emptiness forever?" Ying's pupils slowly shrank to the extreme, boom, a thought that made Ying absolutely refuse from soul to body. Null. Under the emotional riot, the extremely violent tyrannical arrogance was released almost instinctively. Boom. The domineering arrogance like a real overlord swept away, and the already riddled practice ship almost fell apart on the spot, and even the sea was shaken. That's goo. Zifa, who was struggling to stand up again, was stunned for a moment and looked at Ying, whose black hair was flying wildly in disbelief, and Vabel, who had endured the domineering impact of the tyrannical color at close range, was also subconsciously stunned, his head dizzy slightly, and the force of the kick disappeared. But Sara was kicked along the gap in the room like a piece of rags in an instant. Go out. When Vabel shook his head and regained consciousness, famous sword Sakura flashed coldly. 10 suddenly magnified infinitely in the line of sight. Ying hasn't really practiced kendo systematically, and the only thing he knows is the sword he learned when Jun demonstrated it. At this moment, under the rage, Ying, who had no combat experience, used this knife almost subconsciously. Milky knife. Famous sword Sakura 10 fell on Vabel's chest and cut a bloody mouth at the same time, and the violent flying slash broke out and it directly blasted Vabel's huge body out. Boom. This scene was enough to shock the sea, and even Zifa was stunned. You must know that even if Zifa wants to hurt Vabel's monster-like body, at least he needs to use a move of the level of Navy 6 styles. Profound truth. Iron Fist P. Even though Zifa's evaluation of Ying's unreasonable physique in the past was more than 99% of the Navy is not weaker than an ordinary vice admiral, but the slashing and even the blasting of Vabel was still completely beyond Zifa's expectations. You know, no matter what, Ying is only a 6-year-old child. Wait, that was just now. Zifa was stunned for a moment, recalling the faint black-red lightning that was entangled with the knife just now. Overlord color entanglement. Ying just used the Overlord color entanglement. Even if it's weak, it can't be wrong. That's the entanglement of the Overlord. At this moment, Zifa's gaze towards Ying also changed completely. Not only is the physique beyond the strength of ordinary people, but also the aptitude is absolutely top. No, the top has no way to describe this level of aptitude. You must know that Overlord color entanglement is generally a powerful skill that can only be mastered by training Overlord color domineering to a very high level. Even in Zifa's memory, only a handful of people in the entire sea have mastered this skill for decades. However, even though the Overlord color entanglement shown by Ying just now is very immature and weak, it seems to be manifested unconsciously, but Zifa will never admit his mistake. As for Zifa's shock, Ying didn't pay any attention at all. Instead, she leaned on the gap in the room and looked towards the sea, trying hard to find Sara's figure. Empty. Where are you? Empty. Ying's tender voice, which is both fear and panic, echoed on the sea. Null. No response. Ying's delicate and lovely facial features gradually turned hideous, and the unconsciousness continued to erupt with domineering arrogance, which even shook the steel around him and distorted it. Plop. At this moment, a faint figure suddenly appeared from the sea, and Sara's incomparably weak voice entered Ying's ears. Ying, I'm here. Be careful behind. Halfway through Sara's voice, it sounded hysterically, reminding him that he was lying on his stomach and looking towards the sea, with a tearful smile on his face. And just behind Ying, Vabel, who had a bleeding hole in his chest, raised his long-handled sword high and suddenly slashed towards Ying's petite back. 451 Chapter 451 Similar ending. Witnessing this scene, Sara only felt that his body immersed in the sea became cold. Originally, Sara's physique was not outstanding, but he was completely in a state of serious injury under the kick that Vabel's strength dissipated. Anyone who can lift Kong's clothes now will be horrified to find that Kong's entire chest has obviously been sunken. However, at this time, seeing the long-handled sword raised behind Ying, Sara tried hard to continue shouting, but his throat seemed to be stuck, his ears were buzzing, he seemed to hear nothing, and there seemed to be a voice was heard vaguely, and it was between the lightning and flint that Zifa's body slammed into Vabel like a cannonball. Boom. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 233. Under the full blast of Zifa, Vabel and Zifa slammed into the wall on one side and even broke several rooms in a row before stopping. Ying, hurry, run with Kong. You should be able to barely cross the sea with your physique. Let's go. Zifa sounded with a painful roar, urging Ying to quickly escape from the training ship. Perhaps for the other students on the trainee ship, jumping into the sea of the Great Waterway alone is almost like courting death. Giant waves, whirlpools, sea kings. There are too many factors that can easily make students who are gradually losing their strength above the sea kill and finally die in despair. But Ying's physique is different. Her physical strength is enough to support her swimming to nearby islands or waiting for rescue from the Navy headquarters. So, no matter what, at least let Ying live. Under the support of this belief, Zifa's heart kept beating violently, squeezing this body that had not fought life and death for too long, bursting out a powerful force and entangled Vabel in place. At this moment, this naval admiral who has abdicated for more than 20 years seems to have once again found a trace of the momentum that he used to cross the sea. Ah, Vabel, stop for me. Faintly, Zifa's body seemed to swell a bit, and the armed color covered him with domineering, stunned to hold Vabel with one arm. It's just that Vabel may not have the same IQ as ordinary people, but he is an extremely stubborn character. In the past, he was arrested by Zifa and left a scar on his chest, so he has not forgotten that hatred. And just by Ying left a deep visible injury on the chest, but it also completely angered Vabel. Kill you, kill you, kill you. Under the domination of anger, Vabel's huge and terrifying body also burst out with terrifying power, constantly blasting towards Zifa, who was blocking his way, while his eyes were fixed on the seemingly reptile-sized figure. Fluorescence. As these two forces continued to collide in the cabin, even though the hull of the training ship was extremely strong, it continued to make creaky sounds, as if it had been hovering on the verge of falling apart. Boom! The long-handled broadsword slashed heavily on Zifa's shoulder again, and the force poured down like a landslide. The teeth that Zifa had been clenching unconsciously loosened. The iron wall-like defense was on the verge of collapse, and the whole person could no longer be supported and was blasted out. In the constant confrontation, Vabel's body surface has many large and small scars. Zifa's appearance does not seem to have many wounds except for his right arm, but under the loss of a lot of blood, his face is extremely pale. A touch of blood. Annoying bastard, I still have to kill you first. The long-handled sword in Vabel's hand turned, and the huge body was like a beast catching up with Zifa, who fell to the ground. Zifa subconsciously wanted to stand up to resist, but after a moment of slackening his will just now, he felt that his body was extremely heavy. Valley, have you lost too much blood? Ah, I didn't expect that the final result of Laozi would be similar to that guy Shike, who was killed by a rising star because of excessive blood loss. What a mockery. However, at least they should have bought time for Ying to escape, right? I'm so sorry, the rest of the students. I actually lost and couldn't protect you until you set sail. Seeing the long-handled broadsword constantly approaching, Zifa's expression was incomparably calm, waiting for the final moment to come. However, a milky voice suddenly sounded in Zifa's ear. Don't hurt teacher Zifa. In the next instant, a petite figure stood in front of Zifa. The long, supple black hair fluttered, and Ying held famous sword Sakura 10 in both hands to resist Vabel. Boom! Two figures, one big and one small, collided, and Ying was blasted out almost instantly, rolling around on the ground several times in a row. Fine! Zifa subconsciously shouted in panic. However, Ying's milky voice continued to sound, provoking Vabel. Ugly and stupid big man, come to beat me and cry if you have the ability, just a little bit. Immediately, Vabel's nostrils spurted one or two white air currents, and he turned around, no longer caring about Zifa lying on the ground, and instead chased in the direction of Ying. Seeing this, Zifa immediately understood what Ying meant. It's just, as a teacher, how could Zifa allow his 6-year-old students to cover themselves at the cost of their lives? It is his teacher's responsibility to protect the growth of students. Hey, Vabel, you got. It's just that before Zifa could finish speaking, he suddenly felt his shoulders move, being picked up by someone, and dragged in the opposite direction to Vabel. Zifa looked down and dragged himself with difficulty, and it was the same pale Sara. Null. What are you doing, idiot? Let go of Laozi. Who do you think Laozi is? I don't need your help. Get out. Take Ying to Laozi right away. Facing Zifa's scolding that seemed to be full of energy, Sara did not respond, but dragged Zifa to a nearby room that was barely kept intact. In the corner of the room, there is a senior who is in a coma because of the domineering arrogance that Ying had exploded before. Or rather, the whole ship except for Vabel, Zifa, Sara, and Ying. Everyone in the boat was stunned by the tyrannical arrogance that Ying had previously erupted. Until then, Sara sat on the ground panting heavily, sweat dripping from his forehead. Obviously, for Sara, who was also seriously injured and had just been picked up from the sea by Ying, this level was almost the limit of his physical ability. 452 Chapter 452 I'm so scared. Empty. Are you alright? Seeing Sara's unusually pale face, Zifa, who was still scolding Sara, couldn't help but care. Sara shook his head and said, Don't worry, teacher Zifa, we'll hide here for now. No, it's too dangerous for Ying to face Vabel. This is not an opponent she should face at her age. Zifa refused. Wouldn't Sara know about this? But this is already the only option. Teacher Zifa, you also know Ying's speed. If Ying wants to delay time, there will be no problem. After a pause, Kong said, and just now, I have informed my father. I must have informed the Navy headquarters at this time, right? As long as you hold on, reinforcements will definitely arrive. It's too far. The practice ship has been sailing for more than a day, and it will take half a day for Marin Fando's reinforcements at the earliest. In this regard, Zifa no longer dared to have expectations, and after a helpless sigh, he said, I will soon be able to recover some physical strength. When the time comes, I will cover you and Ying to escape. Don't hesitate. The physique of Babel is almost the same as the white beard in his youth. Don't have the illusion that you can easily defeat that body. This evaluation, to a certain extent, is already one of the highest evaluations. Don't look at today's whitebeard. Edward Newgate still has the title of the strongest man in the world, but purely in terms of physique, under the side effects of years of dark injuries and shock fruit. Whitebeard, the body is no longer as good as it was in youth. Therefore, in Zifa's view, purely in terms of physique, Babel is definitely the top level of the sea. Sara didn't say anything about it. How strong the sea is and what level Babel belongs to has not yet been accurately judged based on the age of Zonkong and Ying. It's just that Sara and Ying knew very well that they couldn't leave behind Zifa sensei, who was desperately trying to cover them and run away alone. There will always be a way. Sara bit his index finger and thought hard, his clean eyes flashing with wisdom. At the same time, a thrilling chase is also being staged on the training ship. Hey, big man, is that all you can do? Ying's silver bell-like laughter sounded from time to time, and the petite figure shuttled back and forth in the practice boat, followed by a roaring Babel, the long-handled sword in his hand, violently chasing Ying's figure. This scene is both hilarious and terrifying. Ying, who was less than Babel's knees, formed a strong contrast with Babel, who was 2 stories tall, and the long-handled broadsword slashed into Ying's many times. And in Ying's laughter that was constantly provoking Babel, there was a bit of crying in the vein. Ying is so scared. Mother, father, where are you? There is a villain who is about to kill Ying. Ying, who has always been willful and mischievous, felt fear for the first time. Even in order to cover teacher Zifa, Ying couldn't show the slightest weakness. He. If you have the ability, come and bully Ying, big guy. At this time, above the high altitude of a certain sea area, Ion shuttled at a terrifying speed, and the air waves generated by the speed even separated the clouds from it. Null. Yan looked down at the 2 life cards belonging to Sara and Ying in his hand. The one belonging to Sara had shrunk a lot, which meant Sara was seriously injured. Unprecedented anger rose up in his heart, and through the insights gained from Sara and Ying, Yen, who has completed the transformation between Ryotsu and tyrannical arrogance in the past 6 years. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura rose up, and the domineering arrogance that escaped unconsciously almost instantly shattered the clouds within a few kilometers. Why, not yet, Kong. Ying, wait a little longer for father, wait a little longer. The chase on the trainee ship continued, and the entire trainee ship had been destroyed by Babel's violence, leaving less and less room for Ying to avoid. Even Ying didn't have the energy to continue mocking Babel with laughter, but Babel's bantering laughter gradually sounded. Long chase. Under the circumstances, Babel gradually regained a certain calmness, and cut off the path in front of Ying with a single knife. Boom. For a time, the training ship made of steel was like a cake being cut. A small piece was directly cut off, and it crashed into the sea. Ying nearly stopped at the edge of the incision. No, there is no way. Ying's expression changed slightly, and she quickly turned around to flee in other directions, but Babel's huge body was blocked in front of her. Little devil, run for me again. Babel looked down at the little guy in front of him condescendingly, with a pet-like look in his eyes. Looking at it this way, you little devil seems to be a little cute. Babel took a step closer to Ying again, and the ugly facial features revealed a sense of pleasure. Great, this kind of cute thing should be directly squeezed to death. It's too annoying. Ying swallowed her saliva nervously, and said while looking around for possible escape routes, hey, big guy, that game just now doesn't count. Come back if you can. Come again. Babel first had a thoughtful expression, then grinned and raised the long-handled sword toward Ying without hesitation. And then I'll chop you up, kid. In the face of this blow, Ying, who had no way to retreat, could only wave his sword vigorously to meet him. Block. In just an instant, the difference in pure strength between the two parties instantly blew Ying Bong out, and Ying's trajectory in mid-air left an obvious blood trail. Hey. For a time, Babel was even more excited, and was about to carry out the final execution on Ying, who was in mid-air. As long as one more knife is added, this cute little devil will be completely shattered. Very nice. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 234. Babel's expression was excited, and the long-handled sword in his hand fell straight towards Ying Fai in the air. Witnessing this scene, he was quietly preparing an emergency boat, preparing to let Zifa meet Ying and escape with the empty pupils. Ying, don't. In Sara's heart-wrenching cry, a white light suddenly penetrated Babel's right hand, holding the long-handled sword from above the clouds at a speed hundreds of times faster than the speed of sound. 453 Chapter 10 Voices. Babel was stunned for a moment, only to feel his right hand numb, and then he lost all consciousness. What is this? Babel glanced out of the corner of his eye, and then saw that the white light was a slender blade, but it seemed something was wrong. How could there be a blade extending from the sky. No, no, how could such a slender blade penetrate his right hand so easily? Just when Vabel was extremely puzzled, he only felt that his eyes flashed and the slender blade that penetrated his right hand had disappeared. Wrong, an illusion. Just when Vabel had this doubt in his heart, there was a small sound centered on the opening that the white light on the right hand penetrated, and all the cells were dissolving at an explosive speed. Before Vabel could react, the entire right hand had completely disappeared. It was only then that the unparalleled excruciating pain slowly entered Vabel's nerves, and he cried out in pain for the first time. What happened? Zifa and Sara were also stunned at this time, completely unaware of what just happened. With their line of sight, they only saw a white light descending from the sky, but disappeared in an instant, and then Vabel stepped back and screamed and wailed, and the right hand that was holding the long-handled sword completely disappeared. In the next instant, a figure appeared in front of Zifa and Sara, and the simple nightgown seemed to have just walked out of the house and came here by accident. Sara's eyes were stunned for a moment, but he quickly recognized the familiar back and shouted in surprise, "Father, Lieutenant General Ion." In this regard, Zifa was even more surprised and did not understand why Ion appeared here. With his back to Sara, Ion took a deep breath, tried his best to suppress the terrifying expression on his face, turned around and gave Sara a smile and nodded, then carefully put down Ying also in his arms. "Ying, how do you feel?" Yan asked cautiously. Ying, who has not recovered until now, stared blankly. Ian, after blinking blankly, slowly came back to his senses. Then, wow! Ying burst into tears, hugged Ian, and said sobbing, "Father, father, father, woo-woo." Ying almost thought she was going to die. "I will never see my father again, and I will never be able to be your lovely daughter again, woo-woo." Yan's face was full of distress and pity, and he gently touched Ying's head and comforted him. It's okay, father is here. How are you? Is there any injury? Woo-woo. I scared Ying to death. Ying felt pain everywhere. Woo-woo. Ying said sobbing. The pity on Ying's face was even more serious, but he still tried his best to let Ying loose the hand that he held tightly and checked the wound on Ying's body. Soon, when Ian saw the deep wound on Ying's chest, his face shook a few times uncontrollably. If it weren't for Ying's physique that was different from ordinary people, I'm afraid this blow could kill a child of this age on the spot. Sara on the side looked at Ion's expression of anger and pity, and couldn't help but feel a little bit more. Father only cares about Ying, but Ying's wound looks scary, but the bleeding has stopped automatically, and it will heal automatically in the next few days. His injury is much more exaggerated than Ying's. Should he have broken his ribs or something? If only I could be cared by my father like Ying, and I could act like a spoiled child in my father's arms. However, before he could hesitate whether to cry or not, Vabel kept screaming and wailing for a while, and then charged towards Yan and Ying with the long-handled sword in his only left hand. This tragic and crazy momentum like a wounded beast made Zifa, who was always alert to Vabel's movements, tighten his heart and quickly reminded loudly, "Be careful, Lieutenant General Ion." As the words fell, Zifa wanted to face Vabel and rush up to block the opponent. However, as soon as Zifa's footsteps moved, Yan raised his hand to block Zifa. Need not. The next moment, a large number of cherry blossoms suddenly appeared, directly blocking Vabel's path more than 20 meters away. Layer after layer, almost in the blink of an eye, with Vabel as the center, a large number of cherry blossoms formed a maze, trapping Vabel in it. Boom boom boom. The violent roar continued to sound, and the entire training ship was shaking. However, under the obstruction and entanglement of countless cherry blossoms, Vabel, who did not understand the domineering and was blocked from sight, could only pour out his power against a large number of cherry blossoms like a terrifying beast. And Ion stood up slowly, patted Ying's head and said, "Chief Instructor Zifa, this pirate will be handled by me. Could you please help me take care of Sara and Ying?" Zifa hesitated for a moment and said, "Lieutenant General Yan, this pirate's physique is not weaker than that of Whitebeard's youth. It is comparable to a monster's body. You alone." Before Zifa could finish speaking, Ion said in a decisive tone, "Don't say it's not weaker than Whitebeard's youth. Even if the one standing here is Whitebeard himself, the result will not change in the slightest." Zifa was stunned for a moment, not expecting that Ion would have such a level of self-confidence. "Lieutenant General Ion, not kidding." Zifa stared deeply at Ion and re-evaluated the newly promoted Navy hero and his strength. As for Lieutenant General Ion, what is the upper limit of his strength? So far even the senior Navy officials have not had a very clear judgment. I only know that Lieutenant General Yan is a person with the ability of cherry blossom fruit. He is weak in physique, good at speed and domineering, and he is also the owner of domineering and domineering. But to what extent the specific combat power has reached, no one knows. Now, Ion made such a declaration, but it made Zifa doubtful. After all, even Lieutenant General Garb, who is most familiar with Zifa and is also extremely powerful, is not completely sure that he can defeat Whitebeard one-on-one. However, Ion no longer explained anything to Zifa and instead said to Ying Yukong with a gentle smile, "The next picture is not suitable for children to watch, so Kong and Ying, can you close your eyes and recite 10 times? Well, my father." Ying rubbed her wet eyes, responded, and closed her eyes. Sara asked quietly, "Father, is 10 tones enough?" Or 454 Chapter 454 Iron Fist Circulation. Yeah, 10 tones enough. The words Sara asked were also Zifa's thoughts at this time. Even though Vabel is mentally handicapped and his movements are relatively sluggish, his physique is a real monster. 10 times, it is too arrogant. Zifa may believe that Ion, as a Navy hero, has the ability to repel or even defeat Vabel, but it is impossible to resolve the battle within 10 times. However, before Zifa reminded Ian gently rubbed Kong's hair and said, "Empty, please have some insignificant confidence in your father, just a mere demented pirate, and he can only bully you children. 10 voices are enough." As soon as these words came out, Zifa's expression couldn't help but become a little weird, and the thought that he wanted to remind Jan was completely put away. Let this arrogant brat lose face. However, at this time, Ion didn't pay attention to Zifa's demeanor, and instead he stretched out his hand to cover Sara's eyelids and said, "Honey, cover your ears now and start counting. After 10 counts, everything will be resolved." Immediately, Sara and Ying covered their ears and counted in unison. 1. And as Sara and Ying closed his eyes, Ion's expression became completely gloomy. Boom boom boom. Among the countless cherry blossoms surrounding Vabel, there were still bursts of roars and Vabel's angry shouts. The next moment, with the lift of Ion's palm, the countless cherry blossoms dispersed, revealing Vabel's huge body. 2. Looking at Vabel's ugly posture at this time, Ion's anger rose uncontrollably. Hey! Vabel was stunned at the sudden disappearance of those annoying and somewhat sharp cherry blossoms, and then noticed Ion standing not far away in pajamas. However, Vabel's eyes turned and fell on Zifa and Ying again. Bang bang bang. Vabel's footsteps moved, and he charged towards Zifa and Ying with a ferocious face again, as if he was an unstoppable beast. 3. Jing Jing Senbun Seikarajanjian. The next moment, the countless thin cherry blossom blades floating in the sky above the training ship gathered together and turned into a knife that reflected the cold light under the moonlight, and the blades made of thousands of cherry blossom blades turned one after another, aiming at Vabel, who was running on the training boat. Suddenly, as if feeling the danger, Vabel, who was almost like a beast, took the initiative to stop for the first time, and his small mung bean-like eyes looked at the thousands of knives in the sky that were aimed at him in surprise. So that's it. Can a beast like you understand the feeling of danger and fear? Ion walked towards Vabel step by step, and a low voice sounded, "Then savor this fear and die here with regret and despair." 4. Profound truth. 1 by 1,000 blades flower. And as Ion's voice fell, the thousands of knives scattered all over the training ship attracted each other, and suddenly gathered towards Vabel at a terrifying speed. Whoosh! At this moment, between the interwove countless blades, it seems that a flower of sharp blades blooms with Vabel as the center. Valley, witnessing this scene with his own eyes, also changed Zifa's expression. On the bright side, it is just a large number of blades falling, and there is nothing commendable except for the number. But what is terrifying is that the thousands of blades fall synchronously, and there is no gap to escape in the process, and it seems that the thousands of blades still have a strong locking ability. It was clear that Vabel had retreated more than 10 meters just now, and the 1,000 blades still hit Vabel synchronously. It's quite a terrifying, unavoidable move. Except for hard hitting, I am afraid that only the speed of the Japanese ape has the chance to escape. Zifa couldn't help but comment. 5. Just as Zifa's voice fell, a wild beast-like roar sounded at the center of the flower of sharp blades composed of 1,000 blades. It hurts so much. I want to kill you, and kill everyone who dares to hurt me. Didn't he die? Ian said softly, raised his finger slightly, and the 1,000 blades instantly collapsed into cherry blossoms, exposing Vabel in it. Zitsize. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 235. At this time, Vabel's appearance looked like a red hedgehog, and blood arrows shot out from him. But even at this level, this monster, whose body is almost made of muscles, is still not dead, but instead exudes an increasingly fierce and terrifying aura. 6. And Zifa, who was always watching Vabel's changes, noticed that the countless wounds on Vabel's body were rapidly developing. Titan, so as to achieve the purpose of hemostasis, cannot help but remind it. Lieutenant General Ion, Vabel has mastered return of life, and this level of damage has not defeated him. Yes, Ian responded without the slightest change in his expression. It seems that he is really more suitable to end his sins by being slashed by thousands of knives. The next moment, there are thousands of blades all over the sky. 7. Profound truth. 1 by 1,000 blades flower. Another 1,000 blades descended, like a beautiful and magnificent flower of blades. However, under Zifa's unbelievable gaze, just as the upper blade was about to close, Vabel suddenly seemed to be covered with a layer of dark matter. That's armed arrogance. Zifa's expression changed slightly. The next moment a series of dense ding-ding-ding sounds sounded and a large number of blades hit Vabel's body, but they collapsed directly into cherry blossoms. Zifa's eyes widened as if he had seen the most incredible thing and exclaimed, "No, this isn't your usual armed arrogance. This is my unique way of turning armed arrogance. Iron Fist. Did this guy just learn it through observation? How is that possible? What a terrifying learning ability is this? Not only the return of life but even the circulation of my unique armed arrogance and Iron Fist has been mastered to this level during the battle. Monster with a monster-like physique, a monster-like fighting talent and a monster-like learning ability. This guy may not be the descendant of the white-bearded guy as rumored." And in Zifa's series of hasty words, Sara and Ying also spoke again. Lieutenant General Yan, the defense of the armed arrogance Iron Fist can be said to be unbreakable. The best way to deal with it is to consume the opponent's physical strength. Zifa quickly reminded, when the physical strength is exhausted to a certain level, the Iron Fist circulation will naturally be useless. 455 Chapter 455 The Problem of Quantity. Armed and domineering Iron Fist circulates. This name Ian has naturally heard of. Just as there is a high level of knowledge and domineering in the domineering, you can develop a variety of special abilities related to it. After a certain level of arrogance and domineering cultivation, some of the powerhouses also realized the unique way of arrogance and arrogance, thus strengthening the effect of certain aspects. The circulation of the Iron Fist of armed arrogance is the unique way of arrogance and arrogance of Zifa back then, which can be called an unbreakable iron wall. In fact, the defensive ability of this kind of armed domineering Iron Fist is indeed terrifying. The profound meaning of 1 by 1000 blades flower, which is dissolution. 1000 Sakura Jinjian failed to defeat Vabel and the Iron Fist. Defense. Ion, who saw a large number of blades fall on Vabel's body and then collapsed into a state of cherry blossoms, had a clear judgment, and the best way, of course, is to consume Vabel's stamina, as Zifa reminded him. With the characteristics of solution Senbon Sakura Jinjian, this is also the most correct way of fighting. As long as it continues, even if Vabel's physique is no different from a monster, Yan has absolute confidence to consume the opponent. Only. Ion turned his eyes slightly and looked at Sara and Ying, who looked a little embarrassed behind him. 9. Tisk. Ion let out a voice between his teeth and said in a low voice, "Time is running out, so let's end it." The next moment, under Zifa's puzzled gaze, Yen suddenly showed a domineering wave of domineering, and then a feeling that was quite familiar to Zifa appeared on Yen's body. Overlord color entanglement. For a time, the cherry blossoms were wrapped in black and red lightning, and they were shrouded in Vabel, who was covered with armament and domineering like an unbreakable statue. If it is said that the cherry blossoms under normal conditions are beautiful and illusory, as if they are broken at the touch, then the cherry blossoms wrapped in black and red lightning at this time are daunting. Zi. Under the cover of the domineering Iron Fist of armed color, Vabel's terrifying physique is enough to withstand the attack of profound truth. 1 by 1000 blades, accompanied by a black and red lightning entangled cherry blossom, a deep hole that can be seen in the bones. Suddenly, blood spurted out, and cherry blossom similar to that level in the next moment almost overwhelmingly flooded towards Vabel. Vabel's small mung-bean-like eyes unconsciously showed fear and made a strange cry, but it quickly turned into a dead silence. 10. As Sara and Ying finished their last count, they slowly opened their eyes and looked around. The tattered but calm training boat, the sloppy father in his nightgown, the teacher Zifa with his mouth slightly open, and a large piece of cherry blossoms that seemed to be unusually bright. As for the big guy who made Sara and Ying extremely annoying, he has disappeared. "Father, what about the bad guy who bullied Ying?" Ying asked cautiously, her eyes looking around from time to time, as if she was afraid that the big man who chased and killed her in the middle of the night would come out of nowhere. Ion turned around and put the soul-chopping sword back in its sheath again, rubbing it. He clicked his chin and said with consideration for his words, he felt that the sea was too boring, so he left in a hurry. What? Ying was stunned for a moment. Obviously she didn't quite understand what Yen meant, but Sara vaguely guessed something and looked past Yen to where Vabel was standing. What remained in place was only a large pool of blood and something that seemed to resemble powder. Before Sara could see what it was, Ion's body blocked Sara's vision, then grabbed Sara and Ying and walked in the opposite direction. Although Sara and Ying are relatively precocious, and after experiencing tonight's encounter, they must have some understanding of the cruelty of the sea, but Yan still does not want to leave his image related to terrible in front of them. However, doing it to this extent is something Ion can't control. After all, the relatively weak attack and destructive power of soul-chopping sword Senbon Sakura is a common problem. In the past there was even an embarrassing incident where she could not break Jun's domineering defense of armed color. color and instead ripped her clothes. For this reason, Ion was mistaken by Jun as a womanizer at the time, and with Vabel's terrifying physique and the defense of the iron-fisted flow of armed domineering, even Ion may not be able to complete a one-hit kill with final scene White Emperor Sword. Therefore, Overlord color winding is the best choice. The only bad thing is the effect created by the combination of Overlord's color entanglement and dissolution Senbon Sakura Jinjian. No matter how careful you are, it will still make the scene quite ugly. Afterwards, Ion found a room that was relatively less damaged on the tattered trainee ship, and after a while of comfort, Sara and Ying, who had been severely drained of energy, fell asleep. As for Sara and Ying's injuries, Ion's face was quite bad when he returned to the deck again. For more than 6 years, Ian was tortured so badly by the two brothers and sisters that he was not willing to beat them up. Instead, he suffered such serious injuries within 2 days after he was out of sight. Fortunately, Kong Yuing's body structure is not the same as ordinary people, otherwise he might have already died. Sure enough, it's still too cheap for him to let the sea debris die like this. Ion looked at the large pool of conspicuous blood that was left on the ground without worrying about it, and it could be said that the anger was not gone. And until now, Zifa still stood there and watched Vabel's original position but couldn't fully recover. Even if it's the Overlord's color entanglement, this is it too exaggerated. Zifa slowly turned his head towards Ion and asked incomprehensibly, "Overlord color is entangled. Zifa is not untouched. It is true that it can cause considerable damage to the circulation of the domineering iron fist of armed colors, but like the kind of swept away that directly cuts off the Vabel who maintains the circulation of the iron fist, this is already beyond Zifa's past. It belongs to the cognition of Overlord color entanglement." Ian heard the words and explained disapprovingly, "Maybe it's because Vabel is not familiar with the circulation of iron fist. Of course, in fact, Ian is very clear that the reason why the domineering iron fist of armed color is flowing and it collapses under the cherry blossoms entwined with black and red lightning, the fundamental reason is only the problem of quantity. Overlord colored entanglement is a kind of substantive damage that can be done without contact within a certain distance, ignoring a certain degree of defensibility, and the amount of entangled Overlord colored domineering will naturally affect the specific damage level. 456. The 456th chapter, Planted Seeds. And Ion is not the type with the innate Overlord's domineering like Hancock. His Overlord's domineering is transformed from Ryotsu. In the past 6 years, Yan's original intention was to try to master Ryotsu flexibly through the practice method of Overlord color entanglement. It just backfired. After countless failures without progress, Ion completely gave up this idea, as if Ryotsu couldn't be used like a domineering king or an armed domineering entanglement and covering the body. However, Yan was unexpectedly inspired by Sara and Ying's ability to be both like a Ryotsu and Overlord. After many attempts, he successfully transformed the Reiki into an Overlord. In a sense, for Ion, the amount of tyrannical arrogance he possesses is equivalent to the amount of Ryotsu. Therefore, in the quantity attached to the Overlord color entanglement, Ion has never been a stingy person. In addition, Vabel was not proficient at all with the iron fist that he learned instinctively with his fighting talent, which caused this situation that Zifa couldn't understand. As for Ion's explanation, Zifa is naturally skeptical. Quantity. If it is really a matter of quantity, what is the huge gap to cause this kind of collapse? But so strong. Lieutenant General Zifa smacked his mouth, and after witnessing the scene with his own eyes, he couldn't help feeling that the guy in the Warring States period really adopted an amazing guy as his adopted son. Not only Yen himself, but Ying's daughter Ying, who is also a seed with real potential. Thinking of this, Zifa suddenly remembered something and asked, "Lieutenant General Yen, so Ying's unconscious use of Overlord color entanglement is also influenced by you impact?" When Ian heard the words, while the surface was calm, he was slightly startled inside. Ying, that little idiot, did he still reveal this ability? However, the occurrence of this situation is actually expected by Ion. After all, it is easy for a person to cover up his shortcomings, but it is quite difficult to cover up his own excellence. Moreover, it is not a rare thing to awaken the Overlord's domineering at the age of 6 or 7. For example, Doflamingo, who once died at the hands of Ion, is also the awakening of the Overlord's domineering at this age. In addition, the reason why Ion took the initiative to reveal the ability of Overlord's domineering and Overlord's entanglement without caring was also prepared for this moment. It is normal for the excellence of the father to be passed on to the daughter. Even if it makes people amazed, it is not enough to be regarded as a monster like the domineering arrogance of the Overlord who possesses interference substances from birth. Really, it seems that Ying has successfully inherited some of my good genes, which is not bad. Ian took the opportunity to brag about himself boldly, causing Zifa's mouth to twitch slightly. lightly. When it comes to shameless things, this guy is not like Sengoku at all, but is exactly the same as Garp. However, as Zifa's eyes turned and landed on the mutilated corpses of the students around him, his eyes couldn't help showing a deep sorrow and self-blame, and he said, "Lieutenant General Yan, fortunately you came in time. I didn't expect that Vabel's monster would suddenly attack the training ship. Not just me. I'm afraid all the students on the entire training ship will die here." Ian pondered for a while and said slowly, "Chief Instructor Zifa, although there is a sentence that is a little too speculative, but how did Vabel find the position of the training ship?" Hearing this sentence, Zifa was taken aback for a moment. "Valley, you must know that when each batch of trainee ships that are about to graduate from the naval school set off for training, in order to protect these future naval officers, the Navy even specially equipped trainee ships that were transformed from naval warships called steel monsters. In addition, not only did Chief Instructor Zifa, who was a former general, follow the whole process, but the selected training route was also a route that had been confirmed by the Navy to be dangerous. According to common sense, under the protection of the Navy's internal intelligence system, the training ship will never encounter the extremely dangerous big pirates. However, the result is that Vabel, who has a considerable degree of mental retardation, was riding a raft and found the position of the training boat. Even if Ion didn't need to go on, Zifa knew that there were only two possibilities for this to happen. Or, there was a serious error in the Navy's internal intelligence system, and there was a serious miscalculation of the whereabouts of those pirates with a high degree of danger, resulting in such an event with a very small probability. Or, the sailing route of the training ship was deliberately leaked and handed over to Vabel, who had a grudge against Zifa. At this moment, Zifa's heart froze. If it's the former, then Zifa is just disappointed and angry with the Naval Intelligence Service, but if it's the latter, Zifa's inner justice, which he has insisted on for decades, is faintly shaken, and even the serious injury has always maintained a firm look in his eyes, which has caused a sense of trance. 236. After a few breaths, Zifa slowed down and spoke with difficulty. "Perhaps some special devil fruit ability." "What devil fruit ability did Vabel use to confirm the position of my enemy?" Ion nodded and did not discuss further with Zifa, not only because the scene is not suitable at the moment, but also need to let Zifa calm down. Furthermore, Ion himself needs further confirmation, not just guesswork. Some seeds, you can plant them first, but it takes time for them to take root. But no matter who hurts Sara and Ying, there is a price to pay for it. Ian pushed on his glasses, trying hard to hide his uncontrollable fierce eyes. Midnight passed, and the morning sun slowly rose on the line between the sea and the sky. Several naval warships that departed from the naval headquarters hurriedly arrived at the training ship that had been paralyzed on the sea. Lieutenant General Karp and Lieutenant General Crane, who were at the same time as Zifa and had an excellent relationship, arrived together. "Zifa, are you all right?" Lieutenant General Garp asked with a carefree mouth, and Lieutenant General Crane's brows were already wrinkled, and his heart skipped a beat as he glanced at the mess with bloodstains everywhere on the training ship. "After a busy night, Zifa and Ion have collected the remains of the students on the training ship and confirmed the casualties. It is precisely because of this that Zifa's whole person can be said to be swaying now. As a top powerhouse in the sea, he is faintly unstable." "Hello, Zephyr," Lieutenant General Garp asked with concern. Cap, seeing this decades-old colleague and comrade in arms, who had collected the bodies of the students one by one with his own hands, Zifa could no longer suppress his inner grief and grief. 457 Chapter 457 Miss Bajin. A total of 573 students participated in the practice training this year. Some of the students' remains were damaged so badly that they could neither be identified nor spliced together. After following the emergency boat, it completely sank into the sea. Therefore, Zifa's preliminary confirmed death toll was 262 people, and the missing number was 39 people, more than half of whom were injured. Ion, who was standing quietly by the side, could only sigh, not knowing how to comfort Zifa at all. For Chief Instructor Zifa, who resigned from the position of general and founded the Naval Academy for more than 20 years, all his life and responsibilities are to train students. If it was said that he was still in a state of battle, Zifa couldn't feel the grief of the students passing for a while. But as Zifa insisted on collecting the bodies of the students one by one, this process was undoubtedly a huge torture and blow. If it weren't for the remaining half of the survivors, Ion would even suspect that Zephyr would have collapsed on the spot. However, even if this is the case, nearly half of the generals and officers are lost, and for the future Navy, it is very likely that there will be a chance for that generation to fail. It's really troublesome. Ian shook his head helplessly, knowing that the old man in the Warring States period was fine during his tenure as a naval marshal, but the next naval marshal might have a shortage of mid-level and high-level combat power in the Navy. From the standpoint of Ion and the Revolutionary Army, in fact, I don't want the Navy to decline. Otherwise, the massive thieves will rampage and the order will collapse, which will also seriously affect the development speed of the Revolutionary Army. After taking a look around, Lieutenant General Crane asked Ion for the specifics. In this regard, there is no need for Ion to hide, and he will tell the last thing he knows, including the Overlord's entanglement. When Lieutenant General Crane finally heard the death toll of the students, he also realized that the impact of this incident might be quite far-reaching. But Lieutenant General Crane couldn't help but stare deeply at Ion. Almost killed Vabel, who is known as Whitebeard too, although there seems to be a problem of restraint, but it is enough to show that the combat power that Ion can exert already belongs to the top level of the sea. And what surprised Admiral Tsuruo most was the speed with which Yan crossed the sea. Among the three current admirals of the Navy, Admiral Akainu Sakazuki can temporarily create a foothold in the sea through lava, while Admiral Aokiji Kyuzan has the ability to freeze the sea and wander freely. But whether it is Admiral Sakazuki or Admiral Kyuzan, the speed of rushing on the sea is not as fast as that of naval warships. In the end, only General Kazuna Palsolino really has the ability to quickly cross the sea alone, but the consumption of physical strength is also quite terrible. On the contrary, Ion now showed this ability to easily cross the sea, and rushed from Marin Vando to the training ship for support at an unimaginable speed. How did you do that? The ability of Sakura Fruit. Lieutenant General Crane couldn't help but have this question in his heart, but it's obviously not suitable for this kind of questioning on this occasion. Afterwards, the trainee ship, which was already dilapidated and on the verge of sinking, was towed by the other two warships and returned to Marin Vando. The surviving students also began to be treated by the naval doctor. However, for these surviving students, most of the injuries on their bodies were small bumps and bumps, but they suffered quite severe psychological and spiritual shocks. That feeling is probably equivalent to a full-level monster entering the novice village by mistake. I believe that Vabel's monster-like physique and strength will become a lingering nightmare for a considerable number of students for a long time to come. In addition, Zifa, the chief instructor of the Navy, was also seriously injured, although his life was not in danger due to the return of life. In addition to the fact that his most important right arm was nearly scrapped, he also suffered a considerable psychological blow. If the attacker Vabel had not been killed on the spot by Yan, I am afraid the consequences of this incident would have been even more serious. The next day, in the Marine Vando office building of the Navy headquarters, Ion rarely appeared in his office and listened to Major General Hope's investigation report. Reporting to Lieutenant General Ian, I have followed your order to obtain the report documents for the route of the traineeship. The only departments for approval are the Staff Department and the Marshal's office, and then they will be kept in the archives. After a pause, Major General Hope flipped through the documents in his hand and continued, and the 6 naval branches of the Intelligence Department that need to cooperate with the training ship are related to the sea route, but the Intelligence Department and the 6 naval branches do not know that the task object they need to cooperate with is the training ship. Ian nodded and motioned Major General Hope to put the report in his hand on the desk. Is there any relevant progress from the Intelligence Department and the General Staff Department? Yan asked. The Intelligence Department and the General Staff probably restored Vabel's recent trajectory of actions, thinking that this should be purely coincidental, Hope replied. In this regard, Ian did not comment but directly let Major General Hope get busy. There is no doubt that there is nothing to investigate within the Navy today. The chief instructor Zifa was seriously injured in the attack, and more than 300 future admirals were sacrificed in such a big event. The Intelligence Department and the General Staff Department naturally refused to take the blame without substantial evidence. More importantly, it all seemed too much of a coincidence. In the vast sea, Vabel, who is mentally handicapped, happened to be riding a raft and met the training boat. Immediately, Ian picked up the document submitted by Major General Hope just now and browsed it, and finally extracted a photo closely related to Vabel's life. Miss Barkin, a diminutive old woman with black glasses and an exaggerated patterned cape. In the Navy's past information, Miss Barkin was Vabel's biological mother, and she used to advertise herself as the lover of Whitebeard Edward Newgate in the past. According to the time estimate, probably caught it. Ion tapped the table, muttered something, and half leaned back on the back of the chair. At the same time, in a beauty salon on a bustling island near the sea where the trainee ship was attacked, Miss Jin was carefully looking at the skin after maintenance. His expression became more and more dissatisfied, and he scolded the clerk beside him. Didn't you say that after your 3 courses of treatment the skin will be restored to a girlish state? Why is it still so wrinkled? In this regard, the surrounding shop assistants couldn't help showing a bit of helplessness on their faces. If it wasn't for this guy who was stupid and rich, they would be too lazy to pay attention attention to this kind of daydreaming. 458 Chapter 458 Zifa being targeted. The manager of the beauty salon, who arrived in a hurry, was also angry when he saw Miss Biajin, who was about to go into a frenzy. Instead, he explained to Miss Biajin patiently and gently, "Madam, it's like this. We promised that 3 courses of treatment would be effective, but 3 courses of treatment are just the beginning of returning to the state of girlish skin. Come on, ma'am, look here and recall it. Have you noticed that the skin here has improved a lot from the 3 treatments before? The pores have shrunk a lot and it has begun to develop towards the state of girlish skin. Madam, you have to believe in the strength of our store. As an old Bideo chain store, it has passed the test and certification of time." After a pause, the manager of the beauty salon pointed at himself with a sense of mystery. "Madam, guess how old I am this year?" Miss Biajin, who was unknowingly led by the manager of the beauty salon, followed the other party's question, carefully looked at the manager, who looked a bit middle-aged, and said guessingly, 36. "I guessed wrong, ma'am. I am this year," the manager of the beauty salon said with a few sighs. 63 years old. Immediately, Miss Biajin asked with a shocked and unbelievable expression, "Is your secret to staying young through these treatments?" The manager of the beauty salon hesitated for a moment and whispered mysteriously, "Actually, in addition to these treatments, the shop also has a special beauty product in-house, but I think that the lady has an extraordinary temperament and has a lot of support for the shop. You can secretly take some for the lady to use." Hearing this sentence, Miss Biajin's original unpleasant expression completely dissipated, and he couldn't help showing a bit of joy. The manager of the beauty salon saw this and continued hesitantly, "But ma'am, even if it is an internal product, it is not provided by the headquarters for free. It's just that I can have a certain share as the store manager and buy it at the internal price, so that part of the cost." "Don't worry, Bailey is not a problem," Miss Biajin said indifferently. In an instant, the manager of the beauty salon could hardly hold back the ecstatic look on his face. "Fat sheep, this is definitely the long-awaited big fat sheep. Sure enough, being a pirate has no future at all. Where can you open a beauty salon and get money quickly? What pores shrink? As long as you simply wash your face, the pores will naturally shrink a lot temporarily." As for the old Bideo chain store, the sentence is true, but the specific situation is that the store has been subsequently complained by customers for fraud, and the store has been blocked by 100 islands in a row. However, the 26-year-old store manager believes that there will soon be 101 islands. It's just that it doesn't matter at all. It's just another island. The same routine will always be fooled by different sheep. But before the manager of the beauty salon went to make arrangements, Miss Biajin's expression suddenly became a little terrifying and reminded, "If I find out that you lied to me, then when my son comes back, I will let him tear you into pieces." The manager of the beauty salon heard this, and habitually wanted to respond to this warning with a smile, but somehow felt that Miss Biajin was not joking. "Guru, certainly." The next moment, Miss Biajin's expression became happy again, and said with a wrinkled face like an old chrysanthemum, "If you can restore my skin to a girl state, then I will definitely be able to regain the love of Whitebeard, and I can satisfy you with as much wealth as I need." The manager of the beauty salon heard this, but instead heaved a sigh of relief and complimented him. "Then I'll thank Mrs. Whitebeard first." Miss Biajin couldn't help laughing contentedly after hearing the compliment. "Ma'am, how about I go down to prepare the products first and then start the next treatment?" the beauty salon manager asked cautiously. "No problem. In terms of cost, look at the white on the face of the beard. How about a 50% discount?" "How about 8 million Bailey?" asked the beauty salon manager. "The discount is not bad," Miss Biajin said with approval. "Thank you so much for your support." However, when the manager of the beauty salon retreated outside the room and closed the door, he couldn't help but spit and said disdainfully, "How dare you say that you are a woman with a white beard with such a wrinkled appearance? What an old woman who likes to daydream. Forget it. For Bailey's sake, let me treat you well." Just when the manager of the beauty salon turned around to prepare the so-called treatment, he suddenly bumped into something, and he sat on the ground like a direct rebound. What? As the manager of the beauty salon looked up to see the man in front of him, the originally fierce voice suddenly stopped. "Ferocious Wolf Cocker, the real owner of this island, is in charge of most of the business and security of this island, and even rumored to be a pirate who was offered a reward of 50 million Baileys. Lord Kirker." The manager of the beauty salon pulled out a smile with difficulty and said hello to Kirker. 237. Coker glanced at the manager of the beauty salon, ignored him, and walked directly into the private room in front of him. The next moment, under the bewildered gaze of the manager of the beauty salon, Coker walked out with one hand in hand with the big fat sheep he had encountered in a year. However, before the manager of the beauty salon could make a sound, she felt a pain in the back of her neck and she fell into a coma. Half a day later, when the manager of the beauty salon woke up, Her hands were already stained with blood, and in front of her was Miss Jin, who was completely dead. What's going on? Before the manager of the beauty salon could fully wake up, the door of the private room was suddenly kicked open, and a small team of navy barged in directly. Dolly, the beautiful wolf, you have been arrested with a reward of 9 million Baileys, and in addition to being a pirate, you are also pretending to be a beauty doctor, suspected of murdering many people through surgery, a serious crime. However, just when the manager of the beauty salon was about to speak out, the navy in the lead suddenly gave a loud shout, dare to attack the navy and shoot. Bang bang bang. At the same time, Ian, who had already slipped out to the sea to fish, also received information from Miss Bajin from the Revolutionary Army. Among them, Miss Bajin's role in the attack on the training ship was recorded in detail. Sure enough, as expected, the attack on the training ship was not aimed at Sarah and Ying, but was the real target at Zifa. Someone deliberately leaked information related to Zifa to Miss Barkin, instigated Miss Barkin to order Vabel to attack the trainee ship, and also promised to give Miss Barkin 100 million berry as a reward afterwards. This style of behavior is the CP organization. Ian muttered, but he wasn't sure which CP organization was behind the plan. After all, the CP organization as the world government controls the eyes, shields and sharp blades of the sea, and even the Revolutionary Army cannot easily penetrate it. 459th chapter. Multi-pit leader. The Revolutionary Army attaches great importance to grassroots intelligence. Using ideas as a weapon and developing espionage personnel is a unique advantage. Therefore, after 8 years of development, the intelligence organization of the Revolutionary Army has successfully expanded from the North Sea to every corner of the sea. It is precisely because of this intelligence network that spreads across the entire sea that the Revolutionary Army has always blocked its own intelligence and has not been valued by the world's allied countries and world governments. But the CP organization is a special exception. Their members are trained from childhood and will not easily recruit outsiders to join. And under the mature training model of the world government, the members of the CP organization have almost fanatical beliefs and awe from the heart towards the Tianlong people and most of the world government. This made it difficult for the Revolutionary Army to place personnel in the CP organization, nor to win over members of the CP organization through conventional means. But at this moment, it reminded Ion of that big cat, Lucci, who had been freed for 6 years. Now, if Ion remembers correctly, the big cat and many CP9 spy members have been nesting in the Seven Waters for the past 6 years, looking for the blueprint of ancient weapon Hades. However, the mission of the big cat and the many CP9 spy members is destined to be futile. After all, the blueprint of ancient weapon Hades has been secretly stolen by the Revolutionary Army, and naturally it is impossible to find it. If the big cat's strength is further improved and he makes great contributions, he will have a very good chance of being recruited by the CP0 organization. In this way, I can be considered a pair of eyes in the CP0 organization. Ion stared calmly at the fish float that floated up and down with the waves on the sea, and pondered this question secretly. For the CP0 organization, Ian has always held a rather fearful and vigilant attitude. That group of people is not only the strongest shield of the Tianlong people, always guarding the safety of the Tianlong people, but also one of the most dangerous troops of the world government. Each CP0 member either has the combat power of a vice admiral or above, or has a variety of specialties, different abilities. The power they possess can also directly meet the 5 old stars and order the CP1 CP9 organizations and mobilize the power of the world government. However, that big cat has also received the dark training of the world government since he was a child, and the idea he holds is a kind of dark justice and jungle concept which is completely different from the path of the Revolutionary Army and may not recognize the thinking of the Revolutionary Army. It's more appropriate to find an opportunity to contact in the name of a person. The 7th Phantom Soul-Killing Knife Emperor Shark awakened in his hand has been given to Tiger, and the remaining 8th Phantom Soul-Killing Knife Leopard Wang is quite suitable for that big cat. Wait and see. Now is not a good time to contact. After all, Vabel has just been killed. Presumably the world government's attention to me will increase again in the short term. Thinking of the end, Ion couldn't help but sighed helplessly. If it is in Marin Vando, the CP organization's surveillance of Ion is almost uninterrupted, and only by running above the sea without any shelter can Ion temporarily avoid the surveillance of the CP organization. At this moment, the eyes of the little Jew phone bug placed on the board by Ion lit up, and a black picture was automatically projected with the note multi-pit leader below. Connected, Ion said. The next moment, Durag appeared in the projected picture, and the environment behind it seemed to be above a cloud layer. Valley. What's wrong? Drago. Yan asked. Mr. Zifa was attacked. How is the situation? Drago asked. The injury has been completely stabilized, paralyzed. Even if the right hand is seriously injured, even after treatment, it will be able to recover in the future. In terms of Chief Instructor Zifa's fighting style, the impact of combat power cannot be ignored. The most important thing is that for President Zifa, the instructor's mental blow was quite severe. Ian replied. Hearing this sentence, Drago couldn't help sighing. With Lieutenant General Garp's free-ranging and rude education method, it is naturally impossible to educate children normally. So Darag was also a student at the naval school in the past, and he received a lot of care from Chief Instructor Zifa. Therefore, when he heard the news, Drago couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable and said, Teacher Zifa has been retired from the front line of the Navy for more than 20 years. I didn't expect that I would need to suffer such a blow in my later years. Alas, Ian replied, there is no way to do this. Chief Instructor Zifa's influence is too great. Today, more than 70% of the middle and high-level generals of the Navy are students of Chief Instructor Zifa. Wait, what do you mean? Drago reacted immediately. Well, according to the information just verified from Vabel's mother Miss Bajin, the whereabouts of Chief Instructor Zifa was leaked by the CP organization, saying that Ian took a document in his hand and swept it in front of the Xiaophone bug's eyes, and then synchronized the relevant text to Darag's side. Drago frowned and flipped through the document through the screen projected by the phone bug, and couldn't help sneering out loud. As expected of the world government, are you afraid of Teacher Zifa's influence? Ian nodded and said, indeed, Chief Instructor Zifa's influence is quite terrifying. If I can make him recognize the thoughts of the Revolutionary Army, then I can achieve most of the purpose of staying in the Navy in an instant. Drago pondered for a while and said, it's not very realistic. Like the old man in my family, Mr. Zifa is actually very aware of the problems of the world government, but justice is the goal and position they have pursued all their lives, and they will never change this belief. This, of course, I understand that it is unrealistic to let them betray the justice and belief that they have adhered to all their lives, but having said that, Ion's voice paused and said immediately, forget it, I'm not completely sure. Let's try it out. If there is really no way for the Navy to remain neutral in the war between the organization and the world government, then the only option is to split the Navy. Drago nodded, knowing that once the Navy fell completely, it would be a runaway state for the sea, and the incalculable number of pirates would cause serious damage to the sea. Even if the Revolutionary Army wins the war with the world government, it will definitely not take a few years to rebuild a complete system like the Navy, and during this period those pirates like hyenas will have no checks and balances at all. Therefore, the worst option, even if the Revolutionary Army can't keep the Navy neutral, must make the Navy fall into a state of disintegration. 460th chapter, Tyrant's Territory. Thinking of this, Drago's eyes flickered as he looked at Ion, and said, Chief of Staff, isn't there another option? You go and compete for the position of Marshal. The old man in the Warring States period has no plans to retire for the time being. Yan replied, what I'm talking about is to prepare for the future. You can become a general first temporarily. Compared with the current 3 generals, you will not fall into a competitive disadvantage. If you really take up the post of Admiral, then everything will be easy. Yes, Drago said happily. Inappropriate. Yan shook his head and said, why is it inappropriate? Drago asked in confusion. Ian cast a glance at Drago and said, I've become an Admiral of the Navy. The status in the world government is almost the same as that of the Chief of Staff in the Revolutionary Army, right? What if I can't resist the corrosion of power and color, and can't help betting on both sides? Darag, looking at Drago's confused look, Ian couldn't help laughing and said, ha ha ha, just kidding. After a pause, Ion said seriously, the higher the position in the Navy, the more the world government will monitor every word and deed. If the Navy is to remain neutral in the organization's war with the world government, then what is most needed is to transform in an obscure way justice within the Navy. This is something I can't do as an admiral. After all, the world government has never relaxed its vigilance and supervision over the position of admiral. Once the admiral is aware of this tendency by the world government, I'm not sure you'll be arrested and jailed in no time. So, I maintain the vacant title and prestige of Navy hero, but the rank of lieutenant admiral without much real power is more appropriate. After the world government's surveillance on me is gradually relaxed, the Navy hero title, the name, is where it starts to work. When Drago heard the words, while agreeing, he couldn't help but say a bit more regretfully, sigh, but if you can become a marshal of the Navy, you might be able to pull the entire Navy into the organization's camp, and then the war with the world government will be more certain. Let's talk about it, Ion said disapprovingly, as if to perfunctory the suggestion. Immediately, Drago stopped mentioning this matter, and instead spoke in a serious tone. By the way, that man has already begun to enter the waters of the New World. Immediately, Yan's spirit was shocked and he asked, is the news confirmed? His goal is to compete for the title of the 4th Sea Emperor, right? Drago nodded and replied, replied. If there is no accident, the conflict will break out very quickly. Hearing this, Ian couldn't help showing a smile on his face, rubbing his chin, and said, "It's a little later than expected, but the time we've waited so long for is finally here." Then, Drago. Ian nodded and said, "Well, according to the predetermined plan, let the rest of the army commanders also start preparing. When the conflict breaks out and completely attracts the attention of the world government and the navy, the second 5-year plan, Island Commune plan, will start immediately." At the same time, the red foss, which was several times larger than 6 years ago, suddenly drilled out from under the sea water. With the bubble coating broken, it landed firmly on the sea surface. Boom! The huge waves stirred up, and the red-haired man standing in the bow position couldn't help laughing arrogantly. "Ha ha ha, I circled the whole sea and finally came back. New world. It's just that the weather in the sea area is terrible, with dark clouds covering the top, storms swept up, and the sea surface is even more choppy. The red foss that just landed on the sea is like a leaf at any time. The danger of subversion." "Captain Idiot, stop laughing, come and help quickly. The sail is about to break." Lucky Lou, who was holding the meat in one hand and the sail rope in the other, couldn't help but complain. "That's right, work hard, Captain Idiot. What if you go down like this and capsize?" Another red-haired pirate's cotter, Jesus Bulletin, also shouted, but his tone was full of carefreeness, and his eyes looked at the harsh environment around him from time to time. As a partner found in the East China Sea during the 6 years since red-haired Shanks left the waters of the New World, Jesus Cloth is the first time he has reached the second half of the legendary Great Route. It's finally here, New World. For the upcoming free adventure, Jesus Cloth is full of anticipation and passion, and Shanks, who was still standing on the bow, was still laughing in the face of the storm. "Ha ha ha, don't worry. As far as storms and tsunamis are concerned, you have to believe in the ability of the Red Firth." But after a pause, Shanks' tone suddenly changed. "It's rare to return to the New World waters again. This time, since I aim to be the Emperor of the Sea, then I will be a little more willful." The captain's power to conquer the sea in the past is once again displayed in the New World waters. Bar. As Shanks' voice fell, an invisible wave suddenly erupted, centered on red-haired Shanks. The territory of tyrants. The terrifying and domineering overlord was released, and even with the arrogance of the red-haired pirates' cotters, this moment couldn't help but feel a sense of suffocation. The seemingly emaciated figure standing on the bow of the ship seemed at this moment like a tyrant who surrendered the world. Boom! The next moment, a roar sounded. Wherever the domineering arrogance unleashed by Shanks passed, the storm stopped, the tsunami receded, and even the dark clouds above his head disappeared. Just as the officers of the red-haired pirates who witnessed the scene were completely shocked, Shanks' heroic and hearty laughter sounded again. "Ha ha ha, cough cough." It's just that before Shanks left the spirit to be slowly savored by the red-haired pirate cotters, he was directly choked by his own saliva. Down. The originally straight waist suddenly bent down and coughed. Looking at this scene, I don't know who made a snort. Fool. Immediately, the crew of the red-hair pirates on the Red Foss almost burst into laughter. Shanks, who blushed, couldn't help shouting, "Don't laugh, it was just an accident." Just for Shanks' warning, the laughter of the Red Firth was even more joyful. Looking at this scene, Deputy Captain Ben Beckman, who was in command in the wheelhouse, couldn't help but complain a little helplessly. "What a willful idiot who wastes the tyrant's territory in such a place, and is not afraid that the information will be known in advance by others. No way, the captain's character is like this, and the captain is not worried about others knowing." Another officer in charge of the rudder, Bendyke Snake, replied with a smile, "Forget it, leave him alone, Snake. The rudder will be handed over to you." With that, Beckman walked towards the door. "No problem, but Beckman, what are you doing?" Snake asked. "Well, I need to help the captain send out a declaration of war. Since we are fighting for the Emperor of the Sea, too little movement will not be recognized." Beckman replied. "Has the goal of the challenge been determined?" Snake asked curiously. Beckman, who walked outside the door, heard the words, paused, turned his head and smiled slightly, and said, "100 beasts Kaido. How is it?" 461 Chapter 462 Declare War. In the office of Marshal Malinfan, Marshal of the Warring States period, and Lieutenant General Crane had solemn expressions. "Have you found any results?" the Warring States Marshal asked. "No," Lieutenant General Crane replied. Hearing this sentence, the expression of the Warring States Marshal became more and more ugly. What Ion could see, the Warring States Marshal and Lieutenant General Crane naturally also had this guess in their hearts. Although Vabel had a feud with Zifa in the past, it was a coincidence that he was able to find the position of the trainee ship in the vast sea, and he couldn't believe it at all. It's just that there is no evidence. The Warring States Marshal and Lieutenant General Crane searched the Navy for several days but could not find any useful evidence at all. Correct. And Lieutenant General Crane suddenly thought of something and said, "In addition, Miss Bajin is dead." The Warring States Marshal was stunned for a moment, then immediately recalled and asked, "Vabel's mother. That's right, but she was killed in a beauty salon by a little pirate named Bright Wolf Daly. As Lieutenant General Crane spoke, he put the relevant information in front of the Warring States Marshal. Someone reported to the Navy that Daly Beautiful Wolf was posing as a cosmetic doctor to perform an operation. When the Navy arrived, Miss Bajin was already dead on the operating table, and Daly Beautiful Wolf was shot dead on the spot for attacking the Navy. The Warring States Marshal swept his eyes around the intelligence document and said with a frown, "It looks very suspicious." Who reported to the local Navy's Bright Wolf Daly. This was not recorded in the document, but I checked it later. The report was delivered in the form of a letter, and the other party claimed to be a warm-hearted person. Lieutenant General Crane replied. Suddenly, the corner of the Warring States Marshal's mouth couldn't help twitching. Immediately, after the office fell silent for a moment, the Warring States Marshal said in a low voice, "Zia, do you think these things are all?" The latter words the Warring States Marshal did not say, but Lieutenant General Crane understood that the Warring States Marshal was referring to the CP organization. Being able to easily know the location of the training ship where Zifa is located, and being able to find the organization that Miss Bajin started with is one step ahead of the Navy. It must have an incomparably powerful intelligence force, and the only one that matches seems to be the CP organization. And Lieutenant General Crane took a deep breath and said, "Don't make random guesses. The Warring States period does not rule out other possibilities, such as what forces want to secretly provoke a war between the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates." After a pause, Lieutenant General Crane placed the photos of Babel and Miss Bajin in front of the Warring States Marshal and said, "After all, according to rumors, Babel is Whitebeard's biological son, and that Miss Bajin is Whitebeard's wife. Now that they are both dead at the hands of the Navy, it is very likely that Whitebeard will be completely angered." The Warring States Marshal looked away, looking at Babel's ugly and demented appearance and Miss Bajin's short and old appearance, but he couldn't connect them with the domineering Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Together, Valley, especially Miss Bajin, her height may not be able to hit the knee of Edward Newgate Whitebeard, no matter how they look at it. It's hard to match. How likely is this? Is there any response from the Whitebeard pirates?" asked the Warring States Marshal. "It's impossible to determine the possibility, but I have sent additional personnel to monitor the movements of the Whitebeard pirates," Admiral Crane replied. Warring States UN Handsome nodded and said, "Don't be careless. The power of the Whitebeard guy should not be underestimated, and you must keep monitoring at all times." After a pause, the Warring States Marshal suddenly thought of something and said in a low voice, "Zia, but if the guy with Whitebeard takes the initiative to leave the New World Sea, maybe this will be a good opportunity." "No, the timing is not right now." Lieutenant General Crane shook his head and said, "Why?" The Warring States Marshal asked. "Just now, the Red Hair Pirates took the initiative to declare war on the 100 Beasts Pirates in an attempt to seize the title of Sea Emperor." Lieutenant General Crane replied. "What?" Redhead Shanks, the kid who was on Roger's boat before. Suddenly, the Warring States Marshal showed a thoughtful look and then opened a brief map of the New World Sea area, which marked Whitebeard Pirates, Big Mom Pirates, and Sea of Beasts. The Thieves Group also has a part of the territory occupied by the Big Pirates. Zia, do you think this incident will shake the current pattern of the New World Sea area? Does Red-Haired Shanks have the ability to compete with the 100 Beasts Pirates?" asked the Warring States Marshal. Immediately, Lieutenant General Crane took out a stack of documents prepared in advance and placed it in front of the Warring States Marshal, which recorded all the information about the red-haired pirates, especially the information of Red-Haired Shanks is particularly numerous. Red-Haired Shanks led the pirates out of the New World waters after the Dressrosa incident 6 years ago and began to wander in the rest of the waters. According to the intelligence gathered by the Intelligence Department, Redhead Shanks is nominally looking for a new partner. After a pause, Lieutenant General he continued, "However, there are two very suspicious points. Red-Haired Shanks attacked a ship protected by the CP organization in the East China Sea, captured a devil fruit, and then lost an arm inexplicably when he reappeared. And according to the voyage route of Red-Haired Shanks drawn by the staff, he wandered around almost every sea area, but instead seemed to be looking for something." Hearing this sentence, the Warring States Marshal couldn't help showing an unexpected expression. As a man who dared to challenge Beast Kaido and try to win the title of Emperor of the Sea, would he lose an arm in a place like the East China Sea? That's right, Red-Haired Shanks did lose an arm in the East China Sea, but because there is no real enemy worthy of Shanks' shot in the four seas. This has led to the Navy's concern about red-haired fragrance in the past 6 years. There is little update on the strength information of Kex, so it is a mystery whether Red-Haired Shanks has the strength to fight Kaido head-on. Mystery. The Marshal of the Warring States fell into thought, frowned, and muttered, "Have the little devils on Roger's ship grown to this point? I always feel that I can't be careless." Immediately Immediately, the Warring States Marshal said, "Hold an emergency meeting to discuss this issue further. In the past, limited by the promise of Roger's promise, we relaxed the pursuit of those remnants, but since the other party has grown to this point, we must not take it lightly and treat the other party as a major threat." Yes. Immediately, Lieutenant General Crane turned to convey the order of the Warring States Marshal. 462 Chapter 463 Emergency Meeting. Following the order of the Marshal of the Warring States period, the entire Vice Admiral and General of the Marine Headquarters, who were in charge of real power, walked towards the conference room with solemn expressions. An emergency meeting was held temporarily, which must represent something important happened above the sea. Some of them are admirals who always pay attention to the trend of the sea, and they have already received in advance that the red-haired pirates declare war on the beasts pirates to compete for the title of Sea Emperor. Under the sturdy size of the Vice Admirals of the Navy Headquarters, the conference room soon appeared to be more than half full. Among them, the presence of such core figures as Marshal of the Warring States period General Aokiji Kyuzan, General Kazuna Palsolino, Lieutenant General Garp and Lieutenant General Crane also shows that this meeting is likely to involve the Navy, a big action, which also made the atmosphere seem more serious. Right now, that as soon as he walked to the door of the conference room, Yan, who was still wearing a beach suit, looked at the solemn atmosphere in front of him and a large group of neatly dressed admirals, and asked the Warring States Marshal from a distance, "How about I go back and change a pair of clothes first?" The Warring States Marshal looked at Yan's dress as if he had just returned from vacation. His expression couldn't help but twitch slightly, and then said, "Come in." "Yes," Ion responded, then strode into his seat. However, when the Warring States Marshal saw that Ion was still carrying a bag of snacks in his hand, his expression darkened, and he could hardly help but attack on the spot. "The bastard, it's even more outrageous than carp." The Warring States Marshal's chest rose and fell rapidly, and after taking a few deep breaths, he managed to regain his composure. After Ian sat down in the seat, he directly shared the snacks with Lieutenant General Garp beside him. The faint sound of ka-cha seemed to stir the last rational nerve of the Warring States Marshal. "Everyone is ready, let's start." Warring States Marshal. "Lieutenant General," he reminded the Warring States Marshal in a low voice. The Warring States Marshal heard the words, glared fiercely in the direction of Yan, and then stood up to preside over the meeting. "Everyone, first of all, look at the information in front of you. The red-haired pirates suddenly declared war on the 100 Beasts pirates today." When the Warring States Marshal started talking about the problem, Ion was eating all kinds of snacks leisurely below. Since the last time he was pitted by the Sengoku Marshal, Ian has thoroughly seen the seriousness of the Naval Headquarters meeting. Because of the existence of devil fruits, it will cause some special side effects and habits of the ability users, such as Kyuzan will often feel sleepy and unable to lift his spirits, and Palsolino's nails grow extremely fast and need to be trimmed frequently. Therefore, it is almost unavoidable that various small actions appear at the meeting, and Ian simply defined the side effects of cherry blossom fruit as not eating snacks and feeling uncomfortable and extremely obsessed with fishing. As for whether the Warring States Marshal believed in such outrageous side effects, Ian didn't care at all. After all, no one could prove it was fake. Hey. Ian inadvertently noticed that the weasel on the other side slapped his mouth and took the initiative to invite him with a greedy and serious look. "Lieutenant General Weasel, don't be so serious. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon now. You're hungry. Let's eat some snacks to fill your stomach. Anyway, it's useless to be serious. The world government will not increase wages." When Lieutenant General Weasel heard the words, there was a hint of movement on his face, but he still answered in a low voice with a righteous face, "Respect yourself, Lieutenant General Ion. This is an emergency meeting." "How urgent is it?" Ian said disapprovingly. "If it's really urgent, the Warring States Marshal has already dispatched combat power to deal with it, and he still has the mind to hold a meeting, which means that there is still enough time for hesitation." Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the table in front of Yan, and the tall figure of the Warring States Marshal appeared in front of Yan and asked word by word, "Excuse me to Lieutenant General Ion, do you think it is possible for Red Hair Shanks to win the title of Emperor of the Sea?" Ian was stunned for a moment. His eyes turned from the Warring States Marshal, who was staring at him, and looked at Lieutenant General Garp on the other side. I saw Lieutenant General Garp also filling his mouth with snacks, showing a big smile full of schadenfreude. Immediately, Ion said with an innocent look on his face, "I said, Marshal of Warring States, why don't you ask Lieutenant General Garp? He is a senior, he should know better." The Warring States Marshal pointed at Lieutenant General Garp and said bluntly in front of a large number of admirals, "Lieutenant General Garp is a brainless person. What can I ask for advice?" Lieutenant General Garp. For a time, Lieutenant General Garp's schadenfreude expression completely froze, and a large group of admirals admirals who knew Lieutenant General Garp's style could hardly hold back their laughter. The warring States Marshal did not wait for Lieutenant General Garp to refute and continued to speak. But Lieutenant General Ion is different from you. You are talented in strategy. I have always had high hopes for you, so please put down the snacks in your hand and express your views. Yan. The corner of Ion's mouth twitched slightly. He stood up helplessly, looked around, and found that most of the admirals in the conference room were looking at him. Old man in the warring states period. This is really going to push me to the cusp of the storm, Ian thought to himself. However, this is exactly what Ian meant. Otherwise, Ion would simply not come to the meeting as usual, instead of attracting attention and giving himself a chance to speak. Cough cough. Yan coughed twice and said, if I think so, Redhead Shanks will be the fourth sea emperor on the sea. Suddenly, the expressions of the admirals in the conference room changed slightly. The warring states marshal twitched his eyebrows and asked with his arms folded over his chest. Reason. Ion glanced at the profile of red-haired Shanks in front of him, then said with a smile, a man who doesn't care about fame and wealth at all and can leave the New World waters for 6 years to accumulate strength. I don't think he returned to the New World waters just to make a joke. For a time, some of the admirals also showed their expressions of deep approval. There has never been a lack of arrogant pirates on this sea, but obviously red-haired Shanks' style is not like this. All kinds of information show that this is a pirate who pursues freedom and values his partners. So, in my opinion, there are only two choices. Either choose to stand by and let the fourth emperor check and balance the increasingly crowded New World Sea area, or 239. Ion threw a piece of French fries into his mouth and said lightly, take advantage of both losses and directly swallow these two threats. 463 Chapter 464 Island Commune Plan. At the time of the emergency meeting with Marine Fando at the naval headquarters, the top officials of the Revolutionary Army were also conducting a video conference through the latest generation of telephone bugs. Everyone, the time has come. Redhead Shanks is starting to compete for the first place. The four sea emperors and the chief of staff will do their best to attract the attention of the world government and the navy. Drago said straight to the point. So, the second 5-year plan, Island Commune Plan, is about to start, and this will be the time for the real rise of the Revolutionary Army. Island Commune Plan. Listening to Drago's words, the rest of the top leaders of the Revolutionary Army were a little dazed and did not understand what the name represented. I know that you are still very confused about this plan, but although the chief of staff did not have time to participate in this meeting, he left a video to explain to all comrades. With that said, Drago used the latest generation phone bug function to transmit the video left by Ian to everyone. The next moment, Ion, who looked a little raunchy, appeared on the phone bug image holding a fishing rod in his hand. Comrades, here I explain the 5-year plan, Island Commune Plan, to all comrades. I believe that all comrades are very clear that today's organizations have gradually spread to the corners of the sea, and they have found trustworthy comrades one by one with their thoughts as the tie. I also believe that the strength of the comrades gathered together must be it can change the sea. It's just that whether it is the progress of the times or the change of the system, in the end, it requires the common approval of all human beings. Otherwise, it is impossible to completely open a new future with only a part of the efforts. For example, the Great Pirate Era, which is gradually recognized by the sea. Why is this era so named? In the final analysis, the reason is that One Piece Roger caused this issue with his own death and the information of One Piece, the yearning and ambition of the vast majority of people in the era for the sea. So it seems that the emergence of the Big Pirate Era is due to the inability of the Navy to suppress a large number of pirates, resulting in a gradual increase in the number of pirates year by year. In fact, the essence of the Big Pirate Era is the yearning for the sea in everyone's heart and of ambition. Of course, there are also reasons for public security, politics, system, economy, etc., so I won't discuss it in depth. What I want to emphasize is one of the organization's purposes. Actions cannot be separated from the general public. The power of the strong can be to change the situation of the sea, but to completely change an era requires the approval of countless people. After a pause, Ion in the video also turned around, and his usual seemingly gentle and lazy expression became unusually serious, and said, this is also the foundation of the next 5-year plan, Island Commune Plan. Please keep in mind, comrades, what is the specific 5-year plan and Island Commune Plan. Presumably everyone can gradually clearly feel that among the nearly 5 million comrades in the organization today, the number of truly ordinary civilians is very small, either people with certain knowledge and active ideals close to the organization's ideas, or it is an uprising. Mobs, subjugated citizens, slaves, etc., were deeply hurt by the system of this era. In the final analysis, for the truly ordinary civilians, their eyes are more focused on filling their their stomachs rather than understanding correct ideas. After all, pure thoughts cannot fill human beings' stomachs, and only by ensuring material satisfaction can human beings begin to actively pursue spiritual thoughts. Having said this, Ian in the video paused as if he was giving the other top leaders of the Revolutionary Army who participated in the meeting time to think, but also as if he was organizing the follow-up language. So, the ultimate goal of the next 5-year plan, Island Commune Plan, is to start letting the organization's ideas infiltrate countless civilians in a subtle and silent way so as to lay a solid foundation for the next era. Comrades, this is the first step for the organization to truly change the sea, that is, starting from changing the basic substances of the sea. It's just that the threat of the world government is still not something that the organization can confront now. So if you want to realize this plan, you need to wait for a suitable enough time to leverage the changes in the sea with changes that are not so noteworthy in the eyes of the world government. That is, yes, at this moment the light in Ion's eyes even had a tendency to be hidden by his glasses, and his expression was even more high-spirited. With the unique geographical characteristics of countless islands in the sea, seemingly independent communes are established on the island as a unit. Each island commune is composed of the civilians of the local island and is linked to the comrades scattered to each island. The belts are connected to each other. Hearing this, the expressions of the senior leaders of the Revolutionary Army who participated in the meeting were already faintly excited, and they vaguely seemed to have guessed something, but they felt that this seemingly plan to transform the sea was still covered with a hazy gauze. Because of the unique and weird climate of the sea, each island has its own advantages. For example, some islands are suitable for growing crops, some islands are suitable for growing fruits, and some islands can produce some rare minerals, etc. Just for the sake of survival, often the unique advantages of each island cannot be brought into play. Even 10% more civilians are sitting on base hand, but they can only linger on the edge of food and clothing, and some even have to bear high taxes. There is no way to exert the labor force and creativity that human beings should have, so the commune was established to maximize the scale effect and the unique geographical advantages of the island from and change this embarrassing status quo. Correspondingly, the Biological Research Institute under my name has developed many high-yield and easy-to-plant crops, and the Materials Research Institute and the Organization Research Institute under my name have also jointly perfected the water train. In the Marin Fando conference room, after expressing his opinion, Ion said to the Sengoku Marshal with a lazy look, "In short, in my opinion, there are only two choices. Either let them fight each other, or take the opportunity to attack. What else can be considered?" After a pause, Ion asked in a low voice, "I'm done. Can you sit down?" The Warring States Marshal cast a glance at Ion and turned back to the podium in the conference room without saying a word. When Ian saw this, Shiren sat down and continued to eat snacks, looking like he was messing around. Only Yana's eyes were mostly covered by glasses, and he noticed the change in the expression of the Warring States Marshal as early as just now. For the suggestion to take the opportunity to destroy the Red Hair Pirates and the 100 Beasts Pirates, the Warring States Marshal was moved. 464 Chapter 465 The Delicate Situation of the Sea. Yes, the justice of the old man is the justice of King's Landing, and he is determined to change the era of great pirates and let justice reign on the sea again. Ian picked up a Warring States card senbei and threw it into his mouth, thinking without surprise, and this opportunity is undoubtedly one of the hopes that the old man can retire with honor. However, in the follow-up meeting, the Warring States Marshal did not discuss the proposal of destroying the 100 Beast Pirates and the Red Hair Pirates at the same time. On the contrary, the entire meeting was discussing and studying the various impacts that the war between the 100 Beasts Pirates and the Red-Haired Pirates might cause, and corresponding arrangements were made to prevent this from happening in the New World. The war in the seas spread to the rest of the seas. 4 full hours later, the meeting was over, and the Warring States Marshal took the lead to leave the conference room, and the rest of the lieutenant generals also scattered and busy themselves. Ian cleaned up his desktop and walked outside the conference room. However, outside the door of the conference room, Jun leaned against the wall with a charming and heroic gesture and shouted at Ion, "Lieutenant General Ion, are you free? How about having a meal together?" The corner of Ion's mouth twitched slightly, and then he raised a whole bag in his hand that had been eaten to the extent that only the outer packaging was left, and said, "No need, I've just eaten up." With the generous speech of the old man, "If you are heard by the Sengoku Marshal, you may be furious again," Jun said teasingly. "No way, it's just a fact," Ion replied disapprovingly, and then walked towards the courtyard. Jun naturally followed Ion's side and asked, "Is there anything wrong with the arrangement of the Warring States Marshal just now? It almost blocked the opportunity for chaos to spread to the outside of the New World waters, and avoided the possibility of the expansion of the war to the the greatest extent possible. It can be said that there are no loopholes. That kind of thing is not important at all. The battle between Red Hair and Kaido is for the title of Emperor of the Sea, and the original intention is not to start a war that spreads across the entire sea. After a pause, Aion kicked the slippers on the soles of his feet and continued. In other words, Kaido and Red Hair don't have this influence at all. If it's Whitebeard, it's almost the same. So the scale of the war is originally limited to the New World waters where the navy is fully shrinking, so these arrangements seem to have no effect. The loopholes are actually a bit redundant. When Jun heard the words, she couldn't help but smile and said, "Sure enough, Lieutenant General Aion has not changed." Ian was a little puzzled. Lieutenant General Aion seems to be lazy and ignores military affairs, but in fact Lieutenant General Aion is still in control of everything, just like the diligent upholding of justice in the past. Jun replied, "I'm industrious." Hearing Jun's words, Aion couldn't help but doubt himself. In terms of diligence, in addition to never slackening in his practice every night, Aion usually thinks that he has always been consistent and leisurely. Aion waved his hand and replied, "Just kidding, Jun. I just know too much about the old man of the Warring States period, so I realized that the arrangement he just made at the meeting was just a cover-up." "Cover?" Lieutenant General Aion, what do you mean? Jun asked. "Who knows? Just wait and see." Aion replied casually with his hands behind his head. It's just that Jun also guessed something at this time and continued to ask, "Lieutenant General Yan, do you think the Warring States Marshal will be tempted by your previous proposal, trying to exterminate the beast pirates and the red-haired pirates at once?" After a pause, Jun denied himself again and muttered to himself, "It's just not right. The Navy's available combat power is not so generous at all. According to the usual arrangement, one of the three generals needs to guard Marin Vanduo, the other needs to guard the New World waters, and the other needs to guard Marin Vanduo. On the premise of stabilizing the situation, there are only two admirals of the Navy at the most extreme available combat power. Even if Lieutenant General Garp and Lieutenant General Yan both take action together and cooperate with Marin Vanduo to mobilize the maximum combat power to form a large fleet, it's just that the battle power of the big fleet is even annihilated. 100 beast pirates are a bit reluctant, and there is a risk of falling into a protracted war, causing the pirates in the New World to rebound collectively and attack the Navy." Hearing this, Aion's gaze towards Jun couldn't help but change a little. In the eyes of Aion in the past, the most prominent part of Jun is the graceful figure. Well, it is mainly due to the top talent in kendo, and she has become a rare female swordsman. Judgment is not bad at all. Following the grand strategy set by the previous world government, shrinking combat power and using the Red Earth continent as a line of defense to stabilize the situation, the Navy left the entire New World waters with only one G1 branch and some unknown hidden secret stronghold. This has greatly increased the Navy's control over the first half of the Great Route and the Four Seas, temporarily ensuring the overall peace of the sea. It also led to a sharp decline in the influence of the Navy in the waters of the New World, and 3 sea emperors were born under the annexation and killing of those big pirates. The influence of those sea emperors is so great that it has significantly exacerbated the chaos in the Great Pirate era, and even the Navy has to rely on the 7 Wuhei Conference to strengthen the influence of the Navy to maintain a balance. Under this situation, the Navy rashly launched war against those sea emperors in the New World waters. Once the battle situation became anxious, it was likely to suffer counterattacks by pirates in the entire New World waters. At that time, once the Navy is defeated and loses its important combat power to deter the sea, the consequence is likely to be that the balance that the Marshal of the Warring States period is struggling to maintain will be on the verge of collapse. However, after thinking about it, Aion thought that Jun was the sister-in-law of the big staff Lieutenant General Tsuru, so it is not surprising that he has this level of vision under the influence of his ears and eyes. The analysis is correct, Aion praised. However, before Jun could show a smile, Aion continued, "Just don't underestimate the courage of the so-called King's Landing justice of the old man in the Warring States period." Looking at Jun's somewhat puzzled expression, Aion smiled and did not continue to explain. The old man in the Warring States period did not lack the courage to fight with all his strength, but his prudence also predestined him not to shoot easily. However, as long as the old man in the Warring States period had this idea in his heart, then Yan, as a filial son, would naturally find a way to satisfy the old man of the Warring States period, which corresponds to courage. 465 Chapter 466 is really bad. Besides, Aion is very dissatisfied with those so-called sea emperors. Obviously they are just mere pirates, but their arrogance is extremely arrogant. They not only occupy islands to divide their territory, but they even collect taxes. Although the Navy's withdrawal from the New World waters to shrink its combat power is the decision of the world government, Aion Ion, as a navy, believes that this is undoubtedly the biggest mockery of the so-called justice. The real justice does not divide the area and only covers the first half of the Great Root and the Four Seas, excluding the New World Sea area. Therefore, I can just take this opportunity to attack the so-called sea emperors in the waters of the New World and extinguish the arrogance of those sea residues. Yan's eyes, which were half covered by glasses, squinted slightly, revealing a bit of sharpness. All the grievances stem from the lack of strength, so the old man, I will give you the fighting power you need, and let me see how much justice your King's Landing can achieve. In this way, don't say that your son is not filial. He only knows how to fish every day, so you can't be satisfied to start your retirement career. Ian thought to himself. However, with Jun's understanding of the Sengoku Marshal, he did not understand where Ion's confidence came from. For the peace and stability of the sea, the warring states marshal will never take risks lightly. However, just when Jun wanted to ask Ion paused and said with his chin raised towards the courtyard in front of him, "Here, Jun, do you want to come home with me?" Hearing this, Jun poked his finger on his chin, then showed a charming smile and said, "If this is Lieutenant General Ion's invitation, then it's not impossible, but I'm used to sleeping naked at night. Lieutenant General Ian shouldn't do anything special to me, right?" Immediately, Ion, who was originally just teasing Jun, made the other party take the initiative to say goodbye. In particular, Jun's charming smile, the graceful figure leaning slightly towards Ion, and the corner of Ion's eyes inadvertently saw the two bulging white greasy pieces from the gap of the neckline. With the knowledge that Ion and Jun have lived together in handcuffs for more than half a year in the past, Ion knows very well how attractive that white and perfect arc is. Perhaps there is a certain gap with Hancock's obviously illegal figure, but it is also a breathtaking degree, and Ian, Hancock, and Robin have also been separated for several months, and the fiery heat that could be suppressed by the peaceful state of mind of fishing has risen almost instantly. And with Jun's charming and seductive expression, and the gesture of giving and giving, Ion understands that as long as he nods his head, can't say for tonight. At this moment, a milky voice sounded behind Ion. "Yeah, Aunt Jun, are you here?" In an instant, Ion's slightly moved expression returned to his usual lazy look, and his eyes shifted from the snow-white abyss in front of Jun's chest to the sky where the stars were faintly visible. And Jun's expression suddenly froze, his eyes turned, and he looked at Sara and Ying, who stuck out his head in the courtyard and looked at him. "Sara, Ying, why did you guys come back from get out of class so soon tonight?" Jun greeted gently. Ying walked out of the courtyard with a look of joy, and said to Aunt Jun, a kendo teacher who often took care of her in the naval school, "Yeah, Mr. Zifa has always been in a bad mood, so he left get out of class early." Suddenly, Jun couldn't help roaring in his heart valley. 240. Damn it, Mr. Zifa, why didn't you hold on for a little longer? Just a little bit, just a little bit. Lieutenant General Ian couldn't hold back his feelings towards him. However, on the surface of Jun, she started to chat with Ying calmly, concerned about Ying's daily life and the progress of kendo learning. With the occurrence of the practice ship attack, Ying played a very important role in it. In addition to his excellent physique, the appearance of Overlord's domineering and Overlord's entanglement made Ying be taken seriously. The degree skyrocketed because, in addition to continuing to receive regular education in the naval school, Zifa will train her domineering and naval 6-style training alone, and Jun has also become her exclusive kendo teacher. This level of educational resources can be said to be unique in the sea. While Ying and Jun were chatting enthusiastically, Sara walked up to Yen's side, tugged at Yen's trouser legs, and said something that almost made Yen bewildered. "Father, are you looking for a third mother for me and Ying?" "Yan, shh." Ian repeatedly reminded Sara. Robin's affairs are still not known to the outside world. As the last archaeologist who can decipher ancient texts on the sea, even though Robin has disappeared in the sea for many years, even the Naval Intelligence Department has begun to acquiesce that the son of the devil Nicole Robin has no idea. Feel dead in a corner. However, the Intelligence Department of the world government has never relaxed its pursuit of Robin. According to the feedback from the North Sea Revolutionary Army, the number of world government intelligence personnel who have been searching for Robin's traces in the North Sea over the years is still increasing. Ion rolled his eyes and realized that Jun didn't notice this at all, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, Ion really didn't know how to explain to Jun, explaining that she was not only half a step behind Hancock as she imagined, but that she was already third in line. What am I thinking about? What third? Ion's mouth twitched slightly, and then he cursed in a low voice. "Idiot, what are you talking about? Isn't it just now I felt that my father was already moved?" Sara replied. "What nonsense. That's just your delusion," Ion replied. Sara imitated Ion's usual demeanor, touched his smooth chin, thought for a moment, and then said, "If you say that father is not sincere, is he just trying to play with Jun-sensei's feelings? That's really bad. Father Yan. After being commented by Sarah, Ion almost turned black and couldn't help scolding. When will a little brat like you understand your feelings? I think you are too busy. Go back and do your homework for me 10 times. Tonight you have to write 10 times the amount of school assignments. Sarah didn't protest but turned around obediently and went back, but Ian seemed to have vaguely seen the contempt in the boy's eyes just now. P.S. I have to rush back to my hometown today, so the next 3 days will be 3 shifts. Well, I will make up for it, and I will make up for it in the next 4 shifts. 466 Chapter 467th Interpretation of Justice. It was night. On the dining table in the courtyard, Sarah was scrambling to write the homework assigned by the naval school, while Ying was looking back and forth at the famous sword Sakura-ten in his hand. His lovely eyebrows were slightly wrinkled together, as if what are you thinking about? What's wrong, Ying? With Hancock, Robin, and Baby 5 not around, Ion, who was part-time dad, wore an apron around his waist and asked while preparing dinner for Sarah and Ying. Father, I'm thinking about how to draw the knife quickly. Ying spoke with a serious attitude that made people laugh and cry, and then stood up with famous sword Sakura-ten. Obviously, with Janae Ying's height and arm length, it is almost impossible to draw a sword in a standard kendo posture. That's why when Ying wanted to draw a knife, he would just throw away the scabbard. Hearing Ying's troubles, Ian thought for a while and handed the fruit knife to Ying's side and said, otherwise, Ying, can you try another knife? Don't want. However, Ying refused almost without thinking. I rejected Ion's suggestion and said, I don't want to be so short, I like long ones. The corner of Ion's mouth twitched slightly, trying his best to keep his thinking close to the child's, instead of running around inexplicably. Speaking of which, it's all to blame for this stupid bird, Xiaojin. I don't know when Ying took away famous sword Deadwood and famous sword Sakura-ten. Thinking of this, Ion's anger suddenly shifted, and he shouted at Xiaojin, who was cooking food with a spatula in his mouth. Xiaojin, you idiot, didn't you notice that the fire is so big? Turn down the fire quickly. Sure. While Xiaojin with the spatula in his mouth responded vaguely, he swiftly adjusted the fire power with his claws. Slow again, without seasoning. Ion, wrapped in an apron, continued to remind, move the spatula and it will burn like this. Choo choo choo. Immediately, seeing that Xiaojin's original bright feathers seemed to be covered with a layer of oil smoke, Ion wiped the sweat that did not exist on his forehead and sat down at the dining table, saying, Sarah, Ying, the cooking will be ready soon. Kong Fen raised his head and said without reducing the speed of his writing, Father, you seem to be getting lazy. It's not lazy. Ion took the opportunity to educate and said, not everything can be called diligence. In order to leave more energy on more important things, it is the right way to allocate some things to other people reasonably, and this is just the right way to exercise. Give Xiaojin one more survival skill. But aside from fishing, Father doesn't have anything to do with his own hands, right? Sarah asked. Yan's eyes turned, and he said after a moment of indulgence, one more thing I can guarantee is that you really did your best to be your father. I have to say that even the warring States Marshal had no doubts about the fact that Sarah and Ying were fraternal twins. After all, in addition to retaining some temperament characteristics of various mothers, Sarah and Ying are more than 8 points similar to Ion in appearance. Hearing Ion's words, Sarah was at a loss for words, burying his head and continuing to write the tenfold increase tonight. No, to be precise, it is 11 times the homework, because Sarah also needs to incidentally complete Ying's homework. And Ian looked at the sky and always felt that this little brat seemed to be a little skeptical of himself tonight, and he asked in a flash of thought, speaking of which, what did you two learn at school today? Sarah didn't speak. After Yan turned his eyes to Ying, Ying tilted his head, tried hard to recall, and said, it seems to be an interpretation of justice. Justice? Immediately, Ion asked with a disapproving attitude, so Ying, what do you think justice is? Mr. Zifa talked about this Rory for a long time, and I was confused and didn't remember at all. Ying shook her head neatly, fully explaining the magnanimous attitude of poor students towards learning. It's just that Ian is very suspicious that Ying is not listening, confused but not listening at all. Immediately afterwards, Ion turned his attention to Sarah. Knowing that he couldn't escape, Sarah said in a low voice, Father, I just think that with your current status, it is too slack to indulge yourself in fishing every day, and it goes against the justice you bear. Ian thought for a while and asked in a calm tone, that's not the problem, Sarah. What do you think justice is? Kong heard the words. The pen in his hand stopped completely, looked at the interpretation of justice in the homework written in front of him, and was silent for a while. Today, Mr. Zifa's tearful teaching and insistence on justice, dragging his sick body, moved Sarah's young and mature heart. Therefore, today's course on justice, Sarah listened very seriously and fell into deep thinking. At the same time, he also fully understood the justice responsibility of Ion as a Navy hero, the Lieutenant General of the headquarters. shoulders of huge. But father, whom Sara has always respected, doesn't seem to have acted in line with the justice he shoulders. Father, teacher Zifa said, justice is to ensure order, fight pirates, and maintain the world government. Sara replied word by word. Ion raised his eyes and replied without showing any inclination. Quite standard answer. In other words, for a child over 6 years old, being able to really understand and think about these things is already very remarkable in itself. And in fact, although Ion wanted to change this era, he did not deliberately guide Sara and Ying in advance to maintain a position consistent with the Revolutionary Army. Because the choice of Jan and Drago is because they see the world in highly similar colors, but the color of the world in the eyes of Kong and Ying. Jan does not want to describe it with his own subjectivity, but intends to let them go their own way. Feel it slowly. After all, this is the complete life journey of Sara and Ying. Therefore, the secret kept by Sara and Ying is only about Ion's overlords domineering and the existence of Robin. As for other things, the wealth Ion possessed in the revolution, whether the position in the army is good, Sara and Ying are not clear. Even if Ion hadn't brought Sara and Ying back to Marin Vando, I'm afraid they really just think that Ian is a full-time fisherman. But Sara asked, vaguely hearing Ion's overtones, then what does your father think is the interpretation of justice? 467 Chapter 468 of the Combat Power of the Seven Wuhe. Ion pondered for a while and then answered Sara's doubtful and curious eyes. I like a quote from Kuzan, justice changes according to its own position. Sara was slightly taken aback, and Jan smiled, turned around and picked up the hard-prepared dishes and placed them on the table while signaling Ying to put down famous sword Sakura 10 and ready to eat. He said, so, my justice now is to prepare food for you that will allow you to grow up healthily. Sure, Xiaojin. However, Ian cast a glance at Xiaojin, and Xiaojin closed his mouth wisely. Sara's eyes were stunned for a moment, and he quickly started to pack up his homework, muttering secretly, what a sly father Sama. However, when Sara finally closed the book in his hand, out of the corner of his eyes, he looked at the sentence in the book about the righteous interpretation of what was taught in the classroom, and felt a little more inexplicably. It seems that there is something hidden between the words about the interpretation of justice. Soon after Sara and Ying packed up and washed their hands, tonight's dinner went on as usual. If there is something different, except that the plate in front of Xiaojin has a few more special bird food as a reward. That is, the Warring States Marshal is busy tonight with the red-haired pirates to the 100 Beasts pirates. In the event of the declaration of war, I didn't come to eat. Compared with the warm atmosphere in Yan's courtyard, the office of the Warring States Marshal was still brightly lit. The Warring States Marshal and Lieutenant General He, who are the real helmsmen of the huge ship navy, are sitting opposite each other, and the expressions on their faces are hesitation, and hesitation. The Warring States Marshal swept across a lot of documents on intelligence on the desktop and asked slowly, is the success rate of annihilating the beast pirates and the red-haired pirates at the same time only so small? Less than 30%. 30% is already the most ideal success rate. This is still considering that Lieutenant General Yan's combat power is equivalent to Lieutenant General Garb, and the judgment made by General Kuzan and General Paul Salino without leaving any room for the shot, and the fact that there was no unexpected strong enemy during the operation. After a pause, Lieutenant General He continued, if you further squeeze the Navy's adjustable combat power, once the pirates counterattack, the entire naval system may collapse completely, and the sea will fall into real chaos. The Marshal of the Warring States period sighed, and naturally he knew very well the situation of the Navy and the current situation of the sea. However, with the appearance of the 3 Sea Emperors, it was unwilling to let the Warring States Marshal watch the opportunity of the Red Hair Pirates directly declare war on the 100 Beasts Pirates slip away. If the 100 Beasts Pirates and the Red-Haired Pirates are successfully wiped out at one time, then it is likely to become a turning point in this great pirate era, and even completely end the so-called Sea Pirates. The Age of Thieves is not impossible, as the Admiral of the Warring States period, who took office in the Great Pirate Age, opened by One Piece Roger's death. He basically instinctively set the end of the Great Pirate Age as his goal. You said that the world government is over there. Before the Warring States Marshal could finish speaking, Lieutenant General Crane gently shook his head and said, if it is support such as warships, the world government should provide some help, but it is unrealistic to mobilize the combat power in the CP0 organization that can really play a role and even cause unnecessary suspicion. In this regard, the Warring States Marshal was silent, and he also knew that with the huge scale of the Navy, the world government would only restrict and monitor it everywhere, and would never allow the Navy to have another chance to mobilize the organization such as CP0. The world government does not want to cultivate a force that can threaten its own rule. It just wants to maintain the peace of the sea through through the Navy so as to ensure that there will be no problems with the rule of the world government. In fact, the Marshal of the Warring States period had already vaguely seen this for the appearance of the 7 Wuha under the king. 241. In other words, the emergence of the organization King Siakai Wuha is a product born from the world government's neither wish for the Navy to grow further but also to maintain the suppression of the pirates. Not only has considerable independence but also has the obligation to obey the Navy's emergency summons and combat orders. This kind of irrational and distorted organizational product comes from the psychology of the world government. Otherwise, the world government can increase the size of the Navy by increasing military expenditure, supporting combat power, etc. at a lower cost so as to deal with this riotous Hei's era. Wait, the Warring States Marshal suddenly thought of something and said softly, openly said, Crane, how about Kai Wuha? If those Kai Wuha are willing to cooperate with naval operations to exert their own combat power, the problem of lack of high-end combat power will be perfectly solved. Lieutenant General Crane frowned slightly and muttered, Your Majesty's 7 Marshal seas. In fact, Lieutenant General Crane almost never pinned his hope of maintaining the peace of the sea on those King Siakai Wuha that are also pirates in nature. That group of guys will always be more deterrent than practical. It is precisely because of this that Lieutenant General Crane proposed to hold the first Kai Wuha conference before so as to use the influence of those Kai Wuha to deter the sea. It's just to really use the combat power of the Kai Wuha. Lieutenant General Crane frowned and turned out the information on the 7 Wuha under the king and placed them in front of him and the Warring States Marshal respectively. Pirate Queen Hancock, Holy Crying Mantis Khorasan, Tyrant Bear, Thor Anilu, Big Hero Tiger, Great Pirate Moonlight Mariah and Eagle Eye Mihawk. They are not simple people. Every time he looked at the profiles of these 7 people, Lieutenant General Crane had this feeling in his heart and he was instinctively wary of these guys. It can be said that each of these 7 people has the ability to disturb the sea and destroy the peace, and the degree of danger is quite high. Sengoku, do you mean to launch a compulsory summoning order? Lieutenant General Crane asked tentatively. Do not. The Warring States Marshal shook his head and said, the forced summoning order is too flamboyant. What is the difference between this approach and the declaration of war between the beast pirates and the red-haired pirates at the same time? So, secret contact. After a pause, Lieutenant General, he said without any expectation, there is no name for a mandatory summoning order, and with the greedy and cunning nature of these pirates, the result may not be as we hope or even ignore it at all. 468 Chapter 469 Secret Things. Hearing Lieutenant General Crane's words, the Warring States Marshal also fell into deep thought. This time, the red-haired pirates declared war on the 100 Beasts pirates to compete for the title of Sea Emperor. For the Navy, the opportunity lies in the loss of both sides, rather than the Navy attacking both frontally at the same time. Pirates. So, stealth is very important for the Navy. But the Navy took the initiative to contact the Kibaeus. Once the Kibaeus choose to leak this matter, what is the difference between the Navy's declaration of war on the 100 Beasts pirates and the red-haired pirates? How about summoning Kai Wuha again for other reasons? The Warring States Marshal asked uncertainly. Lieutenant General Crane thought for a while, then shook his head and replied, the success rate is very low. Now, with the red-hair pirates declaring war on the 100 Beasts pirates, every move of the Navy will be watched by many people who are interested. In this sensitive period, the Kai Wuha is called again, and the same will happen. Doubtful. After a pause, Lieutenant General Crane suddenly thought of something, picked up the Holy Crying Mantis Khorasan's information, flipped through it, and asked, speaking of which, isn't this kid Khorasan also your adopted son in the past? Warring States period. When the Warring States Marshal heard the words, his originally serious eyes were a little more imperceptible and he replied sadly, Rosanati betrayed justice. In the past, I have secretly dispatched naval intelligence personnel to contact Rosanati many times, but they were all meaningless. It's impossible. No, I mean. General Crane paused for a moment, flipped Khorasan's information to the latest place, and placed it in front of the Warring States Marshal, and said, according to the surveillance of the intelligence officers, it was found that during the first Shichibukai meeting, while Khorasan was not in the Dressrosa Kingdom, some secrets of the Don Quixote family accidentally flowed into the black market, which attracted coveted by the beast pirates. In the next few short months, Kaido Beasts has sent cotters to the Dressrosa Kingdom to contact Khorasan many times. Minor conflict. The Warring States Marshal picked up the information in front of him and quickly browsed it, and said unexpectedly, What's the matter? Do you know what attracted the attention of Kaido from the Kingdom of Dressrosa? I don't know. The Don Quixote family has a great influence in the underground black market. The Navy didn't have time to investigate further. The Don Quixote family quickly erased the traces of that thing, and only some information leaked to Beasts Kaido's heirs. Lieutenant General Crane replied. So, now the Don Quixote family and the 100 Beasts pirates are in a state of hostility? Asked the Warring States Marshal. It doesn't seem right to say that. Beasts Kaido suffered a defeat in the Dressrosa Kingdom incident 7 years ago, and even lost an arm directly. Perhaps because he was afraid of this, Beasts Kaido has no inclination to completely attack the kingdom of Dressrosa. After a pause, Lieutenant General he recalled the latest information and replied. However, after all, Kaido is known as the Emperor of the Sea, and his influence in the sea area of the New World is far more than the Don Quixote family, which has a huge reputation in the underground black market. By comparison, he is currently suppressing the Dressrosa Kingdom in all directions, trying to subdue the Don Quixote family. Hearing this, the Warring States Marshal's expression couldn't help being a little dumbfounded. 100 Beasts Kaido, the monster known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, has been quite noisy over the years, and has even been arrogant enough to attack the Navy alone to hone his physique many times, so that many of the Navy's combat power has tired of running for his life. The Marshal of the Warring States period was also extremely troubled by the Beasts Kaido's madman-like behavior. I just didn't expect that such a guy would even try to make his opponent submit by means of conspiracy. Of course, the Warring States Marshal also knew very well that 100 Beasts Kaido was not afraid of the Don Quixote family, but the man who had suddenly appeared 7 years ago, evaporating the sea water of the entire New World with an unknown and terrifying ability. The Virtual Circle Organization powerhouse. Where is the strong man hiding? This question resurfaced in the heart of the Warring States Marshal, and it was also the question in the hearts of countless powerhouses in this sea. If it weren't for the fact that the sea was evaporated and Kaido lost his arm, there is no doubt that the world government and the Navy would doubt whether the strong man who had searched in the sea for countless times without any gain was real. Otherwise, with the ability of the world government to control the sea for more than 800 years, it is impossible to find even the slightest trace of it after searching with all its strength. But maybe this is a good opportunity to win over Khorasan. The Warring States Marshal cast aside the interference of his emotions and quickly straightened his position, and suddenly realized that this seemed to be a rare opportunity. As long as Khorasan is drawn over, the relationship between Khorasan and the big hero Tiger and the big pirate Moonlight Moria is almost equivalent to bringing these three guys. After a pause, the Warring States Marshal thought of Perona, who was always with Moria, the monster who manipulated the mysterious explosion ghost, and said, these four combat powers have drawn over at the same time. Hearing the words, Lieutenant General, he continued, then the rest are Pirate Queen Hancock, Tyrant Bear, Thor Enilu, and Hawkeye my Hawk. Hancock doesn't need to worry. As long as Ion speaks in person, then Hancock's position will inevitably be consistent with the Navy, and the Tyrant Bear is one of the kings of the world government and can be drawn over in the name of the world government. The Warring States Marshal continued to speak, and finally set his eyes on the information of Thor Anilu and Hawkeye my Hawk, and his eyes were hesitant. Compared with the other 5 Shichibukai, the Navy has the least information about the Thor Anilu, only knowing that his character is arrogant, moody, arrogant and cruel, but the specific interpersonal network and exploitable weaknesses are little is known, and Hawkeye my Hawk made the Warring States Marshal secretly fear. As the world's greatest swordsman, my Hawk is undoubtedly a man sitting on one of the strongest thrones. He is arrogant by nature and likes to wander around the sea in search of opponents worthy of battle. The most important thing is that according to the intelligence of the Navy, my Hawk and red-haired Shanks have had many exchanges and battles, and they seem to have an unusual friendship. Finally, consider these two troublesome guys. Try to contact Khorasan first. The Warring States Marshal murmured. 469 Chapter 470th Dongtata Family. The New World Sea. The chamber of King Dressrosa's palace. On the throne, Khorasan sat on it in a casual posture. On the right side in front of him were the officials of the Don Quixote family standing in a line. Olet and the 3 little people who are not as big as normal human fists are also the Dongtata family, who are called Fairy in the customs of Dressrosa. They are Ganchiao, the chief of the Dongtata clan, Manswili, the princess of the Dongtata clan, who has the ability to heal the fruit, and Leo, the captain of the army of the Dongtata clan, who has the ability to sow the fruit. The Dongtata clan is extremely small, but the clan has amazing strength, moves very fast, and has a very honest and kind personality. More importantly, they have the nickname of Green Managers, claiming to have the power of plants that their family could not cultivate. Today, the Dongtata family has officially joined the kingdom of Dressrosa. Apart from being in charge of the artificial devil fruit, the entire Dressrosa is almost as beautiful under the maintenance of the Dongtata family. The wonderland on earth has gradually gained the title of World Garden, attracting countless tourists to travel. In addition, the body of the Dongtata clan is petite, fleet and the patrol army they secretly become has also played a very important role in the security of Dressrosa. However, as the aborigines of the islands near the kingdom of Dressrosa, the Don Tata family held a hostile attitude towards the Don Quixote family for 800 years. In the end, Corazon was able to successfully recruit the Don Tata family, or through the friendly relationship between King Liku and the Dong Tata clan. Of course, Corazon also knew that the Dong Tata clan was willing to lend its power to him, more because this clan was pure in heart and honest and kind-hearted by nature. In short, it is easy to fool. Corazon put his cheek in one hand, and he couldn't help but recall that Ian taught himself the words of the Tata family at that time, and he still feels a little ashamed and even confused. Honest feeling, cough. It's all Ian's fault. It has nothing to do with me, Corazon said silently in his heart. At this time, King Liku, who was the prime minister, was reporting on the economic losses of the Dressrosa kingdom under the influence of the 100 Beasts pirates in the past few months. To sum up, with a large number of trade targets threatened by the 100 Beasts pirates, the kingdom's export trade volume has now nearly halved. The number of tourists has also dropped significantly. The tourism industry is on the verge of collapse, and even underground transactions in the black market have also been blocked to a considerable extent, and the losses have been extremely severe. Corazon nodded slightly, but his expression did not change. Instead, the cotters who stayed behind in Dressrosa looked ashamed and guilty. Sorry, young master, we were careless. The artificial devil fruit was accidentally stolen and flowed out to the black market, attracting the coveted by the beast pirates. I also asked the young master to punish it because of the envy of Robin's ability in the past. Monet, who is now arranged by Corazon to be his secretary, knelt down half kneeling and pleaded guilty with guilt. Corazon's eyes slanted, and he glanced at Monet next to him, and found that in this posture, Monet was wearing a small vest that could barely cover the abundance in front of him, which was particularly white and attractive. Like it is like the abyss of deep inquiry that is constantly tempting Corazon. This made K. La Song withdraw his gaze subconsciously, picked up the wine glass placed aside, shook it slightly, and took a sip of red wine to moisten his somewhat dry throat. No, I used to despise Ion. How can I be the guy I hated the most in the past? Corazon thought secretly, but on the surface his face was calm and he didn't say a word, which made the atmosphere in the conference hall even more dignified. When the rest of the Don Quixote family officials saw this, they felt a sense of oppression, and they also followed suit. That, as the princess of the Dong Tata clan, and also the person in charge of the cultivation of the artificial devil fruit project, Princess Manshari said in a low voice unbearably, Mr. Corazon, can you not blame Miss Monet and the others too much? The Dong Tata family is also responsible for this matter. We don't know when the artificial devil fruit was stolen. As Man Shirley, whose appearance was almost as cute as the legendary elf, spoke. Corazon, who had no expression at all, finally smiled and said, Don't worry, Princess Manshari, I also know that simply pursuing responsibility and punishment cannot restore the loss. When Princess Manshari heard the words, she couldn't help showing a smile and said, Thank you, Mr. Corazon. I will definitely let the clansmen cultivate more artificial devil fruits this month to make up for Mr. Corazon's loss as much as possible. Corazon nodded and thanked him. Then I'll trouble you, Princess Manshari. After a pause, Corazon turned to Monet and other officials. Get up, think of a way to deal with the trouble of the beast pirates first. If the 100 Beasts pirates continue to use their own influence to block the foreign trade of the Dressrosa kingdom, then perhaps the basic living materials of the citizens can still be self-sufficient, but the economy will completely collapse, and it will return to 7 years bad condition before acceptance by the former family. It can be said that as soon as Corazon's words came out, everyone in the conference hall became solemn. After all, today's Dressrosa kingdom, driven by the two carriages of foreign trade and tourism, has almost doubled its prosperity and wealth in 7 years. Not only did the citizens benefit from it, but even the Dong Tata family also shared the benefits. If the economy collapses, the Dressrosa kingdom will be brought back to the state of slash and burn farming 7 years ago to maintain its basic life, and almost no one in the Dressrosa kingdom would like to see it. Immediately, with little need for Corazon to continue to guide, the officials of the Don Quixote family in the conference hall began to have a heated discussion with the internal affairs personnel such as King Liku and the Patriarch Kyogen, and various plans were proposed to study the specifics feasibility. However, the discussion below was intense. Corazon, who seemed to be sitting on the throne without saying a word, had already begun to wander, and did not listen to their discussions at all, because the theft of artificial devil fruit into the black market and the incident that attracted the coveted of the beast pirates was originally arranged by Corazon secretly under Ion's advice, otherwise it will be used as artificial devil fruit confidentiality and defense work. There is absolutely absolutely no possibility of theft. 471st chapter and the country. After all, not every cotter knew about the connection between Khorasan and the Revolutionary Army. As for the internal affairs officials such as the Likuang family as well as the Dongtata family, they needed to be kept secret. Therefore, Khorasan carried out such a self-directed and self-acted artificial devil fruit theft incident under the direction of Ion, thus creating a confrontation between the beast pirates and the kingdom of Dressrosa. Then, "Father, it's almost time to contact me, right?" Khorasan looked at the phone bug placed aside intentionally or unintentionally, thinking secretly. At this time, blah blah, the voice of a phone bug rang in the conference hall, and it also made Don Quixote dry. The discussions between the ministries, King Riku, and the Dongtata clan came to an abrupt end. Immediately, Khorasan made a direct call to the phone bug and said, "Hey, I am Admiral Warring States." The majestic and slightly stiff voice of Marshal Warring States came out. Khorasan he gave a strange laugh and said in a somewhat mocking tone, "What, is it your father? Is there something wrong?" Suddenly, the other end of the phone worm fell into silence for several breaths, causing Khorasan's eyes to fluctuate. 242. And the Warring States Marshal, who is still in the office now, took a deep breath and said, "Khorasan, it is said that the kingdom of Dressrosa was attacked by the beast pirates. I don't need to bother Marshal of the Warring States about this matter. Kaido is nothing more than beasts. He has not yet had the guts to attack the kingdom of Dressrosa." Khorasan pretended to be proud and arrogant. When the Warring States Marshal heard the words, he continued, "However, according to the Navy's investigation, it was found that the economy of the kingdom of Dressrosa has been hit to a great extent, and it can even be said that it has plummeted. Will it be affected as well?" After a pause, the Warring States Marshal reminded Khorasan, "You should also know very well that according to the rules of the world government, once the gold in the sky is insufficient, it will be deprived of the title of world government member state." Khorasan's face suddenly became a little ugly, and even the phone bug in front of the Warring States Marshal simulated a bit of anger. But the next moment, the phone worm imitating Khorasan's expression in front of the Warring States Marshal suddenly grinned and let out a burst of laughter. "Ha ha ha, Marshal of the Warring States period, who is only dedicated to justice, reminded me of these things. That's really rare. Could it be that he really cares about me?" Khorasan sneered. "Tell me, Marshal of the Warring States period, what's the purpose?" The Warring States Marshal took a deep breath and reminded Khorasan, "Don't forget that your identity is the King's Kaiwahe. On this point your position and mine are highly close." "Go on," Khorasan continued. Immediately, the Warring States Marshal said word by word, "The red-haired pirates declared war on the beasts pirates. This is a good opportunity." Khorasan's expression was slightly taken aback. He fell into a moment of thought and then said with a strange smile, "Understood. As expected of you, father. Do you want to take the opportunity to swallow the beast pirates? This is for the justice of the sea." The Warring States Marshal replied, "Valley, it's a good proposal. I accept it." Khorasan said. "In addition, Big Hero Tiger and Moonlight Moria's side." The Warring States Marshal reminded. Khorasan thought for a while and said, "Yes, but if it can really destroy the 100 beast pirates, I want the Wanakuni." When the Marshal of the Warring States heard the words, he could not help frowning even with his temperament. The core territory of the entire 100 beast pirates is in Wano country, a huge land comparable to the kingdom of Alabasta. In the past, Wano kingdom had an incomparably glorious history. As the birthplace of samurai and ninja, countless strong men emerged. It's just that now with Wano's policy of seclusion and isolation, the prestige of Wano has gradually disappeared from the sea. But the Warring States Marshal was naturally aware of the status of the Wano country in the sea. If nothing else, the origin of the Halo Stone, which is the nemesis of the Able, is the country of Wano. It is precisely because the 100 Beasts pirates have mastered the production and processing of Halo Stone that the 100 Beasts pirates that hardly ever engage in diplomatic alliances will be available in the waters of the New World. Huge influence. Today, Khorasan's terrifying ambition can be said to be evident in his desire to obtain the Wando country. This bastard. The Warring States Marshal clenched his fists tightly. Blue veins appeared on his forehead and a nameless anger gushed out, only to feel that he was really blind in the past. Khorasan, like his brother Don Quixote Doflamingo, will be the source of trouble, and he has mistakenly thought he was different from Doflamingo in the past and even called him. He was put back into the Don Quixote family as a spy. Fortunately, there is Yen, who is quite filial and capable, otherwise the Marshal of the Warring States period might not have vomited blood on the spot. Thinking of this, the Warring States Marshal, who felt a little comfort in his heart, gradually calmed down and said directly, "Khorasan, whether you can get Wano country depends on your own ability." Immediately, the Warring States Marshal hung up the phone bug in his hand without waiting for Khorasan to speak. Crane, in the future, the attention to Khorasan will be raised again. This guy's ambition instructions for the sea are definitely not simple, and he may even be more terrifying than the previous Doflamingo who wanted to subvert the sea. Sengoku said the marshal angrily. Lieutenant General Crane nodded to make it clear, and then said, but since Khorasan agreed, then the biggest problem in the 7 martial seas can be considered solved. The Warring States Marshal breathed a sigh of relief, regained his energy, and replied, yes, in this way, Khorasan, Tiger, and Moria, who have the background of the Virtual Circle organization, are no longer a problem. If the tyrant bear, we should leave it to the world government to contact, then pick up. Down here is Hancock. After thinking about it, the Warring States Marshal picked up the phone again and contacted Hancock. Is something wrong? Hancock's tone was not distant, but it was by no means close. Immediately, the Warring States Marshal did not go around the corner and directly explained his purpose. If Lord Yan agrees, then the concubine is willing to contribute her own strength. Hancock replied without hesitation. Hearing this answer, the expressions of Marshal Warring States and Lieutenant General Crane twitched slightly, but they were not surprised. Okay, then I'll let that bastard from Yan contact you. 471 Chapter 472 The so-called fishing. It's almost as good as expected. Lieutenant General Crane looked at the Warring States Marshal, who hung up the phone shyly and said with a smile, compared to the other ambitious Shichibukai, Hancock is endearing and endearing. When the Warring States Marshal heard the words, he couldn't help showing a bit of a smile. After all, no matter what, since Hancock's position is consistent with Yan's, it is consistent with the Navy, which is undoubtedly a guarantee of combat power that can be completely trusted. Then the rest of Thor Anilu and Hawkeye my Hawk. Immediately, the Warring States Marshal turned his attention to the last 2 Kaiwuhe, and then directly picked up the information of Hawkeye my Hawk and put it aside, and said, before, the relationship between my Hawk and Redhead Shanks is not clear. This kind of guy's position is difficult to guarantee and is temporarily removed. In terms of insurance, that's true. Lieutenant General Crane also agreed. Then the remaining Thor Anilu. The Warring States Marshal was suddenly in a dilemma and murmured, the upper limit of combat power that this guy can exert is very likely to be extremely close to General Kisaragi, and even better in destructive power. However, there is too little information about him. So little. Indeed, Thor Anilu is too mysterious. Based on the Sky Island, any creature that approaches the Sky Island without authorization will be punished by thunder. After a pause, Lieutenant General he continued, even under the prestige of Anilu, the entire first half of the Great Route now regards the empty island as an untouchable, unapproachable forbidden place, and there is very little information about him. The Warring States Marshal rubbed his temples and said tiredly, put it on hold for now, and think about it slowly tomorrow. If it goes well, it is quite ideal to have the combat power of 5 Kaiwuhe. Okay, Lieutenant General Crane. At the same time, staying above the White Sea at the bottom of the empty island, there is a strange ship that seems to be made of gold. Arc Proverbs. On the deck of Arc Proverbs, Anilu was biting an apple while guarding the phone bug in front of him. Why haven't you contacted me yet? Anilu murmured. The Great Priest clearly said that the Navy might contact him tonight and let him answer the question according to his words. Could it be that I remembered the wrong time? Anilu took another bite of the apple and then threw the remaining apple core aside. The whole person simply lay down, staring at the stars above, waiting quietly. Just wait and see. The efficiency of the Navy may be too slow. However, as the stars faded and the morning light fell, Anilu, who had been waiting for contact with wide eyes, suddenly stood up. The whites of his eyes were bloodshot after another, and a series of crackling sounds sounded from his body. Damn, how dare you play with this god? Navy, sanctions must be imposed. How dare you keep delaying without contacting this god? As for whether it was the Great Priest who made a mistake, impossible. How could the Great Priest, who is the same god as himself, be wrong? Even if it is wrong, it is those stupid humans who are too inefficient and fooling the gods. And last night Ion slept soundly. After sending Sara and Ying to the naval school, he went straight to the sea to go fishing. Then, the news about the Navy's secret contact with the King's 7 Wuhe, and even the specific content of the conversation, passed to Yan's hands. By the way, Ian comforted Anilu, who was planning to release 1,000 thunder above Marin Fando. He comforted him not because the Navy looked down on him, but because the real heavyweight characters needed to be treated with caution, and in the end contact and win over. Valley, how's the situation? Chief of Staff. Soon, Drago took the initiative to contact Ian to inquire about the situation, because Yan's influence can secretly affect the inclinations and actions of the 6 Kibukai, but it does not mean that the 6 Kibukai are members of the Revolutionary Army organization. In fact, except for Tyrant Seong and Holy Crying Mantis Khorasan, who explicitly joined the Revolutionary Army, the rest of Kaiwuhe were not members of the Revolutionary Army. Even Anilu, who guards the periphery of the empty island, monitors the entire empty island with an amazing range of heart nets, and avoids the leakage of information about the ancient weapons weapon Pluto is only fooled by Yan to stay in the empty island just in. After all, with the extremist ideology of Enel's self-proclaimed god and the rest of the human race as ants, it is impossible for him to be assimilated by the Revolutionary Army's ideology. Therefore, Darag, who was eager to know the result, could only contact Ion for inquiries, and Ion leisurely threw the fishing rod towards the sea, picked up the drink that Xiao Jin was preparing to take a sip, and replied, "Generally speaking, it's quite smooth. The old man has successfully drawn enough combat power from the King's 7 Marshal Seas organization. Next, the Navy will draw up a plan with the world government and wait for the opportunity to attack." After a pause, Ian asked Drago, "How are the arrangements for the other comrades?" "It has begun to advance steadily, and I am also waiting for the right time," Drago replied, and Ian turned his eyes and looked at Drago's slightly unsteady expression in the image projected by Little Jew, and said, "That's enough, Darag, don't worry. The so-called governing a country is like cooking a small fish, and the execution of a plan is like fishing." After a pause, Ion said with a smile, "Since the bait has been put down, even if the bait is fake, you can only wait quietly and not be impatient." As soon as Ion's voice fell, the fishing line of the fishing rod in Ion's hand suddenly tightened, pulling the whole boat to tilt. Boom! The next moment, Drago watched Yan in front of him being pulled into the sea instantly. "Darag, what's the matter? Fishing? Put yourself in it. Bad omen." No, the problem is that the chief of staff is going away." In an instant, Drago realized the seriousness of the matter. The chief of staff has the ability of devil fruit. Once it comes into contact with sea water, it will cause the ability to fail, and the whole body will be weak. Oops! Drago's face turned pale, and the whole person was instantly stunned. And just when Drago almost couldn't help but contact the Revolutionary Army comrades in Maran Vando through the phone at all costs, so that the nearest Revolutionary Army comrades rushed to the sea area to save people. Boom! A small splash appeared, and Ion jumped out of the sea and landed in the boat again. Darag. This time, Drago was even more confused. 472 Chapter 473 Changes in the Kingdom of Alabasta. Huh, it's a sea king again. It's really troublesome. In Drago's confused eyes, Ian shook his wet clothes and said helplessly. The next moment, a lot of blood appeared on the sea surface, and in just a few breaths, the sea surface around the boat was completely turned into a sea of blood. At this time, Drago, who had no image of the leader of the mysterious organization, asked subconsciously, "Yan, how did you come out of the sea?" Hearing Drago's question, Ion realized what he had just done. Cough. Ian coughed lightly, sat down again calmly, and explained, "Fortunately, there are some means of life-saving, otherwise it would be really dangerous." Darag. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 243. Immediately, Ion did not wait for Drago to continue to ask, and instead continued to ask, "The island commune plan is based on the Kingdom of Alabasta. Is there any problem?" Hearing Ion's question, even though Drago was extremely curious about Ion's so-called life-saving means, he still answered sternly, "For now, everything is going according to plan." At the same time, in the Kingdom of Alabasta, after experiencing the ancient weapon Hades incident 6 years ago, the Kingdom of Alabasta ushered in great changes. His Majesty the former King Kobo disappeared and was succeeded by his youngest daughter, Princess Vivi. Afterwards, Wei Wei, the King of Alabasta, participated in the World Conference and fought for the Kingdom of Alabasta at a young age. Although he retained the title of the World Government member country of the Kingdom of Alabasta, the vast and wealthy Arab the Kingdom of Bastan is still coveted by its neighbors. After all, Vivi at a young age, in the absence of a real backbone enough to shoulder the heavy responsibility of the Kingdom of Alabasta, it seems that it is not impossible to rip off a piece of meat from the Kingdom of Alabasta. According to the normal development, even if the Kingdom of Alabasta has a strong military force, it can only fall into a situation of exhaustion and chaos, and it will gradually decline since then. The confrontation between these world member countries can only be regarded as the internal affairs of the world member countries, and the world government has no right to intervene. In other words, this itself is something that the world government has acquiesced to, or even promoted. The Kingdom of Alabasta. However, on the way back to the Kingdom of Alabasta from the end of the World Conference, there was an accidental incident of being looted, and finally the benefactor who helped Vivi escape and escorted Vivi back to the Kingdom of Alabasta, Lian Chamber of Commerce, but it played a huge role during this period. In order to repay the Lian Chamber of Commerce, Wei Wei unexpectedly designated the Lian Chamber of Commerce as the official chamber of commerce in the Kingdom of Alabasta, and outsourced all domestic resource development and foreign trade to the Lian Chamber of Commerce. The promise and reward made by the Lian Chamber of Commerce is to provide the Kingdom of Alabasta with armaments, road maintenance, port construction, water resources replenishment and so on. At the beginning, those those neighboring countries who coveted the kingdom of Alabasta just regarded this as a joke, thinking that the little girl Wei was most likely fooled by the Lian Chamber of Commerce, so they inadvertently took the initiative to give their country to the sold little by little. However, those neighboring countries did not stop it but were happy to see it happen. After all, compared with the pirates who are comparable to hyenas on the sea, although the merchants of the Chamber of Commerce and the like can tell the rules on the surface, there is never a lot of filth in the dark, and every move is only for profit. Under arms trade, human trafficking, collusion with pirates, etc. are routine operations of those chambers of commerce and businessmen who lack supervision and management. Therefore, those neighboring countries who are looking for an opportunity to bite a piece of meat on the kingdom of Alabasta almost invariably judge that under the profit of the Lian Chamber of Commerce, the kingdom of Alabasta will become more and more chaotic and people's livelihood will wither. Just as an emerging chamber of commerce that started from behind and has risen in less than 10 years, the Lian Chamber of Commerce has fully demonstrated to the world what is called money capability. Just in the city of Alabasta that was ruined due to the ancient weapon Pluto incident and was delayed for more than half a year, the Lian Chamber of Commerce invested tens of billions of baileys to help restore the city for free. After that, the Lian Chamber of Commerce directly moved its headquarters to the Kingdom of Alabasta. While developing the resources of the Kingdom of Alabasta, it invested a lot of bailey to revitalize the Kingdom of Alabasta, built roads and ports, and purchased armaments. Foreign trade. In just a few short years, not only did the Kingdom of Alabasta not completely perish under the greed of the merchants as the neighboring countries expected, but instead, the Kingdom of Alabasta was reborn with unprecedented vitality. The Lian Chamber of Commerce has also developed at an unprecedented speed with the help of the background and resources of the Kingdom of Alabasta. The trade routes it has opened up even reach the 4 major sea areas, catching up with the established number of companies at an astonishing speed. The century-old Chamber of Commerce has become one of the top chambers of commerce in the sea. Now, 6 years later, as a country with a large desert in the past, the coverage rate of the green plant area of the Kingdom of Alabasta has reached more than 70%, and the Kingdom of Alabasta has completely become the economy of the sea area in the first half of the Great Route Center and military power. At this moment, in the newly built capital palace of the Kingdom of Alabasta, it has gradually grown. Wei, who is beginning to show the majesty of the Queen, is receiving the chairman of the Lian Chamber of Commerce in the council room, a middle-aged woman with a simple dress and a calm appearance. After Wei signaled the rest of the council room to retreat, Wei, who was sitting on the throne, lifted her skirt and hurriedly walked towards the middle-aged woman, and then threw herself into the middle-aged woman's body. In the arms. Father, why are you here? Did you miss Wei? Wei said affectionately, and the middle-aged woman touched Wei's head and said in a lesson, Vivi, how many times have I told you, you can't call me that. Nefertali Cobra has died in the sea, and now I'm just the president of the Lian Chamber of Commerce. Braco, I understand there's no one else around. Besides, it's impossible for anyone to recognize my father's appearance today, said Wei. Devil Fruit has a wide variety of abilities, so you can't be careless. If this matter is known to the world government, it will be very bad for both the Kingdom of Alabasta and the organization, Brock said. 473 Chapter 474 Dealer Mode. Hearing this, Wei could only helplessly let go of her hand, and looked at the King Cobra, who had turned into a woman with complicated eyes. From the beginning, Vivi was full of disbelief for this fact, but after changing her life through the power of the hormone fruit, King Cobra, who changed his name to Braco, had too many ways to prove himself. It is precisely because of the existence of President Braco that Vivi will put Alaba in absolute trust. The commerce and resources of the Kingdom of Tanzania were all handed over to the Lian Chamber of Commerce, as if a girl who had been deceived directly betrayed the country. With the support of President Braco, the resources of the Revolutionary Army Organization also flowed into the Kingdom of Alabasta, making the Kingdom of Alabasta the core of the Revolutionary Army Organization's network in the first half of the Great Route. Every day, a large number of materials organized by the Revolutionary Army are circulated to different islands through the Lian Chamber of Commerce channel through the Kingdom of Alabasta. In the past 6 years, although President Braco has been staying by the side of Vivi from a distance in the Kingdom of Alabasta, in order to avoid the world government's suspicion, in the past few years, President Braco hardly privately communicated with Vivi contact. Almost all the contacts were based on the official meeting between the Lian Chamber of Commerce and the Alabasta royal family, and there was not even a chance to say a few words in private. Now that 6 years have passed, as the Lian Chamber of Commerce has completely taken root in the Kingdom of Alabasta, the world government spy organization's contact with the Lian Chamber of Commerce and the royal family family of Alabasta has gradually loosened. Wei Wei took a deep breath, realizing that she was just too excited. It is already a happy thing that the father can accompany him by his side, and his too presumptuous actions will only bring danger to himself and the father. Immediately, Wei Wei returned to the throne and sat down, and motioned for Bracco to sit opposite, and asked in an official tone, "President Bracco, what's the matter with this visit?" "That's right, the Lian Chamber of Commerce has now reached a bottleneck stage. In order to further expand the trade volume, the official presence of the Kingdom of Alabasta is needed," President Bracco replied. In her heart, Wei Wei really wanted to express that her father would decide directly on these matters, but she also understood that she was now the king of Alabasta, and that her father was also exercising her abilities in this way. More importantly, in order to avoid any doubts by the world government, all processes need to be carried out in the normal way. "Please say it," Vivi said. Immediately, President Bracco handed a document in his hand to Wei Wei and said, "I also ask your majesty to request the world government to submit this announcement to the news agency in the official name of the Kingdom of Alabasta, and publish it in the newspapers as soon as possible." Wei Wei nodded, took the document and glanced at it, only to see the title, Lian Chamber of Commerce and Dealer Cooperation Announcement. Dealer. It was the first time that Wei Wei heard this word. It's a term coined by that gentleman, a term that will revolutionize the business model of this era. So it is. Wei Wei nodded, and then browsed the contents of the document in detail. Valley. The general idea is to introduce the general meaning of the term Lian Chamber of Commerce in order to expand its business and develop continuously. Wei Wei's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. At first glance, she didn't think the announcement had any special meaning. It was just that the Lian Chamber of Commerce was developing a new business model and seeking more and greater profits through cooperation and subcontracting. However, as Wei Wei knew the existence of the Revolutionary Army organization, she faintly felt that the Lian Chamber of Commerce, as one of the official chambers of commerce of the Revolutionary Army, would not hesitate to make a big move to attract the attention of the world government. "Do not understand." President Brock looked at Vivi's puzzled expression and asked with a smile. "Yeah." Vivi nodded and cast her doubtful eyes on President Bracco. Immediately, President Bracco handed the other document in his hand to Wei Wei and said, "After the dealer model is confirmed, please ask your majesty Vivi to establish a commune system in the Kingdom of Alabasta for the reason of cooperating with the dealer." The commune system. Wei Wei became more and more puzzled, looking down at the document in her hand. "That's right, the so-called commune is a product that appeared to cooperate with the dealer cooperation system," President Brock explained. "The reason why the commerce of the sea has always been in a downturn, except for the rampant pirates repeatedly attacking merchant ships and the bad weather in the sea. The more important reason is that many small and medium-sized islands lack commercial value, and the profits generated by local specialties, resources, commodities, etc. are not enough to offset the transportation risks, let alone create profits. And many chambers of commerce have core businesses. Rather than wasting time and energy developing commercial value in those small and medium-sized islands, it is better to expand and stabilize existing core businesses." When Wei Wei heard about half of it, she was already a little confused, but she looked at President Bracco with a bit of obvious admiration. After all, 6 years ago, his father, Wang, didn't know much about business matters, but now he has mastered it to such a level, which is amazing. The significance of distributors is that they can expand rapidly and develop the commercial value of small and medium-sized islands through unified management of distributors, President Bracco explained. Hearing this, Wei Wei asked suspiciously, "But doesn't it mean that small and medium-sized islands have no commercial value?" "Theoretically, that's true. The average small and medium-sized island, the inhabitants of the isle are already quite struggling just to be self-sufficient. There are not many bailies, and there is nothing to sell for recycling," President Brock said in agreement. Then, Wei Wei became more and more puzzled. As a king who cares about the commoners at the bottom, Wei Wei is not someone who doesn't eat meat. She is very aware of the situation at the bottom. Many small and medium-sized islands have limited population, limited resources, and do not even have a formed national system. They are self-sufficient in the form of villages or small towns. Generally speaking, they only carry out barter once a year, the act of trading things in exchange for necessities of life. The residents of these small and medium-sized islands are not protected by the regular kingdom army, and they are also the most vulnerable to being burned, killed, and looted by pirates. They are the most miserable large group in this era of big pirates. 474 Chapter 475 Viral Development Model. However, as the gentleman always said, a single spark can start a prairie fire. Those seemingly miserable and inconspicuous groups are the largest number and the most valuable existence in the sea. The commune system, it's what really brings together those massive amounts of productivity. The system system of dealer cooperation can be the link that connects the productive groups one after another, connecting them scattered all over the sea. Speaking of this, President Bracco, who has always been very calm, can't help but show a bit of excitement. In order to serve as the chairman of the Lian Chamber of Commerce, Bracco did not hesitate to let Mr. Ivankov change his gender. In addition to wanting to accompany Wei Wei in a new identity, more importantly, the Bracco Club, the chief was moved by what the chief of staff said, not now, but 6 years earlier, during a call with the mysterious chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. President Bracco was attracted by the future woven by the chief of staff and wanted to witness it with his own eyes, and even become a part of opening up that picture. And Wei Wei seemed to understand something after listening to President Bracco's words, but also found it difficult to understand. Do the civilians on the small and medium islands scattered all over the sea like stars really have that kind of value? Although Wei Wei is not an arrogant person, from the standpoint of the king of the world's allied countries, those civilians who are precarious are really like mustards, and just ensuring that they are not hungry is enough to make them do their best. And those civilians, they are also the easiest group to give birth to pirates. In the end, Wei Wei raised a question. President Bra, can the commune system really be implemented? Those commoners who have difficulty even filling their stomachs probably won't have the energy to pay attention to the system. President Brock smiled and said, I can't explain too much for the time being, but His Majesty Wei Wei will witness the changes in the world with her own eyes. Not only was Wei Wei puzzled, but even Drago, who was communicating with Yan, was also worried. Even though Drago believed in Ion's long-term vision in systems and plans, he was still uneasy. Chief of Staff, the future envisaged by the commune island plan is indeed quite good, but the civilians of many small and medium-sized islands are blocked from news, and even newspapers may not even read. Even if they understand that the commune system can greatly improve productivity and they are determined to make changes, but without the guidance of relevant people, it is probably meaningless, right? Ion nodded and said in agreement, according to common sense, your idea is indeed correct. After a pause, Ian smiled helplessly and said, but what I have to admit is that the driving force that drives human beings to work hard at the cost of their lives, in addition to pure ideals, also has naked interests. Benefits? Drago asked. Ion organized the language and explained it simply. Dirag, the dealer cooperation system looks very simple. On the surface, it seems that the Lian Chamber of Commerce does not have enough energy to care about the farther seas, so it chooses the business model of cooperating with others to maintain trade operations. From the point of view of normal thinking, this approach is not very amazing, and even there is a similar cooperative relationship in the sea. But if Ion turned to look at Drago and said, what about subdividing the level of dealers into first-tier dealers, second-tier dealers, and third-tier dealers? Dealers can also develop subordinate dealers through their own network, and each subordinate dealer successfully completed the transformation of a commune island and developed a new route. Then part of the profits generated in the process of trade on this route will be permanently owned by that lower-level distributor and its upstream distributors. Suddenly, Drago couldn't help widening his eyes. This specific operation has never been explained to him in detail before. At this time, when he heard this, Drago was already able to imagine the scene where the dealers were madly pushing to build a commune island. Once the commune island is successfully built, the productivity of the whole island is gathered for unified production, and then foreign trade transactions are conducted. It will undoubtedly be an inexhaustible gold mine. At that time, not only the businessmen will be crazy, but as for even the pirates will be completely crazy about it. Burning, killing and looting. How many meals can you eat? But once the construction of a commune island is successfully completed, it is a permanent benefit, and you can collect money while lying down. A full meal and a full meal. Anyone with a little brain can handle it clearly. Horrible. Inexplicably, Drago had a shuddering feeling about this seemingly viral development model. The order of the sea is likely to be completely changed because of this, but not necessarily. Guru. Drago swallowed his saliva, feeling a chill rise behind his back, and said, this kind of practice, if you are a little careless, may have very dire consequences. ION 244. This is a rare occasion for Drago to call Ion by his first name, and the seriousness in his speech and attitude is almost self-evident. I am very aware of the dangers here. Only under the driving force of interests as the driving force of human beings, it is possible to connect those islands with an invisible tie so that the productivity can be completely released. Ion also explained in a serious tone, of course, supervision is necessary. This is necessary to avoid uncontrollable consequences. Before, I have been letting the organization keep comrades scattered all over the sea, which is also prepared for this moment. Those comrades can timely feedback the changes of each island, and can also penetrate into the relationship network of those dealers to supervise. More importantly, they can use those comrades comrades as the core to change the organization's thinking in a subtle way. The bottom of the sea. The progress of society and the times is not something that can be changed by the power of one person, but requires the collective approval and efforts of the human group. So, only by letting the torrent of the times swept up from the civilians at the bottom of the sea can the brilliance of thought truly spread to every corner of the sea and welcome the arrival of that bright future. Ion lives in this era. After living in the sea for 30 years, after he really understood the complex environment of the sea, he realized how difficult it is to change the current state of the bottom of the sea. 475 Chapter 476 The reason for going to sea. Ion has witnessed justice and darkness. He has an incomparable understanding of the so-called freedom and dreams. Class solidification and institutional corruption are the specialties of this era. Why is one of the sayings of the age, there is no reason to stop a man from going to sea? Because if you don't go to sea, then you can only stay in the isolated islands and slowly decay, and then lie down in the grave with full of regret. It's not just man-made disasters like pirates, but more importantly, the whole sea is like a natural barrier, separating islands from each other into independent worlds. Those large islands that are enough to build a kingdom are fine. The productivity and resources are sufficient to ensure internal self-sufficiency, and there is a certain amount of wealth left over, which may not be unable to promote the progress of society. But in more than 99% of the large islands, the surplus wealth eventually nourished the corrupt noble groups, which led to the solidification of the class and the stagnation of society. As for small and medium-sized islands, most of them exist in the form of towns and villages, enduring natural and man-made disasters that can be seen everywhere in the sea, and the resources generated inside are often unable to guarantee self-sufficiency. For example, Baby 5, the little maid who blindly prayed to be needed. The island she was on experienced a natural disaster, and the fragile agriculture was completely destroyed in an instant, leaving the entire island in a desperate situation of starvation. Middle. At that time, when she was only 3 or 4 years old, Baby 5 accidentally ate the weapon fruit as an unnecessary burden, and was directly sold by her mother to human traffickers in exchange for food, which led to the strong psychological shadow of Baby 5. The tragedy and psychological shadow of Baby 5 is actually one of the miniatures of this tragic sea, and it is also the shadow hidden behind the sea that symbolizes freedom and passion. So what? There is no reason to stop a man from going to sea is more of a reason to stop a man from risking the freedom and passion that life should have in order to escape those tragic shadows. Why did the declaration issued by One Piece Roger before his death unexpectedly detonated an era called the Age of Great Pirates, beyond the expectations of the Navy's top management? The reason is very simple, that is, Roger confirmed one thing for everyone under the name of One Piece, that is, there is the treasure they yearn for in the dangerous and unknown sea, giving them a hope to go to sea and reason. And in the darkness where no hope can be seen, even if the light of hope is incomparably slim, there will always be countless moths flying towards them. Therefore, the emergence of the Age of the Great Pirates, Roger, is just an introduction. The real reason is the resistance and struggle made by the civilians who have been oppressed to the limit in this sea. Durag, we don't have any other options. If we want to fight against the world government, we can't do it with the strength of only 1 or 2 people, or even the strength of 1 or 2 million people. Ian said calmly, his face without any sadness or joy seemed to be just stating some facts. Only by setting off the torrent of a new era can the era has completely collapsed, and we are not the helmsman in this era, but only the guide to guide the torrent of the new era. When Drago heard the words, he was silent for a long time, and there were thousands of sighs in his heart for Ion's series of explanations. Under the unintentional enlightenment and delusion of Ion, Durag, who left the Navy to establish a revolutionary army with only a passion, has already crossed the world in the journey of more than 10 years of life, and witnessed with his own eyes the status quo at the bottom. Understand what is real. Therefore, Durag, who wants to change this era from the bottom of his heart, will infect more and more comrades to join the revolutionary army, and develop the revolutionary army into this huge organization that spreads all over the world today. As for Ion's words and vision, Drago has always been very convinced. Just as the Warring States Marshal's evaluation of Ion long ago, his eyes seemed to contain a brilliance that did not belong to this era. Valley. As for Drago, he believes that the brilliance in Yon's eyes transcends this era and can lead this era to change. However, in the series of words Ion said just now, Drago did not agree with one sentence. Perhaps the rest of the comrades in the revolutionary army are just the leaders of the new era, but Yan is definitely the steer of the torrent of the new era. I understand, Chief of Staff. The times will definitely be different because of you and me, Drago said with a smile. Ha ha ha. When Ian heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Since Ion deliberately complained about Drago's rough neurotic temperament as the leader of the revolution, Revolutionary Army many years ago. Draco, who made a deliberate change, hasn't said such a middle-class remark for a long time. However, no matter how bad it is, it can't be worse than it is now, can it? Ion replied, that's right, even if the era is slightly changed, it's already for the better. Hearing this, Draco couldn't help but be optimistic, and once again showed the same laughter as Lieutenant General Garp again. Ion shook his head helplessly, and his heart was actually far less optimistic than Draco imagined. Although the Island Commune plan is hidden under the dealer cooperation plan that the Lian Chamber of Commerce voluntarily disclosed to the world government, it seems that everything is just a change based on business behavior. At that time, there will be shocking news that the red-haired pirates will declare war on the 100 Beasts pirates to compete for the Sea Emperor. But I am afraid that the world government will become suspicious and investigate it. As long as the world government gathers enough information to sort it out, Ion has no doubt that there is a wise man in the world government who can see the mystery. In the past, the reason why Ion and the Revolutionary Army were able to be like a duck to water in front of the world government was that they were hidden in the dark, and the other reason was that there was a completely unequal information gap between the two sides. Once the advantages of the two disappear, it is easy to attract the attention of world governments. Ion exhaled lightly and then spoke. Everything is done with caution. In addition, I have drawn up several possible alternatives to deal with emergencies. You can refer to it when the time comes. I understand, Draco. Immediately after, Draco asked Yan for some details about the Island Commune plan, and then hung up the phone worm in a hurry. On the other hand, Ion continued to maintain his fishing posture, but his eyes were unable to calm down for a long time. 476 Chapter 477 The war is about to begin. A few days later, the eyes of the entire sea were focused on the impending conflict between the Red Hair Pirates and the 100 Beasts Pirates, and even the newspapers began to publish various reports related to it. A small announcement appeared in an inconspicuous corner. I went up. Didn't you notice anything unusual? Ian looked at the newspaper seemingly casually, but his eyes were vaguely focused on the announcement related to the Lian Chamber of Commerce and Dealer Cooperation. Brother Yan, which side do you think has a better chance of winning? Horasalino sat directly beside Ion. His tall body sank into the soft sofa in a comfortable position, and asked. Ian flipped the newspaper in his hand towards the coffee table in front of him and said lazily, justice shall prevail. As if he heard some key words, Kyuzan, who was sleeping with a blindfold on opposite Ion, also shouted in a daze. That's right, justice will prevail. After speaking, Kyuzan raised his blindfold and looked at his surroundings, but his eyes were a little confused and puzzled, as if not the moment to shout slogans. Boom. On the other side of the office, a slap on the desktop suddenly sounded, and the warring states marshal scolded, enough of you, it's business to call you here. Horasalino pushed his sunglasses and said, didn't I come to drink tea today? Horasalino, it seems that you have been living a very comfortable life. It is necessary for you to exchange with Sakaski, and you will be responsible for the defense of the G1 branch. The warring states marshal said. Horasalino sank deeper into the sofa and said with a smirk, the marshal is joking. I don't want to face those monsters in the New World Sea. I'm still suitable to stay in the peaceful Marin Vandua. The warring states marshal snorted coldly, then turned to dial the phone bug on the side and roared, Cap, how long will it take you bastard to get here? Okay, what's the hurry? A rough and carefree voice sounded outside the office door. Boom. The office door was kicked open with a bang, and Lieutenant General Garp, who was holding the senbei and the donut in his hands, stepped up and walked up and sat beside Kyuzan as if he was familiar. Come on. Lieutenant General Garp gestured towards Kyuzan with the donut and senbei in his hand. Among the three admirals in the Navy, Kyuzan, as Lieutenant General Garp's former subordinate, had the best personal friendship. Kyuzan raised his brows in the direction of the warring states marshal. Lieutenant General Garp looked in the direction of Kyuzan's gesture, and immediately noticed that the face of the warring states marshal was completely gloomy, as if it was the eve of the storm. The next moment, the words of the warring states marshal made the expressions of those present changed slightly. The war is about to begin. Horasalino's waist was stuck in the sofa slightly. Kyuzan pushed up the blindfold. Lieutenant General Garp's mouth that had been clicking stopped, and Ian was pouring tea for himself. Also, Emil, have you decided to start? Warring states? Lieutenant General Garp asked sternly. As the true high-level officers of the Navy, in addition to possessing extremely high authority, the people present seemed to be fooling around every day, but in fact they knew the changes in the Navy very well. During this period of time, the Navy seemed to be calm, and there was no tendency to mobilize large-scale waters in the New World, but the warring states marshal was constantly and secretly deploying elite navies in Marin Vedot and various branches. This matter cannot be concealed from the real senior naval officials. Vaguely, almost all the senior naval officers present felt felt the tendency of the Warring States Marshal, but it was unclear whether this was the early preparation of the Warring States Marshal or whether they were hesitating. Facing Lieutenant General Garp's question, the Warring States Marshal nodded resolutely. Yeah, this is really an incredible decision. You have already given up on the New World Sea area. Are you going to counterattack this time? Coruscant said with a sly expression, and his casual attitude made people wonder if what he said was sarcasm or just a casual mention. However, Kuzan's iceberg face showed a somewhat serious expression and said, "This decision is actually good. Those pirates in the New World Sea are too rampant and arrogant. Mere deterrence is not enough, and occasional actions are also necessary." However, while Yan kept nodding his head in agreement, he suddenly found that everyone present was looking at him as if they were waiting for Yan to make a real statement. The corner of Yan's mouth twitched slightly, and he reacted immediately, knowing that the battle power in this office is the main battle power that the Warring States Marshal planned to arrange, and said in a weak voice, "Well, I'm seasick and I'm sick, so can I apply to guard Marin Vanda? You don't need to worry about this issue. I will always sit in Marin Vanda," the Warring States Marshal said. "And you, who sneak out to fish every day, get seasick. Sara and Ying are still too young. When their mother can't accompany them, they can't let them lose their father's care at this age." Ian said, "For another reason, you can go with confidence. They still have grandfather's love." Marshal Warring States corrected with a blank expression. Suddenly, Yan's heart couldn't help but curse again and again. "You have clearly arranged 6 powerful combat powers for this old thing. As long as the layout is reasonable, it is enough to achieve the predetermined strategic goal. Why do you have to push your son to the front line for fear that you will survive and grab your position? I'm still young and inexperienced. I can't grasp such important plans and operations, or I'd better let Uncle Carp, an old senior, take charge of the overall situation," Ian said respectfully. Suddenly, Lieutenant General Garp's mouth could not help grinning when he heard Yan's rare honorable title, showing a satisfied look. However, the Warring States Marshal said calmly, "It is precisely because you have the least combat experience and the least combat deeds compared with the other seniors, so you must participate in it. Otherwise it will be difficult for others to convince you as a naval hero in the future." Yan, "The last thing I want at this stage is to make the rest of the Navy convince me too much. When I really reach the influence of Zifa that can shake the position of most admirals, maybe the world government is going to kill me for the sake of stability." However, looking at Marshal Sengoku's expression that didn't change in the slightest, Ian obviously had no room for bargaining. "Well then, I'll try my best and try not to hold me back," Ian said. 477 Chapter 478 The Location of the War. "So," the Warring States Marshal nodded slightly with satisfaction, then hung a chart of the New World Sea on the wall and said, "According to the feedback from the intelligence personnel, for the time being, the 100 Beasts pirates have not made any major moves to declare war on the red-haired pirates, and the 100 Beasts Kaido has also been staying in Wano country. Besides, the red-haired pirates has officially started to approach Wano country, and the current location is probably in the sea area. In the end, with the red-hair pirates' route and the beast pirates' habit of dealing with challengers, the final conflict will probably be on this uninhabited island in the northwest of Wano Kingdom." The Sengoku Marshal paused, then pointed to an uninhabited island in the waters near Wano country, and introduced 245. "This island is a primeval forest environment where there are a large number of ferocious beasts. The overall terrain is flat, and the area is about 5,000 square kilometers." Immediately, the Warring States Marshal introduced various information about the scheduled battlefield in considerable detail, and even summarized the ocean currents around the uninhabited island. Ian listened to the various information from the Warring States Marshal, and could not help but sigh inwardly. It seems that the old man is still cautious as always. Has he prepared so many things in advance? And among the vast amount of intelligence collected by the Warring States Marshal, quite a few of them could not be verified by the Revolutionary Army, which is enough to show that the intelligence force retained by the Navy should not be underestimated. As the red-haired pirates declared war on the 100 Beasts pirates, as the red-haired pirates continued to approach Wano, various marines belonging to the 100 Beasts pirates, the pirates have already started fighting against the red-haired pirates, and have begun to test the qualifications of the red-haired pirates to challenge the Beasts Kaido. And during this process, the red-haired Shanks as the captain didn't take action, just the cotters on the ship killed all the blockers in a destructive manner. Strong. The voice of the Warring States Marshal was obviously a little dignified. According to the analysis of the combat power of the officers of the red-haired pirates by the General Staff, it was surprisingly found that the average combat power of the officers of the red-haired pirates was extremely high, and they finally competed with the Beasts pirates. War is likely to be quite astonishing. After a pause, the Warring States States Marshal straightened his back, looked at the core naval forces in front of him, and said, "The sea cannot be allowed to continue to be chaotic like this, and the Fourth Sea Emperor cannot be allowed to appear. It must be annihilated. So, the arrangement is as follows." At the same time, in the Holy Land Marijoa between powers, 6 years have passed, and the 5 old stars who have hardly changed in appearance are discussing. The warring States Marshal has made up his mind and intends to take the initiative to participate in this war. The expected goal is to destroy the beast pirates and the red-haired pirates at one time. Curly-haired Wu Laoxing said, "For this matter, the remaining 4-5 old stars have also heard about it and have discussed it several times in advance. Valley. In this case, let the Navy act. If the 100 beast pirates can be successfully eliminated, it will be quite good. That guy Kaido has occupied the source of the Halo Stone for too long, and it is almost time to do so." "I spit it out," the blonde 5 old stars said in agreement. The rest of the 5 old stars nodded in agreement when they heard the words. Wano country, that is a powerful country located in the New World waters in the second half of the Great Route. Since that incident 800 years ago, afraid of being liquidated by the world government, Wano country closed the country. With the help of the special dangerous terrain on the periphery of Wano country and the strong domestic combat power, most of the channels for communication with the outside world were cut off. At the same time, it also allowed the world government to Wano country felt helpless. It was not until more than 10 years ago that Kaido 100 Beasts secretly seized control of Wano and secretly traded sea towers and other arms with the world government, which made the world government's stock of sea towers difficult wealthy. But the 100 Beasts Kaido has been pinching the source of the Halo Stone, and the 5 old stars have long been dissatisfied in their hearts. It's just that they are afraid of the power of the 100 Beasts pirates and the dangerous terrain of the Wando country. There is almost no way to directly solve this problem if the world government wants to not reveal its secrets. Now, if the warring States Marshal can eliminate the beast pirates, then it is a good opportunity for the world government to secretly control the Wano kingdom. After all, in addition to being the source of the Sea Tower Stone, Wano also retains a considerable number of secrets and technologies that the world government wants to completely cover up. So, does the world government need to meet the request of the warring States Marshal and provide assistance? The bearded 5 old star shook his head and said, "The old man thinks there is no need for this. It is the duty of the Navy to destroy the pirates. The world government only needs to keep it in the middle, otherwise Kaido will expose some evidence of secret trade with the world government. This is undoubtedly an inconvenience, not a small amount of public opinion trouble." "Agree, there is no need for the world government to end the war with the pirates in person. Instead, it will lower the status of the world government and let the Navy solve it on its own." The skinny 5 old stars also have a similar attitude. The existence of pirates is of course for the rule of the world government. In the event of a serious negative impact, disregarding it is likely to lead to extremely serious consequences. But on the other hand, the world government also understands that there is no way for pirates to be wiped out. As long as those pariahs and tricksters still exist, pirates will continue to emerge like unclean weeds. Therefore, the world government, which does not want to continue to fall into the quagmire of war with pirates, will always support the Navy to fight against pirates. If the world government is openly involved in the war with the pirates, it is undoubtedly a degrading behavior in the eyes of the 5 old stars. Then let's decide. Let CP0 pay attention to the whole process and provide intelligence support, and let the Navy solve the rest of the problems," curly-haired 5 old stars said in conclusion. At this time, another long-haired 5 old star took out today's latest newspaper and put it on the table, said, "Speaking of which, did you pay attention to today's newspaper? Is there a problem?" The other 5 old stars cast doubtful eyes. "The dealer cooperation mentioned by the Lian Chamber of Commerce makes me a little concerned." 478 Chapter 479 The Most Balanced Iron Wall Pirates. Immediately, the long-haired 5 old stars spoke to the name Lian Chamber of Commerce on the newspaper. "Although I investigated the relevant information compiled by the CP organization, it seems that it is only a normal business behavior, but the Lian Chamber of Commerce has risen a little too fast, and even Alaba, who was originally suppressed under our advice, the Kingdom of Stan, has also become prosperous in the past few years." The 5 old stars with blonde hair heard the words and said disapprovingly, "For a small chamber of commerce, it is normal for a small business association to develop with the huge resources of the Kingdom of Alabasta. If you care, let the CP organization continue to pay attention, otherwise just pull it out." The rest of the 5 old stars nodded, almost with a similar attitude. For the 5 old stars who clearly control the highest power in the sea, the District Chamber of Commerce is too small and inconspicuous in front of them. The reason why I specially looked at the Lian Chamber of Commerce commerce was just because the Lian Chamber of Commerce was the official chamber of commerce in the Kingdom of Alabasta and had a considerable impact on the situation in the Kingdom of Alabasta too. The long-haired 5-old star heard the words and said casually, "Then I'll let the CP organization in charge of the Kingdom of Alabasta to investigate further." The weather in the New World waters in the second half of the Great Route was extremely bad, and all kinds of extreme abnormal climates appeared disorderly. Even those huge ships were not much stronger than a fallen leaf on the sea. Therefore, even with the strength of the red-haired pirates, it would take several months to travel from the starting point of the New World Sea area to Wano country. And as the red-haired pirates kept approaching the position of the 100 Beasts pirates, the eyes of the sea gradually focused on the conflict that was about to break out, and even on the war. Is red-haired Shanks recognized as the 4th Sea Emperor on the sea? Or were they humiliated and defeated by Kaido 100 Beasts like those supernova pirates who challenged their own strengths in the past? Or were they directly recruited? However, unlike the supernova pirates who were overly self-sufficient in the past, the red-haired pirates, as an old-fashioned pirate group in the New World Sea area, had a considerable reputation in the past. Red-haired Shank SI is also known as one of the top powerhouses in the sea. Competing for the throne of Emperor of the Sea, he has this qualification and this face. And some who do not want to be the sons of Whitebeard, nor participate in the tea party of Big Mom Charlotte Lingling, nor can they recognize the brutal thinking of Beast Kaido, so they are gradually regarded as the Emperor of the Sea. The pirates, who were squeezed out of living space, also began to follow the red-haired pirates far behind to prepare to witness this war. If red-haired Shanks can successfully seize the throne of Sea Emperor, then they will actively join the red-haired pirates affiliation. In addition to the movements of the 100 Beasts pirates and the red-haired pirates, the movements of the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates, known as the Emperor of the Sea, also made people are very concerned. Once the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates move, the situation in the New World waters will also change drastically. Sea of Nations, Cake Island. Did you say that Kaido is going to fight that red-haired kid? Goo. Compared with the sturdy past, the appearance of Big Mom Charlotte Lingling is almost the same as that of a mountain of meat. Aesthetics cannot be seen directly. However, as the candy minister of the Big Mom pirates, Charlotte Perospero, who offered a bounty of up to 700 million Baileys, was terrified and did not dare to have the slightest in front of this Roshan in a pink dress. Relax. The strongest woman in the sea, Born Destroyer, Steel Balloon, Sea Emperor. This series of terrifying titles are flowers that embellish the terrifying power of Big Mom Charlotte Lingling. Lick. Charlotte Lingling stretched out her saliva-stained tongue and licked it around her mouth, licking all the cakes that remained around her. Immediately, Charlotte Lingling's eyes that had caused Perospero to sweat coldly turned into crescents, and said disapprovingly, "What, did you report this kind of trivial matter in person?" Perospero. Looking at Charlotte Lingling's good mood, Perospero suddenly let go of his half-hanging heart and explained quickly, "Mom, this is not a trivial matter. Among the results calculated by the ministers, the strength displayed by the cotters of the red-haired pirates has fully reached the standard of the Sea Emperor. Shanks is not defeated in the duel with Kaido, so the red-hair pirates will probably become the 4th Sea Emperor. In order to become a recognized Sea Emperor in the New World Sea area, it is not only the strength of the individual that is enough, but also involves factors such as territory, affiliated forces, reputation, influence, and so on. Of course, the most important thing is the specific combat power of the directly affiliated pirate group. As long as the overall combat power of the pirate group is strong enough, things like territory, affiliated forces, and influence will naturally follow. After all, if it is only a solo traveler, then the top is just like the world's largest swordsman Mihawk that people don't want to provoke. Only the strength of the whole pirate group can truly become the Sea Emperor. Compared with the other Whitebeard pirates, 100 Beasts pirates, and Big Mom pirates, the average number of direct members is several thousand, and the number may be in absolute numbers. Disadvantage. However, judging by the combat power deliberately displayed by the officers of the red-haired pirates during this period, it is already enough to achieve a fairly terrifying level. The Iron Wall pirates with the most balanced cotters. Vaguely, this evaluation of the red-haired pirates has begun to spread. The 4th Sea Emperor. Charlotte Lingling showed a somewhat contemplative expression. Her mouth was still chewing inadvertently, as if she was chewing on the term. Immediately, Charlotte Lingling said with a bloody mouth, "Forget it. Since the red-haired kid is challenging Kaido, then let Kaido solve it on his own. There is no way to kill the redhead. That's just Kaido's incompetence." "Yes, Mom, I see." As Charlotte Lingling, the captain of the Big Mom pirates, made a decision, Perospero hurriedly complied. 479 Chapter 480 The fun delivered to the door. Just as Perospero quietly prepared to leave, so as not to disturb Charlotte Lingling's dessert. In addition, Charlotte Lingling's huge face, which was piled with fat, suddenly stretched out in front of Prospero with a particularly terrifying expression, which made Prospero's retreating body suddenly tense and replied nervously, "Yes, Mom, do you have any orders?" Charlotte Lingling licked her lips and asked Prospero with her eyes fixed, "What about the man I asked you to find? Since you have so much time to pay attention to Kaido's gossip, have you found the man you found for a few years?" Guru. Prospero's throat moved nervously up and down as he explained carefully, "Mom, I have launched all the relationships to look for, and it should come to fruition soon." "Yes?" Charlotte Lingling asked a question in return, which made Prospero's forehead burst with cold sweat for fear that Charlotte Lingling would continue to ask questions. After all, the man Charlotte Lingling was looking for was the Virtual Circle organization that defeated Kaido head-on 7 years ago, and the flames that erupted caused the seawater in the entire New World to evaporate. Mysterious powerhouse. Ever since Charlotte Lingling confirmed from Kaido's mouth that the mysterious powerhouse who made Kaido lose an arm is a man with a rather slender body, Charlotte Lingling has been trying to find that man. However, unlike Charlotte Lingling's willfulness, Prospero knows that the kind of monster that can make Kaido flee and lose an arm cannot be offended rashly. Haven't looked for it, not to mention that he didn't even know any useful information about the other party. Even if Prospero wanted to look for it, there was absolutely no suitable direction. Yeah, and listening to Prospero's answer, Charlotte Lingling didn't have any doubts. In addition to laughing continuously, her expression became a bit morbidly crazy. One big hole after another. "Prospero, you have to work harder to find him quickly. If you can make him my new husband, the children you will give birth will definitely be unprecedentedly powerful, right? I can't wait." "Prospero, a man like that will be delicious, and it will surely allow me to produce the best offspring." Ahahaha. As she spoke, Charlotte Lingling's bloody mouth continued to overflow a lot of saliva, so Charlotte Lingling could only keep moving the dessert beside her towards her, gagging his mouth, trying to fill his mouth that would never be satisfied. So delicious. Seeing Charlotte Lingling's madness and her bulimia attitude, Prospero trembled slightly and quickly left carefully to avoid further stimulating Charlotte Lingling. On a giant whale-like ship, the Moby Dick, the Whitebeard Pirates' first team captain Phoenix Marco rolled his eyes slightly, hung up the phone bug in his hand, and moved towards the burly and domineering White who was sitting on the throne. "Beard," Edward Newgate said. "Dad, the red-haired guy will probably collide with Kaido soon. Goo la la la." Hearing the words, Whitebeard laughed in a cheerful tone, and said inexplicably with a bit of relief, "Really? That kid who followed Roger back then has grown to such a degree. Dad, do we want to rush over to witness it? And Kaido looks like a reckless guy, and there are a lot of dirty tricks in secret. Maybe the red hair will be fooled in a moment." Marco asked. Whitebeard lightly picked up the wine bowl with a diameter of about 2 meters on the side, filled it with a big mouthful of wine, and said contentedly, "Goo la la la, you don't need to do such superfluous things, idiot sons. If the red-haired brat dies like this, it means that he is only a man of this level." When Marco heard the words, he couldn't help but nodded, and there was some expectation in his eyes. If it's Shanks, as the first crew member to follow Whitebeard, Marco has witnessed a lot, whether it was the head-to-head confrontation between Whitebeard and Roger, or the banquet held by the two pirate groups after the war, is a former member. 246. It's just that in Marco's memory, red-haired Shanks was still just a young kid with bright eyes. Unexpectedly, more than 20 years later, among the crew on Roger's ship, Shanks, the young kid, is still galloping on the sea with Roger's will on his back, and now he is even starting to compete for the throne of Sea Emperor. Speaking of which, Dad, if Shanks successfully won the title of Emperor of the Sea, would it be considered on an equal footing with you? Marco said jokingly. Goo la la la, that kind of kid is still 10,000 years early. On the contrary, you idiot sons have to work harder. It will be quite good to be able to win the title of Sea Emperor from Lao Tzu, Whitebeard said with a big smile. Immediately, the cotters and crew members on the Moby Dick almost laughed and shouted, "Dad, how can I beat you? You are the strongest man in the world." "Dad got drunk so soon? How can you do something to your father as a son? Maybe when Dad becomes the Pirate King, then the title of Sea Emperor has no meaning. Maybe we will become it." In the midst of the booing and laughter, a middle-aged man, Marshall D. Teach, who looked smiling, simple and honest in appearance, and missing a few teeth in his mouth, shone a few dimly in his eyes. Kind of light. "What a bunch of idiots. It seems that the father's legacy must be inherited by Lao Tzu in the end. It's just that Tiki didn't reveal his ambitions at all, but continued to laugh with a cheerful and warm expression on his surface." At the same time, on the island of Oni in the waters of Wano country, with black hair and a shawl, Kaido is extremely burly, with a naked upper body showing kyphotic muscles. Kaido slowly sat up from the ground, patted his head forcefully, and turned his drunken eyes eyes towards his side. The pirates swept away and asked, "How long have I slept? Has that red-haired brat entered Wano country?" "Ship captain, it is expected that red-haired Shanks will be able to reach the outskirts of the waters of Wano country with about a wrinkle." A pirate boy replied nervously, "Well, since that's the case, let's go and prepare for the fun that will be delivered to your door." 480 Chapter 481 Huge naval fleet. On a naval battleship, Porosalino handed the latest information to Ion beside him, then continued to cut his nails and said, "The beast pirates have moved." "What?" Ian glanced at the information, yawned, and continued to maintain his fishing posture. "I thought Kaido would put the battlefield in Wano, but I didn't expect it to move. Wano country is the base camp of Kaido, so it's easy to not let other pirates enter it." Porosalino replied, "Fight, let's fight. It's better that Kaido and the red-haired guys die together so we can relax," Ion said with a bit of anticipation. At this moment, Lieutenant General Crane in the Cloak of Justice sat together on the deck like two salted fish basking side by side. Ion and Porosalino, who were chatting with each other, left. "Come here and speak. It's better not to hold this kind of unrealistic fantasy, especially that guy Kaido. The vitality is terribly tenacious." Hearing this, Porosalino scratched his hair helplessly and sighed. Since Kaido's defeat in the Dressrosa Kingdom incident 7 years ago, Kaido's guy has become more and more crazy, challenging the strong all over the world to temper his own strength just by attacking the navy alone. The number of arrests under the siege of a large number of top naval forces has reached a dozen times. Among them, the fastest Porosalino has participated in the siege of Kaido almost every time, and he is well aware of Kaido's increasingly terrifying power in recent years. Monster. It was a real monster, and the title of the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air was not even false. Especially Kaido's desperate defense and vitality. Even if the navy exhausted Kaido's last strength every time under siege, there is no way to really kill Kaido. Every time Kaido recovers his physical strength, it can also easily break free from the Halustone chain and escape. The only two scars on his body so far, apart from the X-shaped scar on his right abdomen, is that he lost his left arm in the Dressrosa Kingdom incident 7 years ago. Even Porosalino doubts that Kaido has been tempering himself like crazy in the past few years. Whether he wants to seek revenge against the mysterious powerhouse of the Virtual Circle organization 7 years ago. It's just that Porosalino, who has always been a bit lazy, doesn't want to face monsters like Kaido at all. Even if the redhead and Kaido can't die together, it should be able to drain Kaido's physical strength a lot, Porosalino guessed. Hearing the words, "Lieutenant General," he said it calmly. "Don't worry, Porosalino, the fighting force of justice is enough this time." At this time, just behind the flagship where Ion, Porosalino, and Vice Admiral Crane were located, 16 naval battleships each seated by the elite Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters followed closely, followed by 32 a large warship under the command of the Rear Admiral. A total of 49 naval battleships are in the mighty. From a distance, it seems that a group of steel giants is rushing above the sea to face the wind and waves. This is a terrifying military force that is several times stronger than the famous Devil Slaughtering Order on the sea, and it is enough to easily destroy several countries at every turn. In order to avoid intelligence leakage, this huge naval fleet even brought the device of the Ministry of Science to isolate the signal of the phone bug to prevent the existence of pirates or spies from other organizations in the fleet from leaking the Navy's action plan in advance. In addition, this route is also jointly ensured by the spies and intelligence personnel of the world government and the Navy, so as to avoid the possibility of accidental discovery by pirates as much as possible. It can be said that this fleet is already the maximum combat power that the Navy can squeeze out without affecting the maintenance of defense forces in various parts of the sea. In a sense, if this naval fleet were destroyed in the waters of the New World, then the Navy may not have the ability to take the initiative to attack within 10 years, and the warring States Marshal may also face the dilemma of early retirement. "Would you like to let the old man retire from get out of class earlier?" Ion, who seemed to be fishing calmly on the surface, couldn't help but think secretly in his heart. However, there is also the possibility that the warring States Marshal may burst his blood vessels on the spot and die directly in the line of duty. Forget it. For the time being, it's better for the old man to be the Admiral of the Navy. Otherwise, with the current state of the Navy, the next Admiral will probably be selected from among the 3 major Admirals of the Navy. Among them, the possibility of promotion was first ruled out in the style of Porosalino. It would be fine if Kuzan took the top position. If Sakazuki became the Admiral, my days of leisurely fishing would probably be over. Although Ian has been in the Navy for 15 years, apart from the small conflict at the beginning of the O'Hara incident, Sakazuki has communicated with Sakazuki in the past 15 years. Contact is close to nothing. The tough and iron-blooded General Akainu Sakazuki is different different from General Kuzin and General Palsolino, who are often stationed between Marin Vando and Marijoya. After being promoted to general, Sakaski was the G1 branch stationed in the waters of New World almost all the year round. The tide of the sea. At this point, even Ion has to admire Sakaski's persistence. He is indeed the first model of the Navy's top ranks except the Warring States Marshal. However, General Sakaski's idea of absolute justice is, after all, too extreme. In Sakaski's view, the way to maintain justice is to eliminate pirates at all costs, not even realizing that eliminating pirates is only one of the means to maintain justice, and ignoring that the essence of justice is not related to eliminating pirates. Fully peer-to-peer relationship. Therefore, Ion applauds Sakaski's iron and blood, but does not approve of this mode of behavior. Justice without thought is like a body without a soul, and every move is actually different from those pirates who first pursued freedom to go out to sea, but ended up sinking into treasure and fame. Perhaps, after Sakaski really becomes a marshal, he may start thinking about this kind of thing. I don't know what was the original intention of Sakaski to become the Navy. Rather curious. Ion's eyes gradually became empty. While thinking about the internal affairs of the Navy, he was more worried about the progress of the Alabasta Kingdom.